We are live at Coletco. Welcome, y'all. Welcome to the machine. Since we were just talking about Pink Floyd. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right. So here we go. And let's see, there's John's card. He's going to need that here in a minute. Feeling the pop line. Okay. All righty. So let's go ahead and get this thing shared. Huge night ahead. I'm sure y'all have seen the video. I'm sure y'all have seen what's coming up tonight. And we do have a couple crates of new vinyl, Jerry. I just seen where Jerry said hello. Y'all were in luck. We're good to go. Let me hit a thumbs up on that. Let's go over here to this. We've got one of the most insane lineups of rock and metal in a long time. Or I should say craziest lineup of metal, Metallica, Motorhead in a long time. And what's crazy is all this has kind of been sitting back there. It's not like it's something we just bought. It's just that kind of stuff is just still lingering around in our warehouse here. So, thanks for starting on time. You're welcome. I started at 5:13 yesterday, and not many people said, wow, Chad, thanks for starting on time or starting early. I don't know. Everybody, usually it's just when I'm late. When I'm late, everybody's like, oh, you're late. Rah. And now I'm on time, so I should get lots of praise. I need to get bragged on and petted. Thank you, Jill. Thank you. Gotta get bragged on. All right. Chocolate covered raisins. I don't need those yet. Maybe in about 6 hours. I usually start noshing on those around then. All right, let's go get that first video. And there's Japanese auctions here, and we'll do some good warm-up stuff. And here we go. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Ba, dun, dun. Okay. I think we actually went through this crate last night, but I don't remember. But it was posted this morning. And I know we sold some stuff out of here, so let's go ahead and get started with that. Let's move the no bids from the previous show. Now, I did a video with the other no bids, and we sold quite a bit out there, including some pretty pricey stuff, so I'll get to that in a second. I mean, how can we start Metal Night without a Wings Greatest Hits? And a Michael Schenker group. That's actually hard rock slash. There's a thin line on what some people call metal. Michael Schenker group compared to, I don't know, Opeth or... Is there hot picks? No, there's a hot video. There's a hot video. It's about a 4-minute flip through 2 tubs. It says, Holy moly Metal Night. Good gracious, check out these 2 tubs we had stashed away in the back room. Everything will be sold tonight. If you found that video from 9 hours ago, you have found the correct thing, okay? Alrighty. That's it. And 2 crates. This is it right here. All right, we're looking for Stranger Things, Dave Matthews Band, Fraggle Rock, Pink Floyd, Lamb of God, Nirvana, Lamb of God, and The Jam. Okay. So, and then let me pull up one more thing. I got a list here of Japanese records to check on. It is those two. All right. When is Vertigo night? That's gonna be like next. That's gonna be like the last week of the month, maybe even into April. Okay. Win the poster. No, I hadn't bid on any Earthsay stuff. I didn't even pay attention to it because I didn't want to end up tied into a $10,000 item or whatever. Okay, here we go. Donna Bruh put love. Lallaahf. Love. Must be some kind of code word. We have, here we go. Michael Schenker Group, One Night at Budokan. That's in Japan. And this is a Japanese pressing. This is a 2 LP. It is a $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. They're both near mint minus and pristine. There is the insert. And then here is the poster. Here is the poster of Michael Schenker. Take a good look at him. There he is. So this has the poster. It's near mint minus and pristine. Gatefold jacket with Obi. And James Papa has already placed a bid. And it wouldn't be Metal Night without Wings' Greatest Hits, like I said. So here's Wings' Greatest Hits. Band on the Run. You know what I'm talking about. $35 start. MSG's already at $50. Here is the inner sleeve insert, and then there's the poster. That's a $35 start. Wings' Greatest Hits. So that's up for bid. Blackstrat up for bid, $7 million. Wow. We'll have to pull up tonight after the sale, pull up what all that stuff sold for and take a look at it. We'll have to do that tonight after the sale. Okay, we have Highway of Diamonds, Black America sings Bob Dylan. Let me go back to the video from this morning. So this is a 2 LP comp with some original covers, Nina Simone, staple singers, etc., etc. This is $39.99. There was a pre-order for it a few weeks ago, and now it is available $39.99. We have the Cult, Pure Cult, the singles. That's a 2 LP comp, essentially the closest thing you're going to get to a Cult Greatest Hits. Michael Schenker Group's already at $65. We got some amazing auctions tonight. I mean, we got some crazy stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know. And because of the vastness of the Motorhead stuff, there's probably going to be or Iron Maiden or Motorhead. There's probably going to be something of that caliber up for bid every second up until like right now. So here we go. Here is the Ozzy Record Store Day picture disc of No More Tears. It's near mint minus. It's in the original plastic. This is a $50 start. That's the full album, of course. There is some sticker residue, and it is a $50 start, and that is the 2021 Record Store Day release of that, okay? And that's a $50 start. MSG is at $65. Wings is a $35 start. Ozzy's a $50 start. The Cult is $38.99. All right. Next thing over here is this. We have Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind is $33.99. Also, we have King's X. This is called Ear Candy, and King's X is purple vinyl, limited to 1,500. That is $39.99. Michael Schenker Group's at $100, and Ozzy's a $50 start. King's X is $39.99. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Megadeth. And over here, we have The Fray, How to Save a Life, $29.99. Shane, if you've reached out to Ed, he'll send you a refund. That's all you have to do if you're referring to something you bought from us. But yeah, if you hadn't reached out to Ed, I would do that right now. Forrest Gump, the soundtrack, that's a 2 LP, $39.99. Iron Maiden is so to Cynthia Herdren. Thank you, Cynthia. That's so to you. And we have Coda, Led Zeppelin, that is $38.99. There's Coda, and on the screen is Yoda, $38.99. Aussies at $50. The Melvins Houdini, this is $39.99. This is a music on vinyl press gatefold jacket. And we have DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Will Smith, $33.99, a 2 LP. Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. This is sold to Derek Cesaro. Thank you, Derek Cesaro. That's sold to you. And Roger Waters, Chaos FM 1987. That's $29.99. Gara over on YouTube gets the King's X ear candy. Thank you to Gara over on YouTube. Michael Shanker over here. Michael Shanker is a final call at 100 because James Papa went out. Let's go ahead and make wings a buy it now. Complete Japanese pressing, near mint minus with obi and insert and poster. You can go ahead and pick that up for $35. Okay, Aussie's already got a couple bids, 50 and 51. And it looks like that $100, he has went all in on Michael Shanker. He's like, I need one over here immediately. New Casualties album. Let's make a note from Ziggy Chaos. And let's go ahead and make a note from Ziggy Chaos to possibly post that as a pre-order, okay? Wings over here is sold to Andy Wade. Nice pickup for $35. Band on the Run. Napalm Death, from enslavement to obliteration. There's some metal in here already, $33.99. Let's go ahead and sell this for $100. And that's sold for $100 to TSO Houston. Very, very nice with the poster. And that is sold. Got some Japanese stuff over here to run early. Got some Japanese stuff to run late. And we do have some stuff from a band tonight called Iron Maiden Metallica Motorhead. Aussies at $51. Let me make sure Springfield wants to bid 52. Springfield just bid 52. Awesome. Let's go ahead and put up an Iron Maiden item here. What exactly do we have here? There's a lot of picture disc. I mean, I've never seen so much together in one time in my life. I mean, I know not too long ago, someone's like, Chad, I've never seen somebody that can get so much Iron Maiden stuff. And that was like a year ago. And here we are, and we're still getting these incredible, huge collections. And Iron Maiden is this 10-inch picture disc. And a lot of these, I think we got basic information. Some of them we got a lot of information. I'll do my best to explain what it is. And Iron Maiden is made in Denmark, numbered to 250. Made in Denmark, numbered to 250. That's going to go up for a $35 start. There's Iron Maiden item number 1 of about 300 tonight. That's a $35 start. Aussies at 53. Over here is Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. That's on nuclear green vinyl. Power Trip is $24.99. And Rage Against the Machine Live, 1993. That's a 2 LP, originally a record store day release. That's $33.99. We got 2 of those. Unreleased, unmixed, live, raw, aggressive. And that was from their first world tour, $33.99. So Aussie's up to Springfield. The high bid right now is $53. There's one of the first Iron Maiden items at $35. Let's see what else is over here in the Japanese box. Got some other stuff I'm going to slip in here and slip in there. And let's see what's up here with this right here. How about, let's slip in. We did wings. We got a couple early auctions. We got to balance it out with some mellow stuff. And Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm the Piano Player. It's pretty dang mellow. $35 start on this. $35 start on this. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Awesome album. Has the Japanese booklet. It has the lyric booklet. Some great songs on here. Danielle. I like A Texas Love Song and High Flying Bird. And, of course, the big radio hit, Crocodile Rock. $35 start. That's up for bid. Up here we have the following. Aussie 53, Iron Maiden 35, and then over here, you can play picture disc. It does not mess them up. No, playing a picture disc does not mess them up. Just don't scratch them just like a record. Don't drop them. Don't rub sandpaper up against them. Aussies at 60, Iron Maidens at 40, and Iron Maidens at 42. And then Gojira 42, that's on brown and gray splatter. Gojira is $34.99. I hope the Iron Maiden fans, I've already seen a couple of them pop up tonight asking and already bidding on some of this stuff. I hope y'all have the next 8 hours cleared off. We've got Patrick here still marking stuff. Henry said he's coming back to mark more. And probably for the next 8 hours, I'm going to be saying Iron Maiden or Metallica. So I hope y'all are ready. Vindicator. This is called Communal Decay. Vindicator is $34.99. Also over here, we have Within Temptation Hydra. That's a 2 LP expanded, $49.99 with Within Temptation. All right, what happened on Aussie? Red Cave went out. Springfield was at 60. Was Red Cave the other bidder? It was. So Springfield, you have the Aussie picture disc at $60. We're going to be using the top cam a lot tonight. This is at $60, a final call. The Iron Maiden's now at $50, and Elton John's a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Next over here is Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, and that is the 2LP remaster. Pantera's $49.99. Iron Maiden $47. 007's already at $50 on that one. And then From Ashes, the new Day One, $24.99. Probably the most popular Iron Maiden stuff tonight's going to be these unofficials. Some of them I've never seen. I didn't even know they exist. I'm amazed at how much stuff they've been able to put out over the last, 40 years, 50 years. It's been amazing how much Iron Maiden stuff's been released. I just told everybody here in the store, next to the Beatles and Kiss, of course, Kiss, Beatles, and I forget about Elvis. Iron Maiden's got to be one of the top 5, top 10 most merchandised bands of all time. It is amazing how much stuff's out there. I forget about Elvis, though. There's a lot of Elvis stuff out there as far as collectibles. But I've never seen dozens and dozens and tubs of Elvis bootlegs and picture discs. I've never seen a collection like that. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. Zombies, $33.99. That's on Orchid purple vinyl. And that is a mono remaster, the Zombies, $33.99. And then Queens of the Stone Age, rated R, $36.99 on that. So Iron Maiden's at $60. Let's go ahead and take off the Aussie picture disc then. That is sold over here to Springfield for $60. That's No More Tears. Thank you on that. $60. That's gone. Let's put that away. Thank you, Springfield. I'm going to put it right back here in the plastic. I appreciate that. And then James Papa Constantine. Just so you know, you're the only bidder on Elton John. I'm about to sell it. Iron Maiden's at $60. Let's go ahead and put up some auctions. From Ashes, the new. Preston Rose on the Zombies. It's the time of the season. And then From Ashes, the new here is sold to John LaBeatty, okay? Iron Maiden lights. I do actually. I have one over here, and I have 2 in stock. I just put in a huge order, by the way, restocking some lights. So I'm going to try to make a post tomorrow, and Iron Maiden light is $59.99. There we go, $59.99. And then we have Chevelle, Bride is Blasphemy. And then this is $33.99 for Chevelle, Bride is Blasphemy. And we have Cage Fight. That's $34.99. Iron Maiden is at $65 with Michael Wilkerson. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that one is going to be Obsession. Let's mix in some other metal too. This is a 1986 USOG Near Mint Minus. Oh my gosh, there's Otis. Holy crap. He is jumping around. He's got the zoomies. Oh, don't jump into the posters. Holy moly. All right, over here is Obsession. This is a 1986 USOG Near Mint. 1986 USOG Near Mint Minus, and Obsession's a $40 start. $40 start, Obsession. Scarred for life. This dog's got the zoomies, I'm telling you. $40 start on Obsession. And then over here, Elton John is officially sold to James Papa Constantine for $35. There's one of those lights, Iron Maiden lights, $59.99, Tanner. What's that, Tanner? Tanner said he'll take 3 Iron Maiden lights. Dang. Tanner wants 3. Oh, and Finn's here too. Tanner's got dogs. He's got kids. He is a busy man. Golly, dogs and kids. I have hard enough time keeping up with my Lego collection. We have James Papa Constantine on this right here, $35. Iron Maiden's at $70. The first Iron Maiden auction of that already heated. How about an 86 OG pressing of Obsession? And that is Scarred for Life, a $40 start on that. And then Courtney Marie Andrews Valentine, that's on Go Vinyl for $29.99. And then 1000 Gex is $38.99. 1000 Gex. All right, let's go ahead. Hey, Finn, how's it going? We got a small little baby child looking at me all of a sudden. He's in a little carriage over here, and he's like staring at me like, hi, Chad. My name's Finn. Hey, Finn. I'm live right now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. You'll learn about that stuff one day, and you'll probably wish you hadn't, okay? I hope you grow up in a world where this stuff's not as important as it is right now, okay? Except for music. He's just looking at me. He's what? 6 months old. He has no idea who Iron Maiden is. He'll find out one day. Judas Priest, Hero, a 1985 US comp, EX edition, a $50 start. This is a 2LP, and this is now up for bid. Maybe there'll be something new by the time you're my age other than social media. But it's pretty fun right now. We're having a lot of fun over here. People are living their best lives, including me. He's still just staring at me. He's just staring away. Okay, over here we have Watt Iron Maiden 007 Platinum. That's sold for $70. That's sold for $70. Thank you on that. That's one of the first Iron Maidens done of the night. Obsession, $40 start. And let's go ahead and package some of this away. Golly, we got a lot to do tonight. There's Judas Priest. It's up for bid. Almost done with the first crate of recaps. And then we're going to get right into some of the other stuff, okay? So there's that. Let's put this away right there, okay? I'm going to put a board behind that. Thank you, 007. All right, let's mix in another Iron Maiden then. I think we got some more of those 10-inch bootlegs. I'm going to have to move the light down there. The light's important, but we got to have a lot of table space back here tonight. Over here, first thing we have is this right here, David Byrne, Who is the Sky? David Byrne is $38.99, and Megadeth, United Abominations, $36.99. So Judas Priest, $50 start, US 85 EX. Let's go ahead and put up another Iron Maiden over here, and this next one is Edward the Great, the Greatest Hits. Wow, never seen this one before. This is Iron Maiden, Edward the Great, Greatest Hits. It's a double picture disc. Is this official? Some of these are borderline, I don't know. And I think this might be official. Yeah, EMI. This is Iron Maiden, Edward the Great, Greatest Hits. A 2 LP, and never seen it before, though. Awesome. Gatefold jacket. There's Eddie as a king. The gatefold on this one is stuck together, though. Uh-oh. Yeah, the gatefold on this one stuck together. Just FYI. The gatefold on this one is stuck together. Near mint minus, a $50 start on Iron Maiden. The gatefold is stuck together, though. FYI, okay? So I'm still looking for Stranger Things. I'm still looking for Pink Floyd, Lamb of God, and The Jam. We'll do that in just a second. Let's go ahead and make some buy it now. So Obsession, Scarred or Scared. I guess that's Scared for Life. This is a $40 buy it now. Obsession, and it's a no bid. It's OG, and it's actually really nice. And that's so to David Baber. He's all over that. That was an easy buy it now. Final chance on Judas Priest. And Judas Priest was EX, a $50 start. Dave Sibler next on Obsession. And then there's a next Iron Maiden, which is a $50 start, okay? Near mint minus on that one. And then the Judas Priest was an 85 US, okay? Anybody else in here? First thing is this. Finn is just still staring away at me. He is, look at all these bright lights. Big city, bright lights over here, Finn. All right, we have over here, we have Highway of Diamonds, $39.99. We have The Cult, that's $38. Megadeth is $39. We have The Fray, $29. Forrest Gump, $39. Zeppelin, $38. Melvin's, $39. DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince, $33. Roger Waters, $29. Napalm, $33. Power Trip, $24. Rage Against the Machine, $33. Gorgira's, $34. Vindicators, $34. Within Temptations, $49. Also over here, The Zombies is $33. Queens of the Stone Age, $36. Chevelle, $33. Cage Fight, $34. Courtney Marie Andrews, $29. 1000 Gex, $38. David Byrne, $38. Megadeth, $36. Okay, and that's what we're looking at right here. All right, Scully Mack on Power Trip. That was on nuclear green colored vinyl. Let's go ahead and knock that out right here for $24.99. The Judas Priest right here is Hero, an 85 US comp. Edward the Great, the Greatest Hits, and that's near me in a double picture disc, but the gatefold is stuck together. The gatefold is stuck together. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction right quick. Let's pull up another one over here from the Japanese crate right quick. And the next from the Japanese crate is another Elton John. This is called A Very Special Collection. Lady Samantha, one of the great songs on here. It's some early Elton John stuff, probably some stuff you hadn't heard. The first time I heard this, there was 3 or 4 songs on here I'd never heard, mostly because they were UK more releases. Very good stuff. Gatefold jacket, Elton John with Obi, a $35 star. That's some earlier stuff there. All right, let's take this off the table. And I got another crate up front to run through for tonight before we get into some of the newest new stuff here. So, that was a good knee pop. When I come back, if there's not some bids on those, we might be doing some buy it nows. And then I have this crate of no bids up here. There's Otis. Hey, Otis. Hey, Otis. Hey, Otis. Hey, Otis. Hey, Otis. Otis, Otis, Otis. Hey, Otis. Hey, buddy. Treat. Uh-oh, you like that word, don't you? Now he's going to be following me around. Maybe here in a minute. My next trip up here, I'll grab my treats, okay? The ones I bought you, the one Mike Massey. Uh-oh, I like it when Mike Massey buys me treats. I like it when Mike Massey buys me those chewy. I like the chewy. No hype pictures today. It was a hype video, and Jetstream, ironically, I don't upload the hype videos to YouTube, so there's just a hype video today. It's all Iron Maiden, Metallica, and Motorhead, okay, with some other metal mixed in, just FYI. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, and we're already selling some metals. Okay, so over here, these are buy it nows. Iron Maiden and Judas Priest. We'll start with those first. This is Iron Maiden, Edward the Great, the Greatest Hits, near mint. It's a double picture disc, official gatefold, but the cover is stuck together. So that's a $50 buy it now. Never seen that before. Double picture disc. And then that's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Nice pickup. I think a little bit of repair work, and you can fix that without damaging it too much, okay? Somebody says you can steam it. You can steam it and get it to release. And then Judas Priest is a buy it now. That's an 85 US comp reissue, EX, a double LP, and that's called Hero Hero. And I think it's deemed a reissue because it's a comp. Cynthia was second on the Iron Maiden, and then final chance to bid over there. So Priest is the first no bid of the night. And then over here, Elton John, final chance on that. Let's go ahead and put up some more Iron Maidens. And the next one is right here. And this is called From Fear to Eternity, the best of. And this is the picture disc. I think it's a double or triple picture disc. It is a triple picture disc. This is another official release. This is From Fear to Eternity. It's an Iron Maiden compilation. And then here is this trifold open jacket. Awesome artwork there. I like that version of Eddie there. That's pretty cool. And then there's that. So $50 start. That's a triple picture disc. That's now out of print, and that's up for bid. There's another Iron Maiden for you. And let's go ahead and get started with this crate. I'm going to put up something else. I have Sepultura here, live in Amsterdam, 1996. That's $39.99. That is an unofficial. And then Sid Barrett of Pink Floyd, Madcap Cries. That's an unofficial, $33.99. That's on colored vinyl. And then the Jam, and we did sell one of these over here to Mike Massey. That's called Paris Modern. That's a Dear Boss unofficial live from the Jam. Thank you, Mike. That's so to you. And then over here, we have Kraftwerk Radio Live Transmission, $33.99. David Gilmour's Black Strat just sold for $12.1 million. Wow. Unbelievable. And I think Jim Irsay paid $4 million for it, so about 10 years ago. So his estate got a 3x return on $4 million in a short amount of time. That's pretty amazing. Buying high-end collectibles pays off, I'm telling you. Okay, here is a Metallica. This is a very desirable unofficial. It's called Metal Up Your ASS. And they was actually going to use that title and cover for their first album. The album we know is Kill 'Em All. This is what they were going to call it. They wanted to call it Metal Up Your with that cover. And the label said, let's not do that. We might be able to sell a few more copies. So this is an unofficial French pressing on pink vinyl, and that's up for bid, a $45 start on Metallica. Okay. Over here, we have Iron Maiden at 50, Iron Maiden at 50, and Iron Maiden at 75. Moving on, so Kraftwerk, Sid Barrett, Sepultura, Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, Into the Distance. That is sold to David Doyle. Thank you on that. I don't even have to sing it. Some people's like, thank God. And then over here, Elton John's a no bid. This is a buy it now for $35. A very special collection. Elton John, a Japanese pressing. Iron Maiden over here, that is sold to John LaBeatty for $75. And Metallica's a $45 start. That already has a bid for $55. He got it in 2019. Wow, that wasn't too long ago. Yeah, that's not too long ago. That's that's amazing. Wow. Andy Wade on Elton John. Thank you on that one. They're about to sell Elton John's piano, aren't they? They're about to sell one of Elton John's grand pianos that I think he recorded a lot of the big stuff on. Okay, next thing over here, we have this. And then what's next? We have Iron Maiden at $75 with John LaBeatty. We have Metallica at $55. And then here we go. Kraftwerk is an unofficial. Yeah, speaking of Metallica, here's Metallica S&M, 3 LPs, 21 tracks. Metallica, $69.99. That's Metallica. They recorded 2 concerts with the San Francisco Symphony. That's the first volume, and that is $69.99. All right. Well, if we're going to do Iron Maiden Metallica, let's go ahead and put up something else over here. And what is the something else? We have Venom, At War with Satan, a 2017 U.S. Record Store Day picture disc. And then Venom's going to go up for a $40 start. This is a limited edition picture disc Venom. That's a $40 start, okay? Metallica, that is $69.99 for that triple LP. Nirvana Incesticide, actually a really good price on this at $38.99. We did sell one. There's one left. Sean Featherweather gets that for $38.99. And then over here is Rush, and that's the remastered single LP of their 1974 album Remastered. Working Man, $36.99. Iron Maiden's at $80 with Guerra. Stephen Parton wants that other Nirvana, thank you. And then Metallica over here, Michael Wilkerson, $65. And then Venom, by the way, is a $40 start. Venom, by the way, $40 start. 2017 record store day. Ken Granger, if it's okay, I'll put you on a wait list for Nirvana. I hope my distributor still has those on sale. If not, then that was the last copy. But if I still can get them, I'll order you one and put you on a wait list, okay? And then we have Garage Inc., Metallica. There's the other really essential Metallica release. This has Whiskey in the Jar, Am I Evil, Blitzkrieg, The Prince, Bread Fan, all that great stuff, $59.99 on that. And then here is Jumpin' the Fire. Over here, $33.99. $33, Metallica, Kill 'Em All, $33.99. No wait list for Ken Granger, that's okay. If anybody else wants a Nirvana, yeah, these are usually $55. My list price from main wholesale usually on these are like $54, $55, $38.99, okay? Metallica's at $70 with Michael Wilkerson. Iron Maiden's at $80 with Guerra, and final chance to get a bid in on Venom at $40 on that one. We have Soundgarden down on the upside. Stephen, you ready to strike a deal on Jerry Cantrell? I think I've reached a decision. If you want to remind me of your most recent and highest offer to get the show started off on a high note tonight. Here's Soundgarden down on the upside. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Burden in My Hand, great album there. I wonder if Hendry's on here. I hadn't checked messages. Somebody asked about this last night, and I said, yes, we still have them. This is the Exploited's newest album, Punk's Not Dead. The Exploited is $39.99. Kenny Cates Jr., make sure we write down that price, because I'm not going to reorder them. I'm not going to reorder them unless we can get them for that price, of course. So if you're going on a wait list, it's for that price of $38.99. 422 invoices, my best offer. You got it. So did some research, and yeah, I think it's a $400 to $900 item. So, but bird in a hand, you've got it right now. You've made a fair offer. Let's sell Jerry Cantrell, and what we're going to do is sell this to Stephen Parton and set this aside and let Ed know we're going to do 2 and 2. Okay, so sell that to Stephen Parton. Thank you. And I sold some other high-end stuff from the flip video this morning. I'm about to bring that back here. That's an awesome way to start off Metal Night. The Jerry Cantrell test pressing sold for $420. All right, moving on. We have a Talking Heads tentative decision, demos and live. Talking Heads is a 2 LP, $44.99. That's a new release. And then over here, we have Fraggle Rock, and this is Jim Henson's Fraggle Rock, and this is on green and yellow splatter or melt colored vinyl, whatever they call it, $59.99. Are we done on Iron Maiden over here? The last bid that came in was Guerra at $80, and he had outbid somebody, and I think we're about to sell it to Guerra for $80, just FYI. And then the Metallica, the last bid on that was $70 with Michael Wilkerson. I think everybody's done, and I'm going to go ahead and make Venom a buy it now for $40. That's the 2017 record store day. Venom is a $40 buy it now. At War with Satan picture disc. That's a buy it now for $40 if anybody wants it, okay? I have the new Converge, and this is $38.99. And we have Stranger Things Season 4. And this is a 2 LP, and this is $39.99, and we did sell one of these, and that was sold to Stephanie Hill. Bill Kirkpatrick gets the Venom for $40. Thank you, Bill Kirkpatrick. That's Kirkpatrick. Are you a first-time buyer, Bill? If you are, welcome. If not, let me know. That's sold to you for $40. And let's go ahead and get that in a sleeve and backing board right quick. Let's go ahead and do that, and I'm about ready to sell and knock out these other two, it looks like, okay? So there's that, and there is this, and whoops, a couple cardboards just fell from the ceiling. That's okay. And that's sold to Bill Kirkpatrick. I'm going to need these cardboard boards, I think, a couple more times tonight. All right, Metallica, the metal up your, that is sold for $70 to Michael Wilkerson. Thank you on that. And then Guerra gets this Iron Maiden, the triple picture disc. That is sold to Guerra over here for $80, okay? And Chris Gardner, you just missed Iron Maiden. That's sold to Guerra for $80. Heading out, John, thank you. John's delivered some high-quality vintage LPs. I see The Who. I see MC5. That's some pretty high quality stuff. Chris, you just missed Iron Maiden. I am, and I'm just up the road in Kentucky. Okay, great. So first time buyer, thank you. Is that for, okay, great.
It was already stuck in.
I don't need that. Great. So make sure you message our page. We need your information. I need your name, email, and mailing address, and we'll send you a bill on Monday, okay? We'll send you a bill on Monday. Let's go right into another Iron Maiden then. And this one is, let's actually go ahead and knock out a Motorhead. And this is a straight priced. We got this one straight priced. This is Motorhead Aftershock. It is a 2014 Record Store Day limited edition numbered picture disc, $59.99 for the Motorhead Aftershock picture disc, $59.99. That's a straight price record, so you can go ahead and just buy that now. Motorhead Aftershock. I also have the newest Rob Zombie album, The Great Satin. Includes a 28-page booklet numbered on colored vinyl. Zombie is $38.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction going, and that next auction is going to be this right here. I have going up for bid at this moment. Uh-oh, I see Eddie, and Eddie is an unofficial. This is live in July of '99, and this is a picture disc, and this is an unofficial, possibly from the fan club. Iron Maiden's a $50 start. Look at that one. He's wearing a Los Angeles Dodgers hat, a 2015 unofficial. That's Iron Maiden live in '99, and never had this one before to my knowledge. Picture disc. $50 start on Iron Maiden. That's now available. We have the Highwayman. That's $34.99. That is available. And over here, we have Led Zeppelin Presence remastered, $33.99. And the newest album from Lamb of God that comes out Friday is So Does Slammin' Alvin. And we got one for Scott Smith. This is the new Lamb of God on colored vinyl, and that is $29.99. Into Oblivion, $29.99 for Lamb of God. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $50. No surprise there, right? None whatsoever. Let's go ahead and put up this right here for auction. And let's mix it up a little with this right here. So let's do a Misfits. And this is a real first OG, first press, 1988 Misfits. Holy moly. Bringing out some big stuff at just 6 o'clock already. This is Misfits, and this is called the Collection, commonly referred to as the Collection. And this is a real 88 pressing and top grade. I mean, this thing is nice. Near mint minus an $80 start. Holy moly. Iron Maiden 50, Iron Maiden 60. The Misfits, a real OG, and that's an $80 start. We usually don't get those in, and that's first press. Matrix Maxed match of first press. That's up for bid. Lamb of God, so did O'Doyle. Les Hanagua, I hope I said your last name right. That is So Do You, Lamb of God. And I've got 2 extra copies. Does anybody else want one? Unless, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome to Colectco. I need your email address. I need your mailing address. And just send that in a DM. If anybody's watching on YouTube for the first time, and Otis, if you're a first-time buyer over on YouTube, well, guess what you can do, buddy? You can fill out that first-time buyer form. The link is in the link is in the description of the video. He wants his head scratched. I gotta pet this dog. Hold on a minute, everybody. I gotta pet this dog right quick. There we go. Got to pet the dog. All right, so Iron Maiden, Misfits up for bid. And Les, if you're a first-time buyer, welcome. Anybody else on this crate? Lamb of God down to 2 copies. New album, 29. Led Zeppelin Remastered, 33. Highwayman, 34. Let's go get some no bids, non-claimed auctions and stuff like that, because we sold some pretty cool stuff out of there. Stranger Things, 39. Over here, we have Converge. I still got Fraggle Rock. Never had seen that before. New, it's an import, $59.99. Talking Heads is 44. Exploited, I still got to see if Hendry wanted one of those. By the way, everybody on the video got what they wanted, okay? No word on Black Label. Over here, some of those Black Label societies, unfortunately, went out of stock before they shipped. And then over here, yes, 1 copy, okay? So Hendry Smink on this right here. Thank you, Hendry. I just pulled up your messages, and Hendry did want one of these from this morning, and then I just replied to him, thank you. So thank you, Hendry. Chris Bryant wants an Exploited, and Les Hanagoo is L Silverhorn. Okay, that's L Silverhorn. Sorry, I didn't know your actual name. And then Amenities wants a Stranger Things Season 4. That's so to Amenities. And then over here, We have Misfits at 90, Fraggle Rock. There's 3 of the new Exploiteds left. Soundgarden's 44, Metallica Kill 'Em All Remastered 33, Garage Inc. Remastered 59, Rush Remastered 36, Metallica S&M 69, Kraftwerk Live Unofficial 33, Sid Barrett Unofficial Comp 33, Sepultura Live Unofficial 39. So quick update on these 2 auctions before I step up front and grab the new crate. Iron Maiden's at John LaBeatty at 60. I lost Chris Gardner. Chris, if you're back on, you're out. And Misfits is at 90 with Cynthia Herdren. Empty Matt, you're out. Okay? And when I come back, I'm going to introduce another auction, and I'm going to grab my first bottle of water and my 2 energy packets, and we're going to get fired up. And then Patrick's going to come over here and shave my head. Whatever it takes to sell records. Jill said, do what? Whatever it takes to sell records. It's like, huh? Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no, am I out of cherry? Okay, sorry, Pantera's playing through my head. Bing bong. There's Otis and you. Let's go. Come on, Otis. Wow. Let's go, buddy. Let's walk. Let's go. And we got new vinyl too. And Jerry Stone's like, come on, Chad. Bring out the new stuff. Bring out the new stuff. We got it, believe me. Here we go. Rob Zombie sold. This is sold. The great stuff in here, these are no bids and unclaimed auctions and stuff like that. And I finally have compiled a whole crate, trying to keep it all together. It's kind of like a high-end crate. And there's some really good stuff in here. Some of it before it ends up on eBay, okay? All right, so here we go. And let me take a drink of this. Here we go. Let's do this here. Is this no more, no less? This is make offer. This is make offer. So kind of, yeah, I guess it is. No, it's B-I-N-B-O. Was his name-o. Slush, cherry slush, acai berry. Holy moly. Here we go. All right, let's mix this stuff together. If you think I'm full of energy right now, wait till I put all this into my body. All right. Yeah, it's going to be like, Tanner sent me a message. He said, sell more faster. Okay, we can do that. No, he didn't say that. We're trying to sell all of our comic books so we can make room for more stuff, trying to sell them wholesale. Let's actually do something different. I'm going to start from the front of this crate, okay? All right. So here's what happened. We sold Lamb of God, Misfits 80, 85, Misfits 90. Empty Matt's out, okay? So the Misfits is an 88 OG first pressing, near mint, and Cynthia Herdren has that for $90. We're about to sell it. And then Iron Maiden, did I lose Chris Gardner? I think I lost Chris Gardner. So this is sold to John LaBeatty for $60, right? John LaBeatty, that's sold to you for $60. I lost Chris Gardner on that one. And then over here, Nathan Carter wants one of the new zombies. That's Rob Zombie. That's right over here. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Gardner or somebody. Nathan Carter. Nathan Carter. Yeah, Nathan Carter, thank you. This is sold to you. That is done. All right, new auctions coming up right now. About a 10-second timer on Misfits. If you wanted to bid on that, you probably already should have. And let's go ahead and put up another Obsession. Now, the last Obsession didn't get a bid, and a lot of people try to do it as a buy it now. So over here, this is Obsession Martial Law, a 1983 USOG with insert, and it's in VG Plus condition. It's cleaned and a new MoFi sleeve. And then over here, this is going to be a $40 star. Metal Blade Obsession. And I love this title, Martial Law. Look at all the Martial amps. There's like 1,000 of them. And that's going to go up for a $40 start, okay? $40 start. That's now up for bid. And then over here, Misfits is sold to Cynthia, $90. $90. What happened to the first crate of new vinyl? It's coming up very soon. It's coming up very soon. We have Cynthia Hurgeon on Misfits for $90. Thank you on there. There's Obsession. Here comes the next auction right quick, and that next auction is going to be Pantera. Here it is, a 1997 USOG, and this is a real 97 OG sealed copy of a Pantera Official Live. Holy crap. What is going on? Never had this before. It's sealed with hop sticker, $100 start. That's pretty incredible. A 97 OG, never had that before. 97 OG, and it's sealed. A real 97 pressing of Pantera. That's up for bid, just FYI. And then Obsession is also up for bid. An 83 OG VG Plus, a $40 start on that one. All right, so let me pull up this morning's video for this right quick. Here we go. Let me click on this. Let me click on that. Let me mix up this drink too. Pantera already has a $150 start. Pantera already has a $150 bid. And then let's open up this right here. Let's shake this up. There we go. Shaking it up. No bid, high-end autographs and more. Thursday, 3/12. 22 comments. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for there. Okay, so let's go back over here and do this. So Hart is signed, and this is signed by Ann Wilson, Nancy Wilson, and then other original members of Hart. Full letter from JSA, that is $575. Wham is a Japanese pressing of Make It Big, in shrink and OB, near mint minus and pristine with hop sticker, $35 on that. Jerome Richardson, Roman with Richardson, this is $695. EXEX Plus, a 59 USOG mono. Pantera's at $150. Final chance to bid on Obsession. And next thing over here is Metallica. And here is Metallica. And this is a live unofficial from 2016. This is where they played at the Whiskey in 1995. They made 100 of these on purple vinyl. And this was Lemmy's birthday bash. Metallica's a $95 start. $95 start. Over here we have amenities on Wham for $35. Thank you on that one. And then Cole Chamber was a unofficial press, giving the devil his due. It's on red and black vinyl, and Cole Chamber was $50. And Pantera lights have been ordered. They hadn't come in yet. Todd Rocks wants a Led Zeppelin remastered Presence from the last crate. You got it. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. This is a remastered over here, and that is so to Todd Rocks. Thank you on that. I got you. And then Pantera is a final call for $150. It is a 97 OG sealed. Obsession is Martial Law, an 83 USOG with insert VG Plus vinyl. Obsession's a $40 start. Metallica is a $95 start. Jimmy Smith is sold to Danae De La O. That was Hoochie Coochie Man, a UK mono for $35. Thank you to Danae De La O. That is sold to her for $35. And then Kiss World, the best of Kiss for $25. That was sold to Dave Deckenberger. Thank you, Dave. That was sold to you for $25. Thank you, Dave. That was sold to you for $95. And then over here, we have Kiss Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits, signed by Gene Simmons and JSA authenticated. And this is $375, and it is sold. We actually sold this morning, $375, and this was sold for $375 to Stacy Brown. Thank you, Stacy Brown. That's sold to her for $375. All right, so Pantera is sold for $150, and Pantera is sold for $150 to Dan Kicka. Thank you, Dan. That's sold to you for $150. Appreciate that. That was the 1997 OG Official Live. Kenny Cates Jr. wants the Cole Chamber. Sell that to Kenny Cates for $50. Thank you, Kenny. That's so to you. And then Obsession's a no bid, a $40 buy it now. There's another chance at a no bid Obsession. A pretty solid VG Plus copy with the insert and a VG Plus jacket for $40. So you can pick that up right now, and MT Mac grabs that for $40. Now, Metallica's a $95 start, and this is for one night only. Motorhead. They played it Lemmy's birthday party in 1995 at the Whiskey. That's on purple vinyl for $95, okay? Cheap Trick. This is pretty cool. A 1990 USOG sealed. $75, and that's called Busted. Here's a couple other jazz albums. This is Puento's Point, Bobby Panetto, and that's a 75 USOG VG Plus. That's $125. $125 on that. So Metallica, 95. Buy it now, or excuse me, bid now or regret it later, right? Here is an OG Slayer. Oh my. The 1996 USOG Slayer, limited edition. They did 790. This is numbered 790, the OG of 2000. They only made 2000 over here, and this is a two disc, and this is EX, $125 on Slayer. Wow, $125 on Slayer. That is the real 96 OG. We don't get that too often. That's Undisputed Attitude, right? That is Slayer Undisputed. Yeah, that's the original double 10-inch with the original inner sleeves, okay? 125 on Slayer. Metallica's 95. Bringing out some big stuff for 617, by the way. This is Otis Span, and this was a buy it now for $45. It's a 61 US Deep Groove Mono. VG++, $45 on this. Otis Span. And then Ornette Coleman over here. Ornette Coleman's a 78 US OG sealed, and that's $45, and that's sold to Danae De La O for $45. Thank you on that. And then Patrick Lear's off for $30 for Otis. Speaking of Otis, he's running around the building here barking, and this is sold to Patrick Lear for $30. Thank you on that, Patrick. That is sold to you. All right, let's go ahead and make Metallica a buy it now. The Lemmy Birthday Bash Whiskey a Go-Go. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now for $95. I just shot myself in the foot over 15 bucks. Uh-oh, Patrick, you owe me 15 bucks, buddy. Amenities was going to pay full price on that one. Metallica is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. for $95. Amazing. That's sold to him for $95. And now Slayer's $125 on that. All right, so somebody did make an offer on the Prince test pressing. I had this marked at $395, and let's sell it over here to David Sosby. And David Sosby gets the Prince for $350. This is sold to David Sosby for $350. That's the Prince. Final chance on the Slayer at $125. Next is Iron Maiden, and this is the Book of Souls. And this is an OG pressing of Iron Maiden Book of Souls. This should be a triple LP, and it is got the inner sleeves with it. And that's a triple LP Iron Maiden Book of Souls, a $45 start. John Bensmoyer's in on Slayer at $125. Here is the Strokes. This is a pricey. This is a 2013 USOG. They did 1,000 numbered copies. The cheapest for sale right now on Discogs is $500, and it's not sealed. And we got ours at $395, the Strokes. We got 3 copies of that. John Fogerty Center Field is a Japanese pressing, $35 on this. $35 on this. Final call on Slayer, $125, and Iron Maiden has a bid for $45. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Obituary. Slowly We Rot, and this was the Music on Vinyl numbered edition. It's numbered 69 of 2000. Obituaries on the green vinyl. Music on Vinyl, a $45 start. That's now up for bid. That's the Music on Vinyl green. They actually just reissued that. Here's the Beatles Outtakes on blue vinyl, a 1972 unofficial, $125, trademark of quality. And then Pink Floyd here. This is a 1967 UK OG disc in a 69 jacket. So the disc is OG UK mono in a 69 jacket, and that's $195. Hammer's up on Slayer, about to sell it, and up on Iron Maiden for $45. Tarja, My Winter Storm, a 2008 UK repress, limited edition 300 on white vinyl with poster. Tarja's $150, and then David Bowie is the unofficial pressing. And David Bowie is $55. That's The Man Who Sold the World. That's a bootleg. The other pressings are pretty rare and expensive, et cetera, et cetera. These are all no bids, so don't hesitate to make an offer. We're here to sell these. Just like Clutch, From Beale Street to Oblivion. Clutch is on purple vinyl, a record store day limited to $1,300, and that is $55. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, and OG Slayer, 1996, is sold for $125 to John Bensmoyer. Thank you. Let's get that behind a new cardboard backer right here. Thank you, John Bensmoyer. And then, Bob, it looks like you're going to get the Iron Maiden for $45. And then Obituary is also a $45 start. That's the limited edition numbered Music on Vinyl press on green vinyl, just FYI, okay? And then Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, that's $35, a Japanese pressing with Obi. And then Firehouse was $150. Sea Blue Smoke vinyl, numbered to 300, $150 on that. 5, 4, 3, 2, Take Off, Iron Maiden, sold to Bob Riger, Book of Souls, $45. Thank you on that. Time for some more new stuff. Thanks for tuning in early. If you have, you've probably already seen a lot of activity. You're probably like, holy crap, where's all this Iron Maiden stuff coming from? Well, I've got bad news for you. There's a lot more. I mean, good news. Some people, it might be bad news for their bank accounts. For some people's collection, it's good news. It could be good and bad. Back to turntable offer, $25 for CSNY. I will sell that to you right now at this moment for $30. You got to say sold in the next 30 seconds, though. Clock starts now. I don't know if I can get this Iron Maiden. Is a lot of stuff to put into the sleeve. I'm going to try my best, Bob. I don't know how they got all that in there originally. That's a lot of stuff. I don't know if this is the best design. We might want to package these sleeves outside of the jacket, honestly. That's a lot. Well, there it goes. It works now. Okay, that's sold over here. And then, yeah, these are a no bids best offer. Yeah, this is a no bid best offer, okay? All right, so over here, Cross Steels and Ash just sold it back to the turntable for $30. Thank you, that sold to you for $30 on that. Yeah, let's take this Iron Maiden. Whoever tags this, what I'm gonna do is we need to tag this jacket almost separately. This is not a good design to put all this in there like that. So I'm going to leave the jacket and the inner sleeves loose with the disc. However we want to do that. We don't want to put any stress on the jacket, okay? We'll put that right in there. And then over here, we have John Kaiser offered $160 on Pink Floyd. That sold to John Kaiser for $160. Thank you. That sold to Kaiser for $160. And then what was the other thing? We sold Cross Steels and Ash for $30. We sold Pink Floyd for $160. And then over here, we're good to go. An obituary. Obituary is $40. Excuse me. This is a $50 buy now on obituary. Slowly we write green vinyl numbered music on vinyl. Let's put this away right over here. Rob, John Kaiser beat you on the Pink Floyd. The Firehouse is $150, by the way. Yeah, the Firehouse is $150 right here. And then the Baroques was a 1967 USOG Indianapolis Mono VG Plus. $75 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and that one's going to go up right now. And that one is Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden is called Fear in Stockholm. Another Iron Maiden bootleg picture disc, 2014 unofficial for the fan club. Near mint minus a $60 start. Very cool there. Eddie as a Viking warrior. Iron Maiden's a $60 start. Birth of the Beatles. These Beatles did sell, by the way. And these Beatles were $15. This one was $15, and that was sold to Jerry Glenn. He's maybe a new buyer over there. He got Birth of the Beatles, and then Santana Maria Maria for $10, and Santana Maria Maria was sold to Jason Waldron. Thank you, Jason. That was sold to you for $10, and then there's the other Beatles. That was $10, and that's also sold to Jerry Glenn, and those are now complete, okay? So those are sold to him. Iron Maiden has a bid for $60. Before we go any further, let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this Skid Row box set, Slayer. Let's go ahead and do another Slayer. This one is interesting. This is a 2016 OG picture disc. Never seen it before. 2016 OG picture disc. It's die cut. Very interesting here. Comes in like a tray. It comes in like a plastic tray and a book. How interesting is that? The cover down here has a couple dings right down here, but Slayer is now up for bid at a $40 start. BOC offer $300. That was our next record. It was $375 signed. Darren, I've sold. Didn't you buy some of the other ones? Let's do $325 and I'll sell it to you. I think we've sold some other ones over there. Let me push these out of the way right quick, and let me park these right over here because our first crate's already full for the night. And let's do $325 on the BLC. I have other BLC albums coming up in future auctions, but that is the only Agents of Fortune and possibly the best one we have there. All right, so let's go ahead and move this over here. And I am going to say Iron Maiden 65 and their Slayer. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I can chug some of this, and then we're going to sell Darren Wortman BOC. All right, let's grab a new empty crate. I'm halfway through my energy supplement. There's Otis sniffing my shoes. He's like, where you been, Chad? I don't recognize that. You been seeing other dogs? You been seeing other dogs without me? Huh? He's like, you haven't gave me a TREAT yet. That's usually the first thing you do. You give me a TREAT. The only thing you're worried about is these metal records. All right, so first thing is this. We had Iron Maiden got a bid for $60. Iron Maiden got a bid for $65. Darren Wortman got the signed BOC for $325. Slayer got a bid for $40. The Baroques is $55, sold to Denise for $55. Thank you, Denise. Iron Maiden 66, Iron Maiden 70, and Slayer 45. Motorhead, this is signed by Lemmy Kilmister, Wurzel Burtson, and Phil Taylor. Full letter from JSA, $475. Nazareth, this is tattooed on my brain. Nazareth is a 2018 Italian OG, 2LP sealed. The cheapest for sale right now on Discogs is $100. We have ours for $75. Iron Maiden's at $70. Slayer is this die-cut picture disc. It is You Against You. It comes in a plastic tray. That's a die-cut playable picture disc and a book. The box has a couple dings down here at the bottom. And the last bid on this is $45. Iron Maiden's a live Stockholm unofficial picture disc made in 2014. It's near mint minus. And the high bid on that is $70. Okay, and then we've already sold these. The obituary, unless nobody did a buy it now on it, it's still available, okay? All right, and there's the tag for Iron Mate or for Slayer at the moment, okay? Let's keep going. This is a no-bid crate, kind of a high-end crate, and we've sold a bunch out of here already. Autographs, test pressings, all kinds of cool stuff. This is all the no-bid so far collectively for this week. This is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, signed by David Crosby and Graham Nash. That is $475. And then here's another Motorhead item. This is another one signed by Lemmy Kilmister, Wurzel Burson, and Phil Taylor. And that's a JSA, $475 on that. Iron Maiden's at $75. The Dave Clark 5 over here, the Dave Clark 5 is officially sold, and that was actually sealed and sold to Samuel Kopich. Thank you, and that was sold for the sticker on the back. And then this Hard Day's Night was also sold, and everybody said, make sure I get the one that's not signed, okay? So this is sold to Troy Overmeyer for $40. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. Let's see what else we got in here. I see some Dream Theaters too. That's good. The 2013, this is the first time this was ever on vinyl. Dream Theaters. So 2013, 180 gram. Oh, it's a test pressing. Even better. An RTI test pressing of Dream Theater. That's pretty significant. July 17, 2013. That would be a double LP Dream Theater test pressing. Octavarium, double LP RTI. Let's start that for $125. Uh-oh. Dream Theater, Octavarium test pressing, $125 start. Let's go ahead and get that one rolling. Sundays is out on Slayer, 007 final to you. Now we're going to get into some other autographs. These hadn't been shown in a while here during prime time. I've got a fully signed Beach Boys Pet Sounds, signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnson. That's $1,750. I've got several albums here signed by Glenn Campbell. These are $375 each. It's just a matter of time. The 12-string guitar, the Good Time album, and Arkansas. Those are all very nicely signed by Mr. Glenn Campbell. Those are $375. And here's a pretty significant autographed album, Dr. John, the Night Tripper. It is signed Dr. John, inscribed the Night Tripper, an OG pressing of Gree Gree, and that is $575. Some awesome stuff there. Slayer got a new bid with Jewel Seal for $46. I was coming to sell it, and 007 Platinum, you've been outbid. Now 007 Platinum's back in at $50. Chris Gardner, you're out on Iron Maiden. Hoopy has it for $77. Dream Theater's $125 start. And then, of course, here is the Paul McCartney Hard Day's Night signed album, $7,500, signed by Paul McCartney. We have the Taylor Swift Red promo, that's $3,000, or best offer on any of these. Billie Eilish, the hand-painted, hand-splattered Third Man pressing, that one's $2,000. And then we got a few Beatles Butcher covers in here. And these are best offer. We'll say $1,200 or best offer on these, okay? All right, so there's that. That's pretty much the high-end crate that I posted tonight. There's a few more autographs up front, but that's pretty much the majority of everything. Took a big chunk out of there. Everybody got everything they wanted except two other people wanted the Kiss World. And then Brian Call made an offer on the Bunny Carlos drumhead. That is still up front, the Bunny Carlos drumhead. That's on the counter. I'll go grab that just a second and see if anybody wants it. The Dream Theater RTI test pressing, $125 start. No bid yet on that. That's a 2013 180 gram RTI test pressing, okay? So Chris Gardner's out on the Iron Maiden. Let's go ahead and sell that. This Iron Maiden is sold for $77 then, the Hoopy. $77 the Hoopy. Slayer is up to Jewel Seal. This is a 2016 Eye Against Eye die-cut shaped picture disc. The box has a couple dings on it, 2016, and the high bid on Slayer is $50, okay? Final chance on the Dream Theater. All right, so there's that and there's that. Dream Theater does have a bid for $125. That was an RTI test pressing. And then let's go to the new vinyl for tonight. There's a rare look during prime time of our high-end crate. That's not all of our autographs. That's nowhere even close, but that's a good chunk of some of the stuff in there. So I still got Heart, signed. I still got Jerome Richardson. Cheap Trick was sealed. The Bobby Panetto. I still got the Strokes, 3 copies of that. John Fogerty, 35. Not just high-end stuff, but our no bids, like John Fogerty, Japanese pressing, $35. The Beatles. We still got Tarja, the David Bowie, the Clutch, Firehouse, Motorhead autograph, Nazareth, Cross Stills and Nash autograph, Motorhead, Beach Boys autograph, Glenn Campbell autograph, Dr. John, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, and then the Butcher cover. So if you ever decide you want one of those, I'm your man, okay? And we've already got a couple no bids for tonight. I'll show those in just a second. But if I'm telling you right now, if nobody bids on the Dream Theater or Slayer here pretty soon, I've got to go ahead and sell those, okay? Got to go ahead and sell those. Just saying. Let me get a no bid crate built over here. I'll show those 2 no bid medals in just a second, okay? All right, so let me adjust my neck. And we're going to have an Iron Maiden pretty much up for bid all night. Let's go ahead and knock out one of these first box sets. And this is a good one. Iron Maiden, Stranger in Moscow. And that is, wow, look at that. What an awesome cover there with the stacker things. This is numbered 59 of 100. 6 LPs. And this is live in Moscow, 2008. And this is a $200 start, one of those fan-inspired bootleg box sets, numbered 59 to 100. And let's put that up for a $200 start. Iron Maiden, some of these box sets are going to get a lot of activity. Do you still got the new Squeeze? Are you talking about Trixies? Are you talking about Squeeze Trixies? If so, then yes. If so, then yes, we've got that, okay? All right, so let's move this over here. And Joel Sivs is out on Slayer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Soda 007 Platinum. And I'm assuming this isn't in a sleeve, probably because it won't fit into one. I have a feeling this won't fit into a sleeve properly, will it? No, it won't. I'm just going to go lay this miscellaneous. I'm going to make this a miscellaneous item before any other thing else happens to the jacket. You know, it's already kind of an oversized item, so it kind of gets crushed in a crate. So 007 Platinum, before anything else happens to this, let's make this like a box set. Let's not put that down in a crate because it's not really made to be put down in a crate. Otherwise, it's going to get crushed, okay? All right, so Dream Theater also sold to Tom Kelly, $125 in RTI test pressing. That is pretty, that's pretty significant. And the Bushka dolls, yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. And Rusty Fox already has a bid in on the Iron Maiden at $200. $200 on the Iron Maiden Stranger in Moscow box set. All right, let's go through tonight's newest new vinyl. Look, there's McLennan's. Wow, look at that label. McLennan's. What's the other one? It's got, that's crazy. Iron Maiden, $200. That's the high bid. I still got Iron Maiden lights in stock for $59.99. Let's see what's next over here. Let's do this Metallica. Oh, man. Look at this here. A 1992 German unofficial Metallica, Wherever We May Roam. That sounds awesome. This is a vintage bootleg from 1992, VG Plus. Don't recall seeing this too often. $95 start on that. Look at the artwork on that one. So Iron Maiden Metallica. Holy moly. The vinyl is, well, it's 6 discs. Let's take a look at it. I think it might be, is it 3 LPs and then 3 picture discs? I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 LPs. Yeah, it's 3 LPs. Vinyl. Iron Maiden 205 and then 210. Yep. All right. There's that and there's that. All right, we're rolling. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this first crate of new stuff here. And here it is. Let's go ahead and grab this. This is all marked. Some of it's been tagged. And yeah, this is some stuff I ordered. And let's get started. And if you're talking about Squeeze Trixies, yes, we still have that available. All right, let's go through some of this new stuff here. Got some big auctions already up. Iron Maiden 205, Iron Maiden 210. And then the Metallica, just FYI, is a $95 start on that one. A 1992 German unofficial. All right. Touch my toes right quick. Oh, gosh. My right one just did. My left is kind of hung up. Okay, next is going to go up right now. So what do we got? Iron Maiden and Metallica. That means we need some Skid Row. Here's Skid Row, the Atlantic years, 1989 to 1996. And this is that Skid Row box set. It's near mint in the shrink. You get Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, Beside Ourselves, Subhuman Race, and Subhuman Beings on Tour. That's a $95 start, okay? Chris Gardner, you're out on the Iron Maiden box. Nobody's bid yet on Metallica. Let's go ahead and go through this crate right here. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, etc., etc. Let's see, U.S. Okay, we're good to go. Metallica does have a bid for $95. AC/DC, Highway to Hell. This is $29.99. Everything in this crate is new and sticker price, $29.99. It's up to Chris Gardner on Iron Maiden. I lost him right now. Tim Fox has it for $210. Skid Row has a bid for $95, and Metallica has a bid for $95. Blink-182, this is Enema of the State, $36.99. $36.99. All the small thing. This is Creed, My Own Prison. First time ever on vinyl, $29.99. Courtesan Session. Verdict is in. No. Jill, you want to come over here and sing it? Let's mute my mic right quick because I got to drink some more energy so I can sing better. That sounds wonderful. All right, so Iron Maiden 215, Final Call Metallica 95, Skid Row's at 100. Cameron, you've missed one Misfits. You've missed one Misfits. We have Kiss Alive 3, $46.99 for that double LP. And Otis, what do we have here? Marty who? This is $39.99. Marty Supreme? Oh, it's right here. Marty Supreme, original soundtrack by Daniel Lopatin. $39.99 on that. Metallica has a new bid for 100. Skid Row's at 100. Iron Maiden's at 215. Green Day Kerplunk. There was a waiting list for this. Sounds like I got to go get my backpack because I know we had two people on the wait list. I know one was, let me not try to do it from memory. And then over here, this is Green Day Kerplunk. So I know I have at least one extra, $44.99. And then Evanescence Fallen. Bring me to life. Otis, let's go get my backpack and your box of treats. Uh-oh, treats? Uh-oh. Well, I want some treats. I want some treats, Chad. Uh-oh. All right, let's go up here and get these. Let's get my backpack with my laptop, and let's get Otis's treats. Okay. Here it is, buddy. Uh-oh, follow me back here. Follow me back here. All right, here we go. Busy metal night tonight. Amazing. Here we go. Here we go. Let's put this right here. Let's set this over here. Now you're going to have to be a good boy, okay? All right, let's go get you right over here. All right, now let's get you to sit. Okay. All right, let's get this out. Let's put the lid back on it. All right, then I'm going to get you to shake. Oh, no. Let's get you to shake. Okay, and then there's your treat. Okay, good job. All right, everybody's very impressed. I'll put you on camera here in a second. All right, first thing on this is Green Day Live. No, that's one of their studio albums, one of their earlier releases. That's one of their earlier releases. Not easy at all to get on OG vinyl. Well, actually, because of when Green Day came out, being a 90s band, they're not anything easy to get on vinyl, really, as far as OG pressings. All right, so let's search Green Day right quick. And Kerplunk was, I'm on lots, that's why. I had to start a whole new tab just to keep up with waiting lists. Vladarchik Family and Todd Kilgore. Vladarchik Family and Todd Kilgore. So these two Green Days are sold. Vladarchik Family and Todd Kilgore, sold and sold. All right, so where are we on Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden, the last bid was Chris Gardner at $215. And then Tim Fox, make sure when you're bidding, you put I am for Iron Maiden. Otherwise, I know what you're bidding on right now, but it could be confusing later, okay? Iron Maiden, make sure you put I am, and Tim Fox has it for $220. Chris Gardner, you're out. The last bid on Metallica that came in, we have Chris Bryant out. Metallica's with Steve Weaver at $110. Vintage bootleg there. Now Iron Maiden's at $221. And this is Skid Row, the box set, the Atlantic Years. It's Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, Beside Ourselves, and Subhuman Race. And Matthew Hendon has it for $108. Everything's near mint. The box is still in shrink with the hype sticker. Now Devious John has it for $115. AC/DC high voltage. It's a long way to the top, Otis, if you want to eat some treats. $29.99. TNT. Kiss Revenge, $36.99. Speaking of a tough OG to get, that's a tough one. Kiss Revenge is $36.99. And we have REM, Out of Time, Losing My Religion, $34.99. Skid Row's at $125, Iron Maiden's at $221, and that means Metallica is moving to a final call with Steve Weaver at $110. Parliament, Mothership Connection, this has their big song. This has Give Up the Funk. Give up the funk. Gotta have that funk. Tear the roof off the sucker. $36.99 for Parliament. And the very best of Electric Light Orchestra, 2 LP, $33.99. $33.99. All right, and then Skid Row 125, Skid Row 118, and then Matthew Hendon on REM. Matthew Hendon on that, and what's the title of Metallica? It's called Wherever We May Roam, live in Reno, 1992. It's a German unofficial, okay? Over here is this. We have Iron Maiden, and the last bid on Iron Maiden was Chris Gardner, $221. We're about to sell it, and Skid Row's at $125. Matthew Hendon's done. Kiss Dynasty, $33.99. $33.99. And over here, Pulp Fiction is $36.99. Music on vinyl, Pulp Fiction, $36.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $230 with Tim Fox. And we have Mike Massey, a special request, or maybe a waiting list, Bad Brains, Build a Nation. Mike Massey, that's probably a wait list. Thank you, that's sold to you for $24.99. And then Creed, there's their other album, Human Clay, $39.99. Chris Gardner, you've been on Iron Maiden. They're still bidding on Skid Row. And then Metallica over here, somebody just asked the title, so we'll give that one more second before we sell it. And then we have Pink Floyd Metal, remastered, $33.99. The silver label, Ride the Lightning. Over here, we have the OG Metallica stuff. Let me see. Let me figure out exactly which crate that's down in. This tub here is all full of box sets. Let me get my hands on those. I hadn't actually seen them since I've been here. They're probably in one of these two tubs here. If not, I'll get Patrick to track them down. There should be a couple. Let's see. Metallica. I've got them right here. Yeah, and then here's the rest of them. Hold on a second. Metallica. Yeah, I've got them right here. Yeah, the OG pressings. Yep, Henry's got those ready and tagged, okay? Let's put down Cameron Lingefeld on a wait list for Bad Brains. This is Bad Brains Build a Nation. That is sold to Cameron Lingefeld on a waiting list, okay? Chris Gardner's out on Iron Maiden. All right, and then Tim Fox has Iron Maiden for $230, okay? Tim Fox, I need you to go register, please, on our website. Let me know when you're done, and that's if you need a link to that website. When you're done registering, say finished, and this is sold to you for $230, okay? Sold to you for $230. Just an FYI, we probably have some new buyers tonight. Anybody that's new that possibly buys some high-end or expensive stuff, just be prepared to pay for the invoice tonight, okay? Usually invoices are sent out on Mondays, and we do it all in one time, but I've already had 3 first-time buyers tonight, maybe 2. 2 was definitely first-time buyers, and if you plan on spending $200, $300, $400, $500, $1,000, make sure you're prepared to pay for it tonight. All the regulars, they're not going to get invoiced till Monday, but if you're new and you buy some expensive stuff tonight, I may reach out to the team and say, hey, please go ahead and invoice them so we can know you're good for it, okay? So Tim Fox, that's sold you for $230. After you're registered, say I'm registered, send us a DM. You can send us a DM as well on Facebook. You can send us a DM as well. Metallica got a new bid for $115. Steve Weaver, you're out on that. That thing is moving slowly but surely. $115 of Peter Policino. And then over here, the Skid Row was at $126 with Devious John. Todd Rocks, you're out on the Skid Row box set, okay? Can I see the ELO? ELO was the very best of Electric Light Orchestra. That's a 2 LP, $33.99. The OG Metallica stuff will start hitting in about 15 minutes. We have Kiss Unplugged. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 for that 2014. And then Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, $34.99. If you're on Facebook, the easiest way to register is to send us a message with your email address and mailing address. If you're not, then let's figure out a different way to get that, and that is through the website, okay? That is through our website. Next auction is going to go up right here. Make sure you put Motorhead on this. Actually, hold the phone on that one. That one's straight priced. What do we have up right now? We have Metallica Skid Row. So let's put up a Def Leppard box set. This is Def Leppard, the Vinyl Collection, Volume 1. This one's pretty dang desirable. It has all those original albums. Really cool artwork on the front here. And this is On Through the Night, High and Dry, Pyromania, Hysteria. And this is a near mint Def Leppard box set, Collection Volume 1. $110 start on that. That's now up for bid. Metallica's at $120. Skid Row's at $130. Peter Policino, you've been outbid on Metallica. Steve Weaver has it for $120, okay? Let's see that. And now there's another bid for $120. Def Leppard's $110 start, just FYI. Vinyl box set Volume 1. Seems like a great price on that. Skid Row is about to sell for $130. And yeah, we're good to go. All right, let me push these right over there. And let me push those right over there. And then Todd Rocks is, or excuse me, new buyer, just let me know when you're registered, okay? Tim Fox may go ahead and generate you an invoice for that. I'm going to go ahead and pull up all of my necessary emails and messages over here and make sure I have everybody ready to go, okay? All right, so Def Leppard has a bid for $120, Metallica $125. We have Candy Dolfer. This was a special request for Troy Robinson. Music on vinyl press on purple vinyl, $59.99. If anybody else decides you want one of those, let me know. And then Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn. That is $24.99. Skid Row then is sold to Todd Rocks for $130. Metallica's at $130, and Def Leppard's at $125. Let's put up another auction. Hey, if we're going to be selling Iron Maiden, we got to keep one up about all night, every night. So here is this right here. This is actually something a little bit different. This is Rainbow, a box set here. Black Masquerade, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. This is pretty cool here. 1, 2, 3 LP box set. And this is in shrink, near mint. And this is an $80 start on Rainbow. Has this has this book that pulls out, and it's on red vinyl. Rainbow's on red vinyl. So the discs are stored like in a slipcase, and it is near mint, and that's Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, Black Masquerade, $80 start on that. Metallica $135, Def Leppard $130. All right, very cool there. So that's live Rainbow with Richie Blackmore, Black Masquerade. Also in this crate is Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. Chris Cornell is $33.99. That is Euphoria Morning. And then Def Leppard here by itself, Hysteria, a 2 LP remaster, and that is $44.99. Def Leppard Hysteria, and that is $44. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Let me make a note over here on this right quick. Let's see here. 1 second over here. Let me make a note of this. Okay. All right. Okay, so down here at the bottom, we have Metallica $135, Def Leppard $130, Rick Hall on the Chris Cornell, Chris Bryan on Def Leppard here, Metallica $145, Peter Policino's out, Rainbow's an $80 star, and then the Def Leppard box is at $130 with Nick Bargeron. Brad Waits, it's up to you, okay? Next is Nirvana Unplugged. That's a 2 LP official release, $39.99 for Nirvana Unplugged. And then the Dang Yankees, which is on colored vinyl. This is on red, 35th anniversary, $39.99 on that. Metallica bootleg, $150. The Def Leppard box, $135. Chris Bryan, I got you down for Hysteria. Final chance on the Rainbow box set. And Kiss, Psycho Circus. Kiss is $33.99 for Psycho Circus. We have a waiting list here. Otis Redding, and there was Nick Bargeron was on a waiting list. Pain in My Heart, Rhino Reserve, $38.99. Nick, thank you. He was on a wait list. The Dang Yankees is sold to Rick Hall. That was on red vinyl. And there's one Otis Redding, lacquers cut from the original analog mono mastering. That is $38.99. So the Metallica's up to Steve Weaver. Now the Def Leppard box set is up to Nick Bargeron and the bidder before him. This is your final chance on Rainbow. Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, Bulls on Parade. That's $39.99. And then I'm going to make sure we have I'm going to make sure we have Rusty Fox registered for tonight so we can send him an invoice. Still waiting for those information to come in. If you're new, you got to get registered pretty quick tonight because I know we're going to be selling some expensive stuff, and we're probably going to have quite a bit of new viewers on here tonight. So I just want to make sure if you're bidding on something and it's in the $100, $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800, $900 range, just be prepared if I say sold to you that we are good to go, okay? All right, so next is a message here. Okay, so first thing I have is this. Okay, all right. Let me read what just came in here, and let's do this right here. Okay, so first thing I have is, this is Kiss, Music from the Elder, $39.99, limited and numbered, 180 gram. This is a half-speed master on translucent clear vinyl, Kiss. It has the alternate S's, embossed, foil cover, and numbered, $39.99. Mice and Men has not sold. 2 people just requested it. Metallica out. This is sold to Peter Policino for $150. Thank you, Peter. That's sold to you. Nobody bid on Rainbow. That's an $80 bite now on that. $80 bite now on Rainbow. And then Def Leppard over here, Stephen Parton, $140. Stephen Parton, $140. And the last bid, Nick Bargeron, $138. So, Nick, you're out. Stephen has that for $140, okay? That's the Def Leppard vinyl box set. So, first thing I got to do, let's, Chris Gardner. So, I got a message. They said they really can't pay until Monday on the Iron Maiden stuff, and they're going to buy a few. That's very unfortunate, but you got to understand, if I let a new buyer buy 5 Iron Maiden box sets tonight for $1,000, we would probably need payment tonight, okay? So I'm not saying any new buyer has to pay tonight, but if you plan on spending like $1,000, I'd make sure that you're equipped to pay tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Chris Gardner, the backup bidder over here. And if you're able to pay for anything tonight, that's fine. If you're a new buyer, not going to go ahead and bill everybody tonight, but some people that have reached out and said, I'm going to buy every Iron Maiden item. I'm like, okay, that's great, but you got to pay for them tonight. Because if you buy every Iron Maiden item tonight, that's going to be $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $10, $12, $15, $20,000 probably. So hopefully you're prepared to pay. So Chris, instead of $230, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Chris Gardner for his last bid was $221. Let's sell this to Chris Gardner for $220, okay? Tag this Moscow box for $220, okay? Tag this to Chris Gardner for $220, all right? $220 on that. I've had, now some people probably could pay on Monday, which would have been fine, but you at least maybe got to buy a couple things and pay tonight. That way I know you're good for it. But there was somebody else, not the person who just won that, but somebody else did send a message. Just a heads up, I plan on winning every Iron Maiden auction tonight. And I'm like, okay, well, I hope you have about $15,000, $20,000 on reserve. It's going to be quite a bit of money. So Def Leppard right now is at $145 with Stephen Parton. We have Fleetwood Mac. This was a wait list for Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. That's so to you. And then we have Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, the 2014 remaster, $33.99 on that. So let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Gardner. Here comes another box set. And this is Overkill. Very cool here. Overkill, the Atlantic Years. And this is Half-Speed Master, 180 gram. The Overkill box is $155 start. $155 start Overkill. You get Taken Over, Under the Influence, Years of Decay. This is Horoscope, WFO, and that last one over here was I Hear Black. That's Overkill box, $155 start on that. Def Leppard's at $145. Stephen Parton already bid $145. Nick Bargeron, just FYI, you've been outbid. The high bid's already $145, okay? And then we have one copy of Tool Opiate for $24.99, and then Mad Season is a 2 LP, $39.99 for Mad Season, $39.99 on that. So right now there's 2 box sets up. Overkill's $155 start. In Shrink, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 albums, right? 2, 4, yeah. 6 albums, Half-Speed Master, Overkill. That is $155 start. Box set number 1. Box set number 2. Box set number 2 is Def Leppard. This is the Vinyl Collection Volume 1. Near McMinus, you get On Through the Night, Hysteria, Pyromania, excuse me, On Through the Night, High and Dry, Pyromania Hysteria, Live at the Forum 83, and Rarities. The new high bid on that's $170. So 2 box sets up right now. Def Leppard's at $170, Overkill's $155. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction, okay? Got a lot of stuff to sell tonight. Lot of stuff to sell tonight. Like I said, don't mind anybody new bidding at all. That's why we're here. We got to have new customers. But if you plan on buying a lot, be prepared to pay. If you buy 1 or 2, $50, $100 auctions, probably can pay on Monday. $8 in limited shipping. But if you plan on spending a lot tonight and you're new and you're not established with us, you might want to be prepared to pay tonight, okay? All right, here we go. Here is Iron Maiden, When It's Time to Rock. And we have some insane Iron Maiden stuff. Very cool. Most of these I've never seen before. Here is Iron Maiden, When It's Time to Rock. This is live. It's on red vinyl, and this is going to be a $140 star. Some of these are very difficult to find. I don't think I've ever seen some of them before. Red and blue vinyl, and this is a $140 start on Iron Maiden, When It's Time to Rock. Def Leppard, $170, $185, $190, and Phil Campbell. And I'm going to do Mice and Men in just a second, okay? $140 on that one. Great first crate of new vinyl here. Let's go ahead and do this. First thing I have is AC/DC, Highway to Hell. $29.99 for AC/DC. Blink-182, Image of the State, that's $36. Creed, My Own Prison's $29. Kiss Alive 3 is $46. This was Marty Supreme, original soundtrack by Daniel Lopatin. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Iron Maiden's at $140, Def Leppard $190. No one's bid on Overkill. Looking for a $155 start on Overkill, Otis. $140, $100, and $155 start on Overkill, Otis. That's what we're looking for, Otis. Okay, Otis? He's looking at me like, who is this guy talking to? My Own Prison, Salty Prison Sergeant. Thank you on that one. Green Day Kerplunk, there's one left. This is $44.99. Is that the audiophile Enemy of the State? To my knowledge, this is just a standard reissue. Standard reissue on that one. That's $36.99. Evanescence Fallen, $29.99. Def Leppard is with Stephen Parton at $190. Peter Policino, You're Out. Nick Bargeron, You're Out. T-Bass, You're Out. And now Iron Maiden's at $150. Also over here, we have AC/DC High Voltage, $29.99. Already 335 people watching, and it's just 7 o'clock. Wow. Kiss Revenge is $36.99. Also, we have Parliament Mothership Connection. Parliament is $36.99. And Kiss Dynasty. This is with the poster and the original under sleeve. 2014 remaster, $33.99. And Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction, $36.99. Can you get it? I will look into it. Let's make a note to see if we can get the audiophile pressing of Enema of the State. We'll definitely look into that. Creed, Human Clay. There's the other Creed, big seller, $39.99. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. And we have the very best of ELO. That is all over the world. ELO's greatest hits, $33.99. Overkill box sets. The buy it now for $155. No bid on that. Taken over, Under the Influence, I Hear Black, WFO, Years of Decay, Horoscope. That's a buy it now for $155. Okay, so that's available. Still already got 4 or 5 no bids over here. I'm sure we'll knock those out here just a second. And then Iron Maiden, the high bid's 007 at $150. That means Chris Gardner, You're Out. Blue and red vinyl, When It's Time to Rock, Iron Maiden, okay? And then Def Leppard over here, the last bid that came in on this, I'm about to sell to Steven. Not many people's went out, but he has it for $190. So I'm assuming silence means y'all are done bidding. $190 on that. John Kaiser gets the Overkill box. Let's tag that for Kaiser for $155. Thank you. He gets the Overkill box. We're about to go right into another one. Steve Weaver was second on the Overkill box. I wish y'all would have bid. That would have been better. Chris says he's out on Iron Maiden, so that is about to sell to 007 Platinum. Over here, we have Kiss Unplugged. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Looks like Def Leppard's got a new bid for $200. He put 20p. I'm assuming that's supposed to be another 0. There it is. Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland, $34.99. Tyler Childers Live on Red Barn. I love this. $24.99. And then over here, we have Nirvana Unplugged. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. All right, so this is sold to 007 Platinum. Let's keep this stuff rolling. And Iron Maiden is sold to 007 Platinum for $150. Okay, and it's 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead and check out some of these OG Metallicas. Man, so we bought a metal collection, I guess, maybe 6-8 months ago. Heck, it might have been a year. And I've told y'all, it's just stacked up in tubs back here. Well, every once in a while, we're like, let's do it. Let's have an epic metal night. And we brought out a tub. And when they started cleaning these yesterday or the other day or whenever, shout out to Tyler. I started flipping through them this morning. I mean, I didn't really know we was going to have all this stuff until this morning. And I went, oh my God. Like the first tub, the first 12 records were all OG Metallica first pressings. And the bonus track, Kill 'Em All, and all that stuff. And then the next tub was, y'all seen the video. That's exactly how I found them. That's exactly how I found all these. They were just like that. And I was like, okay, don't touch anything. I've got to video this. And then let's just post it and say they're all going to be for sale tonight. And what's crazy about this collection that we still have stored back here, this all came from one person. And there's still probably 15, 20 tubs of it in the back. And it's all stuff like this. Box sets, metal, bands' complete discographies, autograph stuff. It's just pretty insane. So here is Metallica. This is an OG pressing of Garage Days Revisited, and it is super nice. It's near mint minus. It's an 87 OG, and it's a $95 start. $95 start. Really clean and really nice. Probably one of the best metal collections, probably in general, one of the best collections we've ever bought. But there's so much of it, and we've bought so much since then, it's kind of just been stored in the back. So we just get to it every now and then. So we should have some pretty insane metal nights because we're going to get back into it the next month or so every Thursday night. Def Leppard's at $215. OG Metallica, $95. It does have a saw mark. It is near mint minus. Let's finish out this crate. Cycle Circus, $33. Otis Redding, $38. Rage is $29. Mad Season, $39. Music from the Elder, $39. Tool Opiate, $24. And then Hotter Than Hell, $33. All right, so I think y'all know if you're new here, we have 100,000, 250,000 records in this building, and it's not just flip-flop stuff. We buy good stuff. We have to, if you see the volume we do every night. So, except when you see Robert Plant 2 weeks. That's true. I may not be here in 2 weeks on a Thursday. We'll see what happens. Otis might have to do the show. I'm going to take a drink of caffeine. Do you know how to do that? Okay. Okay. I will pick y'all out a crate of auctions tomorrow to photograph. And then y'all can send them to me so when I wake up tomorrow, we can post them for hot pictures. You should? Oh, you don't have an iPhone? Okay. Well, you can do it from that computer. If they're saved to that computer, you can airdrop them to my phone. All right, so this is sold Hotter Than Hell to Matt Bushy. Def Leppard's at $210. And that's with Peter Policino. Steven's already at $225. So we still got 3 active bidders on this. Metallica's at $95, the $598. No hop sticker on this one, but yes, it says the cover says $598. Pay no more. Sorry, you're going to pay more than $598 tonight. $95 on that one. And Elder was $39.99. Music from the Elder was $39.99. Yep. All right, here we go. We got to keep up the pace tonight. If we're going to get through all this stuff, oh my gosh, there's going to be 3-4 auctions going all night long, okay? 3-4 night. I mean, we only have 2 up right now, so let me move down Def Leppard. That way we can pick. I know they know what they're bidding on right there. Metallica, and some of these, if they don't get bids, even if it's a $150 record, if it stalls out at one bid pretty soon, you're going to hear me say going once, going twice, and then sold, and you're going to be like, holy crap, why didn't I bid on that? That was fast. Here is Of Mice and Men, Restoring Force, a 2014 first press, limited to 1,000. Comes with blue, white marble vinyl, comes with CD, blue and white marble vinyl. Of Mice and Men, $40 start, near mint. That is now up for bid. Def Leppard, $230. Final Call Metallica, Mice and Men, $40. Is Jill and Otis leaving? Oh, Jill and Otis is leaving. Sad. I'm here by myself again. Everybody, I show up and everybody leaves. They're like, Chad's here, run, hide. We have System of a Down, $29.99. That's self-titled. Richard Bradshaw Wants the Elder. Yeah, that's a really good pressing. It's limited edition. It's numbered. It's clear vinyl. It's a half-speed master. It's embossed. It's foil. And it has the alternate German S's. But the only way this could get any better is if the whole band signed it, which is tough because a signed Elder, as I was refreshed my memory, Eric Carr drums on this album, so that's a tough signature to get. Okay, Mice and Men 40, 55 on that one. Let's go ahead and show Tool live in Starplex, Dallas, 1983. That's a live unofficial Tool. There's Maynard, $24.99. Matthew Hendon gets the Metallica for $95. That goes to the Land Down Under. Thank you. That is so to him for $95. Very nice copy. I guess we're done. Peter Policino, I'll make sure you say out on Def Leppard. The last bid was John Kaiser at $230, and Peter was at $220. Stephen Parton says he's done. Gary Samuels wants an SOD. Thank you, Gary Samuels. Def Leppard, there's of Mice and Men. It's already at 44, 50, and 55. 55 on that one. We don't have up an Iron Maiden. That cannot happen on a night like tonight. How about we mix it up with an OG pressing? Some people's like, Chad, I love these boots, but I want some real Iron Maiden. Here you go. Power Slave, a 1984 U.S. original club copy in EX condition. Some of my favorite artwork on this one. This one and the Aces High. But man, look at that. The Egyptian pyramids. Maybe one day I can go there. Jill, you want to go to Egypt this weekend? Okay, let's go. Shows canceled. I'm going to Egypt this weekend. New Zealand? New Zealand. We're going to go to Egypt first. Okay, next thing over here is this. We have another Tool Starplex, and I have what here? Justin Deckelman, Coroner, Grin. Deckelman, that was a special request for you. Coroner, if anybody else wants one of those, let me know. $46.99. And then over here we have Blondie, live in Dallas, Texas. This is $29.99. Blondie, live in Dallas, Texas, $29.99. And terrible time for Egypt. Yeah, I better not go over there. Yeah. Thank you, Jill. Yeah, we can't go to Egypt. I will definitely eat some of that. Yeah, I better not go. I better not go to that. We better not go to Egypt. We might not have any more of the shows. No flights to Egypt. Okay, never mind. Never mind. No Egypt trip. That's out. Okay, I'll stay right here in Tennessee where we're protected by the red, white, and blue. Okay, so Def Leppard is sold to John Kaiser for $230. Thank you, Kaiser. That's sold to you for $230. $230. Okay, there's that. Power Slave, $55 start. Of Mice and Men, final call for $55. Power Slave is a $55 start. And Gary Samuels got SOD. And then, okay, next thing is this right here. I have in this crate, Lenny Kravitz, Always on the Run. That's Lenny Kravitz live in 1994, $24.99. Okay. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And let's see, we got a Mice and Men. We got Iron Maiden. That means we need a Metallica. Oh, my. Oh, my. What do we have over here? I promised them, so let's fulfill the promise. Oh, boy. Here we go. Let's do... Golly, I don't know which one to do first. I'm kind of overwhelmed, honestly. Let me see if I can find... Goodness gracious. Okay, let's try to do... all right, let's do this one right here. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. This is Creeping Death. This is the UK press on the green vinyl. $125 star. Amazing. Music for Nations. Near Mint Mind. This is beautiful. I'm telling you, this guy's collection, not only they have some amazing stuff, but it was in beautiful condition. Creeping Death, Am I Evil, and Blitzkrieg. Beautiful. Green vinyl. $125 start on that. Okay, let's go over here, and the first thing we have is this. First thing we have is this is a Power Slave 55 and now 60. Power Slave 55 and now 60. Next thing in here was Megadeth In-Game. Josh Brown was on a waiting list for that. Thank you, Josh Brown. And then Coroner. Let's make sure we write this down, okay? Master Moss 666, Sean Lee Hooker. Make sure he gets a copy of Coroner, okay? And let's check, make a note for me to check on his Demu Bigore and check on his John Lee Hooker. Sean, I've got a lot of stuff to check on you for, okay? Please don't shoot me, okay? Please don't shoot me. Put him also down on a Coroner Grin waiting list, okay? All right, now, of Mice and Men, sold to Dan Kicka for $55. $55. That was a heck of a sneeze. Okay, so here's where we're at right now. Iron Maiden, an OG club copy. Luke Sheldon Bauer has it for $60. Metallica's at $130. And we have Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99 on Tom Petty, and Bongzilla, America Jawanakan. I did have a wait list for this, $29.99. Bongzilla, America Jawanakan, okay? So that is some American Jawanica there. Let me pull up my spreadsheet right quick for this. This is old Bongzilla. I wonder what they're talking about. Tobacco, you think? Let's see here. Bongzilla, the wait list for this was Matt Nichols. Matt Nichols, I got you down, sir, for a Bongzilla American Jawanakan. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And then Iron Maiden, the last bid, Metallica, 130, Inner Groove. We're about to sell that green vinyl, Creeping Death. 3 copies here of Against the Wind. This was all a waiting list. We had David Doyle, Melanie Jennings, and TSO Houston all on a waiting list for the remastered Against the Wind. And those are all just $24.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. He said no waiting list, okay? No wait list. Okay, so no waiting list then. I got you then. What is the Metallica? Over here, this is Metallica Creeping Death, green vinyl. No, I'm just new buyers. Nobody has to pay tonight if you're established with us. That's just new buyers that maybe buy something expensive. So if you hop on tonight and you're new and you win one of these $200, $300, $400 auctions, I may go ahead and say we're going to send you a bill just in case. But if not, no big deal. And I may not even recognize it and we'll bill you on Monday. But just if some people start indulging in a lot, we may need to go ahead and bill them, okay? Now, Iron Maiden didn't get another bid. Chris Bryant went out. Luke Sheldon-Bauer, $60, okay? $60 on that. And Metallica's the green vinyl Creeping Death. It's at $130. It's green vinyl UK Creeping Death. It's at $130. Let's put up some new auctions. Metallica's near mint. Inner sleeve was included, yes. That was a bargain, I think, at $60. Creeping Death. The top of the cover just has, well, it's not even really split. Looks like there's a little bit of a ding, but it's very nice. It's near mint. It's near mint. It's been up for a while. Just one bid for $130. It's supposed to get bids for $130, $135, $140, $150. Right now, it's stalled out, and I'm about to sell it. Moving on. Here we go. Next is this right here. This is Iron Maiden. Here we have it. It's a $125 start. Live at Dynamo Open Air. What a cover. There's Eddie with the pumpkin. This is 3 LPs, numbered 138 of 300. Another Iron Maiden box, $125 start. That is now up for bid. Live at Dynamo Open Air. That is year 2000. Metallica has a bid for $135. Next in here was Danzig. I Luciferi 777. Split color with splatter. There was also a wait list for this, but I can't tag them yet because my crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. Let me swap out crates. That has gotten full. What happened to all my empty crates? There were stacks of them over here earlier this morning. I tell you what, if there's empty crates around here, they go, holy crap, empty crates. Everybody get them, grab them. Hurry, hurry. Okay, I found some more right here. Great. All right, good deal. Found another empty crate because these Danzigs are already pre-sold. We got Iron Maiden up for bid. We got Metallica up for bid. And then let's grab this right here. I see a Misfits. Is this another OG Misfits? Here's Collection Volume 2. 1996, first black vinyl pressing, near mint, Misfits Collection 2, a $75 start. For those that missed the Collection 2, this is it, 1996. Near mint. It's been cleaned. Everything in here tonight is really nice, unless I say otherwise. I'll think most of these auctions from this man's collection was impeccable, remarkable, sophistical, wonderful, logical. Next is Iron Maiden. No bid, final chance for $125. Metallica's at $138, and that means Stanley Richmond's out. There's the Misfits Collection 2, and here's the wait list for Danzig. Christina Curtis, just one person, so there's 2 more Danzigs left if anybody wants one. $24.99. There's 2 more Danzigs if anybody wants one. Also, Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles, $29.99. And then there's Slave to the Grind by itself. Skid Row, 2 LP, $39.99. Stanley Richmond, let me know on Metallica. And then over here we have Iron Maiden. That's a $125 start. Final chance. Green vinyl here on Creeping Death. Stanley's back in at $140. We're not done. And then there's the Misfits collection, okay? Danzig is sold to Stephen A. Young. Which Danzig? Luciferi 777, okay? That is sold. And then over here, we got 3 copies of Mitski, and this is the newest album, Nothing's About to Happen to Me. Yellow vinyl, $25.99 on Mitski. And then Pearl Jam 10, Even Flow, Thoughts Arrive, like $24.99. What is the name of the Iron Maiden? Live at Dynamo Open Air. That is in Groffert Park, Nijmegen, Holland, June 3rd, 2000. It's a 3 LP box picture disc. Awesome. 3 LP box picture disc, and it's numbered on the back 138 of 300. 138 of 300. Metallica has a new bid for 142. And then Ben Amaya on the Skid Row. Thank you on that one. James Davidson wants the Danzig. Scully Mac, let me know if you want it or if you pass. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Misfits has a bid for 75. Matthew Hendon on Pearl Jam. That's sold to Matthew Hendon. And then Taylor Swift Red, just $29.99. The Misfits have a new bid for 85. So 75, now 85. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. Should be a waiting list for this. Mark Weiss. Mark Weiss, I got you down for a houses, sir. House of the Holy, sold to Mark Weiss, 180 gram, Jimmy Page remaster, okay? All right, and then over here, and then over here we have this, and this, and this is sold to James Davidson, Danzig. That's sold. Misfits has a new bid for 100. Moses E gets the Mitski. That is sold. And then what happened on Metallica, Creeping Death, green vinyl? Metallica, Creeping Death, green vinyl, 145. Nobody's bid on this, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Iron Maiden's a buy it now for $125. That's a no bid. You can pick that up for $125. Nobody bid on that one. The Misfits is at 100. Now it's at 110. 1996. Boy, we don't get that too often. Holy moly, we don't get that too often. Tyler Childers Purgatory, $24.99. Zeppelin was $29.99. The Rain Song, the song remains the same. Maroon 5, Songs About Jane, $36.99. Todd Rock says he'll take a Zeppelin. O'Doul, if you want it, it's yours. If not, then it is sold to Todd Rock. So we may have to get a wait list started on that one. Jimi Hendrix, have you ever been experienced? Well, I have. We have a tricolor Steamboat mono copy going up for auction tomorrow. We have a tricolor Steamboat auction tomorrow night, tagged, ready to go. David Doyle is passing on the Led Zeppelin, so let's go ahead and sell this to Todd Rocks. Put Paul Vihar on a waiting list. If anybody else wants on a wait list for Led Zeppelin, let me know. The Metallica, Stanley Richmond's out. That means this is with intergroove distortion at $150, and that means that is sold. The green vinyl, Creeping Death, that is sold. That is sold for $150. All right, we need new auctions. Here we go. Here we go. Now, let's move this over here. 1996 black vinyl on the Misfits. Next thing over here is this. We have, so we sold Moses E. a Mitski, right? Yep, I've already tagged that. Misfits 100, Misfits 110. Metallica sold for 150. Todd Rock's got the Led Zeppelin. Misfits 125. Eric Smalley grabbed the Iron Maiden box for 125. Sold to Eric Smalley for 125. That sold. Master Mall was second inquiring. Paul Vihar on House of the Holy waitlist. Misfits 130. O'Doul passed on the Led Zeppelin, and that means it went to Todd Rocks, of course. And the 1996 is black vinyl, yes. Don Alker, you were second on Maiden. Don Alker, you were second on Maiden. Misfits has a new bid for 150, and Chris Bryant says he wants on the waitlist for House of the Holy. Paul Vihar says no waiting list for him. Man, I should have went ahead and ordered. There was a time here at Coletco when I would order like 10 copies of every Led Zeppelin record. And then all of a sudden we would just stop selling them and I'd have way too much inventory. Now it seems like here lately, I cannot keep these Led Zeppelin remasters in stock. It just seems like it's nearly impossible. I'm just like, I cannot. This is just not happening, it seems like. It's like I can't. I just can't, it's just not happening, okay? So over here, this is, okay, wow, an OG copy of Load, sealed. Holy moly, sealed Metallica Load, 2 LP with the original hop sticker, and look at that, the original price tag on it too. That is pretty dang cool. Metallica Load sealed. Let's start this for just $125, a sealed Metallica Load, beautifully sealed with hop sticker and price tag, $125 start. There it is. That's an OG copy of Load. That is now up for bid. All right, so the last bid over here on Misfits was $150. Aaron Andrews is out. Chris Bryan on House of the Holy wait list. Phil Campbell, I'll have to go find it. Here is our next box set, Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy, the official release, 4 LP, $119.99. Metallica already has a bid for $150. And then here is Led Zeppelin Mothership, the 4 LP box, $119.99. There's not an Iron Maiden up. We can never let that happen. Here we go. Here's the next one. This was the first one that was in the video. This is Iron Maiden, Only the Good Die Young, and that's live at Monsters of Rock in Paris, 1988. And this is 1988 Iron Maiden, numbered 100 of 100. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Numbered 100 of 100. It's a $250 start, and from what we found out, this one demands pretty dang good money. Monsters of Rock, it's on yellow, blue, and white vinyl. Yellow, blue, and white vinyl. It has the inner sleeves, and that's a $250 start. $250 start. Only the Good Die Young. Monsters of Rock, Paris. Awesome. Metallica 150, Metallica 195. Matthew Hendon on the Smashing Pumpkins. Sold to Matthew Hendon. And over here, the Misfits is officially sold in. The Misfits is sold to John Mincemoyer for 150. What records are in Mothership? Mothership is a best of Led Zeppelin. It's a 4 LP. Since the early 2000s, it's the only Led Zeppelin compilation that's ever been released. It's the very best of Led Zeppelin, 4 LPs of music. Right now, we got Metallica at 195. That's for a sealed copy of Load. And then Chris Gardner has Iron Maiden at 250. And the other copy of Pearl Jam 10 was sold to Eric Smalley. Let me make sure I didn't have a wait list for that. I don't think I did. Unusual, I ordered 2 copies of that, but no. So now we're sold out of Pearl Jam 10. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Well, there you go. There we go. There you go. There's Metallica. There's Iron Maiden. And guess what? We need another auction then. Somebody's been asking for these Phil Cowboy albums. So in this first tub, I've got Metallica, 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 Iron Maiden, 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 Metallica, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Suicidal Tendencies. There's something different. Metallica, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Motorhead, Opeth, Opeth, Opeth. Let's pull those out. Motorhead, 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 Motorhead. And then over here, I have what? I have Motorhead, Motorhead, Numbskull, Countdown. Let's pull those out. We need something different to put up with the other ones. Metallica, Misfits. Let's pull that out. There is Motorhead. Heck yeah. Dream Theater, Test Pressing. Ozzy, Go Vinyl. Obituary. Let's pull Tool, Anima. Let's pull all those out. Napalm Death. Let's pull that out. Cinderella, Ozzy, No More Tears. Let's pull those out. Got to have a few extra little bonus auctions over here to go up with all this other crazy stuff, okay? And then let me figure out where the rest of this stuff is over here. Let me walk over here. And then, of course, tonight, if we get through all the tag stuff and there's some stuff that I didn't see that didn't make it to us tonight, well, we'll go ahead and price all that out. Here's some more over here. There's stuff over here. There's stuff over here. There's stuff over here. There's stuff over here. Okay, and then there's this tub. And then there's that tub. So there's a lot of stuff over here, okay? So here we go. First thing we have is this. I have this, Iron Maiden 250 Final Call. And then Metallica's a Final Call for $195. And then we still got Tool live in Starplex Dallas, 1993, $24.99. There is that, and we're about to sell some of these auctions, okay? Next thing is this, Suicidal Tendencies. This is OG, 1983, and this is very bizarre to find this in this kind of grade. Suicidal Tendencies, 1983, OG, near mint minus, and this is going to go up for a $125 start. $125 start. There's the LP. There's the jacket. We don't get this one too often. Tool is $24.99. Here is Blondie live in Dallas, Texas, $29.99. Lenny Kravitz, another live unofficial, 1994. That one's $24.99. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99. Bongzilla, America Jawanakin, and this is on custom splatter from Relapse. Relapse doesn't seal the record, so we can take a peek at the vinyl. Looks like marijuana smoke. Not that I've ever seen that before. This is $29.99, and then Rage Against the Machine is $29, and Mitski, Nothing Happens to Me, or excuse me, Nothing's About to Happen to Me, $24.99. Cynthia Herdron on Blondie, make sure that gets tagged for $29.99. So Matthew Henning gets the Metallica sealed load for $195. Thank you, that was pretty sweet there. And then Iron Maiden, Only the Good Die Young, and that's $250. So to Chris Gardner. Suicidal Tendencies, near mint minus. Really nice copy, $125 start on that, just FYI. Okay, now, next auction. Let's go ahead. Okay, then there's this tub here. What's in this tub here? I hadn't even opened the lid. Motorhead. Phil Campbell. This has been requested out the yin yang. This has been requested out the yin yang here. Phil Campbell, here's this, here's that. Iron Maiden's, golly, picture disc, this, that. All right, so let's go ahead and tag this. And then, so what do we got up? Suicidal Tendencies. That means we need an Iron Maiden. I'm trying to do all the box sets first. Trying to do those, but I also have all these other big ones over here. So Here we go. Here's another one, Earthbound Troopers. This is another very desirable one. This is a $250 start. Look at this artwork. Wow. Here's another one for a $250 start. This is Iron Maiden Earthbound Troopers, and this is numbered to 12. Is that right? Surely not, but that'd be pretty amazing. And let's see what we have here. This is clear vinyl, 3 LPs of clear vinyl, 3 inner sleeves, and it has the CD with it as well. And that one's also a $250 start, just like the last one. So that's up for bid. Suicidal Tendencies is at $125 with Joe Barrios. So that does have a bid. This is live July 15th, 2010. Yeah, does that mean there's only 12 of these that were made? Wow. $250 start, okay? And then finishing up this crate, we had Taylor Swift Red for $29, Tyler Childers Purgatory for $24, Maroon 5 $36, Jimi Hendrix $24, and then Led Zeppelin Motorhead $119.99. And yes, we do have some stuff straight priced as well. When I come back, I'm selling Suicidal Tendencies for $125. I'm going to sell Iron Maiden. Or Iron Maiden has a bid for 150, or excuse me, Iron Maiden just got a bid for 250. And give me a second, I'm going to check on this Phil Campbell. It didn't have a tag, so there's a couple Phil Campbells over here, and Phil Campbell from Motorhead, of course. Let me scan this, and we'll go ahead and throw this up. Of course, I figured as soon as I see some requests, it'd be some of the stuff I don't have tagged, and poof, there it is. Now, I'm trying to find the silver label Metallica. I see the red and black Electra. I haven't had my hands yet on the silver blue label Metallica. So let me figure out what's up with that. Okay, and then Phil Campbell's on black vinyl. This is going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons, this is a $20 start. That's now up for bid, okay? All right, then Zeppelin's $119. Let's put this right over here. All right, there's that. And let me go ahead and condense that with the first crate of new stuff. By the way, John and Patrick straight marked a bunch of stuff over here as well. I mean, they have straight marked a bunch of stuff as well. So what's underneath that? Hold on one second. That's a crate of Japanese, and that's a crate of Japanese. Now, we probably won't be getting to that stuff tonight. We started out with a couple, but we're full force metal right now. We're full force metal, okay? Back to turntable, can I take Tyler Childers? It never fails. As soon as I put the crate away, there's claims and questions coming in. That's the only way to sell records, is to take them off the table. Everybody's like, holy crap, I better buy those. He moved the crate. Thank you, Back to the Turntable. That is sold to you, and that is sold to you right there, and this is sold to him. Back to Turntable, 24. I still got Red Barn if you want that one. Suicidal Tendencies is sold, and thank you, Joe Barrios, 125. Beautiful near mint copy there. Iron Maiden has one bid for 250, and then Phil Campbell's at $38, okay? So let's move over these, and let's start going through some straight price stuff. 007, that's looking really good for you. There's that, and then over here, let's go ahead and put up another Metallica. Oh, man, here we go. So let's do, yeah, this Ride the Lightning is on the second label. This one, Master of Puppets, it's OG. And then here is the other sealed reload. So we had sealed load, here's sealed reload, okay? Oh, man, the memory remains. Give me fuel, give me fire. Another OG copy, sealed with hop sticker, $175 start. Amazing. Another OG sealed Metallica, $175. We just sold load for $195. That one's $175 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Phil Campbell is at 48 and now 50. That's getting a lot of bids. Let's lay this down and let's go pick out the first straight price crate over here and see what exactly is going on. I think there is some straight price metal. Let me take a peek at it. Yep, Metallica. Yep, Motley Crue, Saigon Kick, Motorhead. Oh, man, this crate's going to be a mind blower here. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah, this is going to be a mind blower. Let me make sure there's even some OG stuff in here. Good gracious. Okay, this could be overwhelming. This might be overwhelming for me just to try to show them. So, holy crap, look at all this stuff in here. Good gosh, unbelievable. Let me take a peek at some of these right quick, because some of this could be, like I said, this might be pretty overwhelming for me just to try to show these. Good gracious, holy moly, look at all this. Should we leave that in there? Unbelievable. Gosh, I don't know. Shoot. Okay, let's leave it in there. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. All right, let me look at all those again. I mean, there's some straight priced OG stuff in here that 99 times out of 100 we would put up for auction. So this could be a heck of a crate. Bear with me here. Let me flip through all these again, and I hope you're all ready. This is going to be pretty insane. Yep. So let's bring these over, and this is going to be a knockout drag out. Have your fingers ready. Have your fingers ready. Here we go. Oh, gosh. Yoda is going to have a chiropractor adjustment after this. Goodness gracious. And he wants live on Red Barn. Excellent decision. You're going to love those taller childers. If you're already familiar with them, then you know what you're getting. If not, somebody needs to jump into the fire on these. Okay, now let's update what's going on here. This is going to be an insane crate. So let's work my way down. Phil Campbell 25, Phil Campbell 35, Phil Campbell 38, Phil Campbell 45, Phil Campbell 40, 50, 52, reload 175, and then Phil Campbell 60, 61, 65, 66. Let's put Rock Show on a wait list for Purgatory. Rock Show on a wait list for Purgatory, please. You got it. And then Shane Devers gets Iron Maiden Earthbound Troopers. Once again, this is a delicate box set, so I'm going to lay this over here on the miscellaneous table. That is sold for $250. Thank you, 007. Thank you, 007. Let's put that right over there. So one Iron Maiden down, that means we got to put 30 more up. So next Iron Maiden is going to go up for bid right now. Let's pull one from back here. Let's do this one right here that looks very, very interesting. They all look interesting, really. Those are all Motorheads. Trying to do all the boxes first. There's a Metallica box. All right, let's knock out this right here. Oh, yes. Let's do this one right here. Oh, my gosh. Okay, and we got a Rat box set. Let's do that in a second, too. The Rat box set, Skid Row. We got another Skid Row, Iron Maidens. Okay, here we go. All right, so next Iron Maiden is Eddie's Mind. I think this one is a vintage bootleg. It is. This is a vintage bootleg. Eddie's Mind. Live in Milano, December 12th. That's my birthday, but this was 1984. They were playing. Iron Maiden was rocking out in Italy. Long before I was born, Eddie's Mind, a 2LP, near mint, a $95 start. That one should get a lot of activity. That should get a lot of activity. Eddie's Mind, a $95 start on that one. Phil Campbell, 65, 68, 68. Back to turntable. Yes, you got a Red Barn and Purgatory. Which Purgatory? We're talking about a country album, Americana album, and this is $24.99. $24.99. All right, reload, sold one bid, and this is sold for $175. Wow, these sealed OG Metallicas, $175. Matthew Hendon's got both. Phil Campbell still getting bids. Iron Maiden's at $95. That's a vintage bootleg. Milan, Italy, December 12th, 1984, and that's a vintage bootleg, Eddie's Mind. That was actually vintage recorded one there. Let's go ahead and throw up something different with Opeth. And Opeth is a 2011 limited edition sealed. It comes in different colors, black, white, burgundy, orange, and light blue. This one doesn't actually say you have to open it. Man, that's unfortunate. So there's different colors. Burgundy, they're all about the same price, though. I mean, these are kind of different comps for different colors, and we're going to start this less than all of them. Opeth, and this one's a $175 start, and this is the 2011 limited edition German sealed, $175 on that one, okay? Red Barn and Purgatory are both $24.99. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Sticker price, no more, no less. Mostly, if not all, straight price metal. Motorhead, Deaf Forever, an 86 UK, $39.99. I'm telling you, there's way too much for us to auction. We've had to straight price some of these that typically we would never straight price. Motorhead, Deaf Forever, an official 1986, $39.99. I think it's official. Some of these I don't really know. $39.99. It looks like it is. Sold to Chris Bryant. You're going to be fast on these. Right now, this Iron Maiden is tied. Chris Gardner bid first. Stanley Richmond, you're out. Phil Campbell, Ed Riviera, 71. Gary Samuels is out. Opeth is a $175 star. More Metallica coming in a second. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade, $34.99. OG with the original under sleeve, near mint minus, $34.99 for Twisted Sister. There's even some hair metal in here. And this is Accept, Balls to the Walls, OG, really nice with the inner sleeve, $49.99. Twisted Sister and Accept. Iron Maiden's now at $100. We're about to sell Phil Campbell, and Opeth is a $175 start, which is, it seems like a bargain for, regardless of what color it ends up being, seems like it's at a great price. Sorry, I got to go ahead and clean up my workstation here. I got stuff everywhere already around me. Let me move that right there for a second. Okay, so what we got up for bid? Let's go ahead and add another Metallica. And well, let's keep going with some of the later sealed copies. Let's do the fan favorite. This is an OG sealed copy of St. Anger. Also another one not easy to get. Sealed with the original hop sticker and the original price tag. St. Anger, $125 start. Sealed Metallica OG. Sealed Metallica OG St. Anger with hop sticker and the original price tag. Beautifully sealed. $125 on that, okay? First thing is D. Kong got Twisted Sister, and then Rick Hall was second, then Sean Sam. James Davidson got Accept. Chris Gardner's out on Iron Maiden. Stanley Richmond has that for 100, final call. Next in here is Wow, and I'm assuming that is the name of the band. I know Wendy O. Williams. No, this is Val Wow Shockwaves. I don't know a lot about that, but it's $14.99. I know one thing, though. Phil Campbell is sold, and Phil Campbell over here is officially sold to Edwin Riviera for $71. Sold for $71 to Edwin Riviera, okay? There is another Phil Campbell over here. Not this album, but a different one. We'll do it in just a second. And then let's go ahead and make Opeth a buy now. Not many no bids tonight. Opeth is the first one, or the next one, $175 buy now on Opeth. Okay, $175. Let me close my laptop over here before things fall over and break, and then we're all in a mess, and then I have to call the FCAA. And okay, next thing over here is this. We have Heaven, and Heaven is $19.99. That's where Angels Fear to Tread, $19.99. St. Anger's at $125 with Mike DeBro. Now it's at $135, and then this Iron Maiden is sold to Stanley Richmond for $100. Thank you, Stanley. That is sold to you. All right, there's that. What Bow Wow? No, it's not Bow Wow. It's Val Wow. VOWDOW. VOWWOW, excuse me. VOWWOW, and it's called Shockwaves, $14.99. Shannon Lee on Heaven. Thank you, Shannon. And we have Metallica Beyond Magnetic. I almost pulled this out to auction it, but it's sealed. Metallica, $39.99. If anybody wants to bid, go right ahead. Metallica's at $135 with Matthew Hendon. Our next auction is the Rat box set. The Rat box set is the 5 LPs. We're talking about Lay It Down. We're talking about Round and Round, Out of the Cellar, Invasion of Your Privacy, Dancing Undercover, Reach for the Sky, and Detonator. And this comes with all kinds of cool tchotchkes. It comes with backstage pass. It comes with a bumper sticker, a bonus 45, a poster. Really cool Rat box set, and that is a. Let's start that one on the button at $100. $100 on the Rat. That's 5 albums, and that's going to go up for bid, okay? $100 on the number there. Look at all the Metallica claims. Yep, that's like 99 times out of 100 in auction. Not tonight, special night. MT Mac got Metallica, Chase Arnold second, then Brandon Jones, then Bob Riger, then Todd Fisher. St. Anger's at 140, and then another claim on Metallica, another claim on a Metallica, and another claim on Metallica, and I'm not joking, another claim on a Metallica. Let's go ahead and put up another Iron Maiden bootleg. Oh my. Iron Maiden, new album, Brain Surgery, World Peace Tour, 1983. Another vintage Iron Maiden, and this is golly, Brain Surgery, 1983, pink and go vinyl. Another vintage Iron Maiden bootleg, pink and go vinyl. Never seen this one before, and this one's $155 start. New album, Brain Surgery. Interesting. Obviously, they're talking about Peace of Mind, so this is a bootleg based on the Peace of Mind tour from 1983. I don't know exactly when, but it's $155 start, okay? Chris Bryant wants Wow, and that's sold. I'm assuming, David Baber, you're passing. Metallica, $145, now $150. And Rat's, $100 start, no bid yet. Moving on, we have in here Stranger. Stranger is $14.99. No condition notes on that. And then over here, we have Lion, Dangerous Attraction. Gold stamp promo, $29.99. No claim. Okay, you got to be careful saying wow right now because there's a wow record in the crate. So that's $14.99. And then we have More, Warhead, and that's $14.99, okay? We got More, we got Wow, and we have Rat at $100 with Paul Vihar. Iron Maiden's $155 start, and then Stranger is sold to Ed Riviera. That's this one right here. The Metallica St. Anger sealed OGs at $150. John Kaiser, you're out. Rat has another bid for $100. Ed Riviera also gets Lion, so we still got Val Wow, and we still got More in the crate. That's so now Rat's at $105. John Kaiser second on line. Ed Riviera is first on More. St. Anger just got a new bid for $160. And Slayer is a 2013. This is Divine Intervention, the 2013 press, 180 gram. $39.99. What else do we have over here? Wild Dogs, and that is a 1983 OG EX condition, $39.99. These are all straight price, no more, no less. Thanks, everybody, for watching. If anybody new is watching for the first time, if you've been watching for the last 5, 6 years, 3 years, 2 years, welcome. Thursday Night Metal. Probably one of the biggest ones we've had in a while, just based on the sheer volume of Metallica records, Iron Maiden, and we hadn't even really got into the Motorhead stuff yet. I'm stepping up front to grab a bottle of water and my Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A. I need some beverages. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking tonight. There's a straight price metal. We also have like 6 crates of vintage. So after we get through some of the straight price metal, there's like 6 crates of vintage we're going to be plowing through until all these auctions are sold. And there's a lot of them, okay? There's still a few things I hadn't actually located yet that people's asked about because there's so much stuff. Can't really do requests tonight because of the volume. I'm just trying to find stuff and putting them up one at a time. All right, so St. Anger 160. Rat is at 105. It was already at 110, though. Somebody already bet 110, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. So it's at 105 with MT Matt. David Tate, you're out. Blackie L on the Slayer, okay, and then Ed Revere on Wild Dogs, and then Dustin next on Slayer, and now Metallica 165, Rats 120. Now, no one's been on this vintage Iron Maiden bootleg World Peace Tour 1983 on purple and gold vinyl, 155. Final chance on that. There's going to be 2 or 3 auctions going all night, at least probably 1 Iron Maiden, and then a couple other extra items, probably Metallica. Speaking of Metallica, my favorite, and Justice for All, green vinyl sealed, $39.99. Green vinyl sealed, and Motorhead Aftershock, 2013, $64.99. 2013 OG on this one. 2013 OG for that one, $64.99. MT Matt on Metallica, green vinyl Walmart exclusive. Todd Fisher was second, okay? Rats at 125, and then Metallica St. Anger, sealed, OG 165. NY 64, a progressive metal stoner rock ethereal. That's a 1999 blue vinyl. This guy had a lot of albums from NY 64. I don't know a lot about them, but it makes me think of Nintendo 64. That's a blue vinyl, 1999. Tony Riddle on the Motorhead. That's so to Tony Riddle. And over here, this is Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. EX, $34.99 on Alcatraz. The Rat Box is at 125. Todd Fisher and MT Matt, everybody's out. Metallica's at 175. John Kaiser and everybody else is out. And Iron Maiden's a no bid, $155. Iron Maiden's a no bid, $155 on that one. Purple and gold vinyl, $155 on Iron Maiden, okay? That is done, and let's put that right over here. And let's put that in the no-bid crate. I have a feeling someone's about to grab it, though. 5, 4, 3, 2. Where's the Iron Maiden claim? Let's go ahead and grab another one. First thing we have is NY64. That's so to Gary Samuels. Thank you on that one. And then we have Judas Priest, Hellbent for Leather, an OG copy. Nice. $34.99. That's usually never auctioned or never in a buy it now crate. And what do we have here? $24.99 for who? For something evil looking. Looks like something Master Mod would buy. What is this evil looking record here? It's cryptic font. I can't read it. Peak, $24.99. And then Rats at 126, Metallica 180, Rat 130. And then over here we have Judas. These are all sticker price. Sid said if you want Judas, it's yours. If not, 2 or 3 other people. Master Moss says he'll take BM for black metal. That's what it looks like. Look at these are all sticker price, no more, no less. If anything, they should be more because they're probably stuff we could have auctioned. But you can buy them right now. Next, Iron Maiden. The last one was a no bid. Let's go ahead and pull up this one right here. What do we have? What do we have? Iron Maiden, live in London. This is an Italian, unofficial. It's 1985, a vintage bootleg Iron Maiden, $115 start. Here we go, $115 start right over here. And this is a 2 LP vintage Iron Maiden bootleg. And this was made in the early 90s. It's a 1984 concert, 1985 in London, $115 star. Rat is not sealed, no, but it's near mint and complete. So Sid said does get the Judas Priest. Kevin Richards, that means you were second. Or Kevin Richards said no. I'm not for sure what that was for. Kevin Richards said no. And then Master Mod got the black metal. Paul Vaher, second on Judas Priest. Alex Miller, third. And then St. Anger is at 190. So we have an OG pressing of St. Anger, sealed with the hype sticker, a real OG, 190 on that one. And then Rat is the box set, the album years 84 to 91, the Atlantic years. And the last bid that came on that was Paul V. Hare at 130. Todd Fisher and David Tate, y'all are out. And then this vintage Iron Maiden bootleg here, $115 start on that one. Let's call that one 115. That's our 3 auctions right now. Still got Alcatraz, still got Val Wow, and next is Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption. 2017, $39.99. $39.99. That's a 2017 Napalm Death. And then this is October File, Holy Armor from the Jaws of God, a 2007 Italian press. Really interesting artwork on that one. $19.99. And we have on top, presents Mudhoney Live. What exactly is this? Mudhoney, 2014 Record Store Day, $49.99. St. Anger is up to John Kaiser. The high bid's $190. He's out on Rat. Final call on the Rat box, Paul Vihar, Todd Fisher. Let me know if you want to bid again. And Iron Maiden's $115 start for that bootleg. Next over here is Leaders of Down, Cascade into Chaos. Number 90 of 500 with an autographed insert, $39.99. They're still bidding on St. Anger. The new high bid's $195. The title of the Iron Maiden, I think it's just Live in London. This was a secret concert where Iron Maiden, under an assumed name, played mainly cover versions. Wow. Recorded and mixed by Dick Adams, assistant engineer. Maybe it was a secret concert. I don't know for sure. London, it says London Marquee, 1985. It says this was a secret concert where Iron Maiden, under an assumed name, played mainly cover versions. Yeah, those are all mostly cover versions there. Okay, so that's now for bid, 115 on that one. Next in here is Motorhead Shine, 1983 UK EX, $39.99 for Motorhead. Never had that straight priced in the bin. There's your chance on that one. And then over here we have Sealed, $24.99. What exactly is this? Jerry Cantrell. Aha. Jerry Cantrell. This is Siren Song on Cloudy Sea Blue, possible Aqua Sea Blue. It's sealed. You can kind of tell it's blue, but it's Jerry Cantrell, $24.99. So Chris Gardner does have Iron Maiden at 115. John Kaiser gets Shine. Richard Davis second. St. Anger still getting bids. That's at 200. John Kaiser also on Jerry Cantrell. And Rat box set is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sold to Paul Vihar for $130, okay? That is done. Lots of claims on Jerry Cantrell, but John Kaiser is first, then Reiger, then Sean Holfer, then Rick Hall, and then Mortgage Guy Rob. Kaiser, you're also outbid on the OG St. Anger. It has hit $200. Now it's at $205, sealed with hop sticker. And then this Iron Maiden bootleg, I don't have a lot of information on it other than what it is. And then this is at $120 now with Mike Strauss. $120 right now on Mike Strauss. I think there's been 2 questions about the no-bid Iron Maiden. The first is, what's the track list on Iron Maiden no-bid? Okay, let's see if Craig can assist us in that. It's called New Album Brain Surgery World Peace Tour. The reason I can't help you is because there's no writing on the labels. And there it is on the back, but y'all know how these bootlegs are. Sometimes they're not accurate. Sometimes the bootleg jackets aren't accurate. So maybe we can figure that one out quickly. That's the no bid, and that one was $155. $155 on that one, okay? And we still got a couple other no bids. I'll show those at the conclusion of this crate. This crate so far has been pretty insane. Next thing is Metallica Berserker 2.0. That is sealed. It's possible on colored vinyl. You won't know until you open it. $39.99. Master Moss says he'll take the no bid, okay? So that's sold to him. He asked first about that. That's sold for $155. That's done. Now St. Anger is at $215. And then Iron Maiden. This Metallica sold to MT Matt. Thank you on that one. Now we got bids going on Metallica and Iron Maiden. Yeah, I did pull out some Misfits earlier. Let's see what I pulled out over here. I got Ozzy, OG, No More Tears, Motorhead Picture Disc Die Cut. We got OG Cinderella still climbing. I have Napalm Death. I have the Tool bootleg of Anima. That's probably going to do very well. Ozzy Go Vinyl. I have another Opeth. And yeah, earlier I mentioned some other Misfits. Where are they? Here's the next Misfits. It is a 1994, and this is a 1994 near mint, a $50 start. Here it is. Misfits, Die, Die, My Darling. We've already sold Collection 1, Collection 2. This is a 1994 US. And this is near mint, a $50 start. That's now up for bid. All right, let's keep going here. We might even add a fourth auction. But the first thing we have right now is St. Anger's at $215. Now it's at $220. Stanley Richmond, you were second on Metallica. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden. The last bid that came in on Iron Maiden was what? Mike Straws at $120. Who bid first on this Iron Maiden? Chris Gardner bid $115. Okay, then we had a bid for $120. Chris Gardner, you're out. This is at $120, okay? Chris Gardner, if you're out there, you're out on there. Let's continue with this. Next is Obituary. And this is the limited edition to 2000 black vinyl, $39.99 on Obituary. And then here is Biohazard Urban Discipline from the Runout Groove. That is sealed, numbered edition, numbered on the bottom there, $49.99. Misfits does have a bid for $50, okay? All right, and then there's that. And then over here, next is Ozzy Blizzard of Oz picture disc, a 2011 picture disc, EX edition, $39.99. Richard Davis on Biohazard. Okay, Mike DeBroy is out on St. Anger. John Kaiser, that might be going to you, and that means that's a final call on the OG St. Anger for $220. Okay, and Biohazard's already sold. I have an OG Death Magnetic probably going up next. And then we got some other insane kind of OG type Metallicas over here as well. So here we go. And then I have Lords of Summer also to auction. Good gosh. All right, let's keep this rolling. Let me go ahead and grab another empty crate. We've already filled up 3 full crates tonight, and I feel like we just got started. If we sell all these auctions, the auctions alone will fill up like 6 crates probably, plus all the vintage stuff we have to do. Biohazard sold to Richard Davis. Scully, it's already sold. Fred Carnell third. Stanley Richmond getting the Blizzard of Oz picture disc. Misfits has bids 50-52. Did I lose Chris Gardner on Iron Maiden? I think I did, unfortunately. I got to go ahead and sell it. This is gone. I lost Chris Gardner. Mike Straws, that's sold to you for $120. Mike Straws, that's sold to you for $120. And we're done on the bidding war for Metallica St. Anger. A 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, and sold to John Kaiser. Thank you to our other new bidder. That's sold to John Kaiser for $220. Misfits, 55-55. James bid came in first. Next auction. This is another OG Metallica. This is Death Magnetic. 2 LP sealed. I remember I didn't know a lot about Metallica at the time. I felt like I was a kid when this came out, and I remember all the Walmart displays. I thought it was cool because the coffin. I remember my local Walmart had a big coffin display, and it was like a stand-up, and it looked like a big coffin. And that's the only thing I remember when that came out. What was that, 2008? I guess I really wasn't a kid, but let's see, 5, I was 12 or 13, but I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. I've never seen one of those for sale anywhere. It's like a big coffin thing. It was in our local Walmart. This is sealed Death Magnetic, a $75 start. That's an OG copy, sealed with hop sticker, $75 on that. Misfits 52, 55, 55, 57, and 60. All right, here we go. Moving on. Next in here is another NY64, 2015. Like we said, that's progressive metal, stoner rock. That's only $14.99. Looks like it comes with a CD as well. And who do we have here? Blood Incantation, Time Wave 0, and that's a limited to 1,000 on orange vinyl, $49.99. So Metallica already has a bid for $90. The Misfits is at $60, and the Misfits is a 1996. What did I say on that one? That was the black vinyl, 1994. 1994. Guess what? Win another Iron Maiden. Here we go. Here we go. Iron Maiden. This is Donington 88, the Triumph and the Tragedy. Iron Maiden, Donington 88. This is going to go up for a $75 start, near mint, and this is a $75 start. It's a vintage bootleg, of course. Donington 88, a $75 start. Cameron Porter on Blood Incantation. That's sold to Cameron Porter. Metallica, 75, and it's already got a bid for 90. The Misfits is with Cameron at 60. Iron Maiden, Donington, near mint on that one. Nightwish over the, I priced this one this morning, blue vinyl, $99.99. Yeah, that's a really good deal based on comps right now on Discogs. I put the sticker on that one this morning. Blue vinyl Nightwish, $99.99. Music on vinyl numbered with a D-side etching. And I didn't know who this was, $39.99. It's a purple vinyl, and this was Oath. It's looks like a female. I think it was Oath. I forgot already. Dang it. Their logo's hard to read. I think it's Oath. Yeah, it looks like a female group. Purple vinyl, $39.99 on that one. Okay, let's go up to the top here. We have Misfits at 57. Misfits is at 60. Metallica's at 90. And then Metallica 75. Metallica 95. And then we have Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. That's an OG, $34.99. And Omen, Nightmares. Wow, crazy to see that in the bot now. $34.99. Omen, $34.99. Sean Holford on Oath. Richard Davis was second. And we have Municipal Waste, The Fatal Feast, Waste and Spaced, $29.99. 2017 orange and yellow vinyl, limited to 1,500, $29.99. Hoopy. So hold up a second. Time out. Hold on a minute. Let's get the claims. Time out. Hold up. Here we go. Time out. Hold up. Hold the fort. Don't go anywhere. Wait a second. Whoa, whoa. Hold up. Don't go anywhere. Lots of stuff happening right now. Time out. Hold up. Stop the show. Hold up. Wait a second. Let's let the comments chill out for a second, okay? Here we go. Hold up a second. Whoa, wait a minute. Things are getting a little crazy all of a sudden. Hold up. Don't go anywhere. Stand by. Take a deep breath. Hold up. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. Wait a second, okay? Wait a second. Feed's moving way too fast. Feed's moving way too fast. Hold up. Don't go anywhere. Stand by, okay? Don't go anywhere. Hold up a second, okay? Wait 1 second. Hold up. Sean Holford got Oath. This went to Sean Holford, okay? Sean Holford, this went to you, Oath. Richard Davis was second. Scully Mac got Twisted Sister. This is sold to Scully Mac, Twisted Sister. Then Hoopy put O. O was either for Omen or Oath, okay? Hoopy, let me know. Mark Fallon, you were second on Twisted Sister. What obituary is that? Obituary was Obituary, self-titled, limited edition, 2000 that they actually did on black vinyl. Evil Riddle asked about that. Then Sean Holford got Omen. You're possibly second on that one, possibly first. Next thing over here is Ed Riviera got Municipal Waste. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Ed Riviera got Municipal Waste. Gary Samuels was second. James Davison asked which Omen. You're third in line. And then over here we have Misfits is at $62. Hoopy did get Omen. Okay, that is sold to Hoopy. There it is. Now, here's what's going on. Here's what's happening. Metallica, a sealed OG copy. Todd Fisher has this for $96. This is Death Magnetic, a sealed OG with hop sticker. I'm showing Todd Fisher at $96, and I'm showing everybody else out. $96. Misfits right here in the middle. The last bid that came in was James Davis at 62, and then 65. 65. Cameron has that for 65. 65 on this. And then Iron Maiden, the last bid that came in on this, we were looking for a $75 start on Iron Maiden. $75 start on Iron Maiden. No bid yet. Donington 88. 75. I think we're back under control. Evil Riddle sold on Obituary. I've got everything back under control. Okay, everything's okay. Nobody freak out. Where's the Tylenol at? Little Villains, Filthy Lies, spelt PH, Filthy, 2009 Italian, 1999. Over here we have Misfits at 68, and we have Empyrean, what? 1999. What? Mutilation Rivers, Rights? I don't know what this is, but it's 1999. I'm sure y'all do. Misfits is at 68. Final chance to lock in a bid on Iron Maiden. And then over here, Metallica. Somebody's still trying to be a Tim Fox. If you win an auction, you got to pay tonight. I think he's watching behind. He's still trying to bid on that first Iron Maiden box. He said he couldn't pay till Monday. If you're a first-time buyer and you're going to buy something expensive, you got to be able to pay for it tonight, okay? If you're going to buy something expensive, you got to be able to pay for it tonight. He said he couldn't. So I can't take a bid. And then over here we have Iron Maiden with a bid for 78. Next is Napalm Death, Utopia Banished. This is a 2018 European, $34.99. And Motorhead, Ace of Spades, the Christmas OG 1980 UK limited edition, $49.99. Misfit 68, Misfit 70. Iron Maiden does have a bid for 75, now 80. And then what about over here on Metallica? Are we done? Metallica, I think it was up to Matthew Hendon. The last bid was Todd Fisher at $96, and I hadn't seen another bid since then. Okay, and then over here we have MR. Is that for, what is that for? That was for Mutilation Rights. That is black metal, and Master Moss said, black metal, I'll take it. That's sold to Master Moss 666, Richard Davis on Motorhead. And then over here, this is Pantera. Wow, the 2 LP sealed, or the Rhino remaster. It's not a 2 LP, but that one's out of print. We usually see the other 2 LPs. That's Reinventing the Steel. Rhino, $39.99. Was Little Villains, $19.99. It was, yes, Dwayne, $19.99, and it's still available. And we have Saigon Kick. $39.99, a 2021 of their 1991 debut on clear milky white vinyl, and that is $39.99, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Todd Fisher gets Metallica Death Magnetic for $96. That is sold. Misfits, still getting lots of bids. Now it's at $73. Evil Riddle, I've already pulled Obituary. I've already pulled that out for you. I did it so fast you didn't even see it. Now Iron Maiden all of a sudden has warmed up. Chris said in. 007 said in. Chris said out. Sold. And this is sold for $80, and that's sold to 007 Platinum. Okay? Now we're ready for new auctions. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you probably should get ready. We're not done with this crate, and then we're going to read through it again. And I wish we had 20 more crates like this, but about everything this is about the only thing we was like, well, okay, here's the other Phil Campbell record. The last time I started it at 20 and it took off, I'm not even going to check it. Let's just put this up for a $20 start. Phil Campbell, Old Line Still Roar, $20 start on Phil Campbell, okay? All right, there's that. I have not seen the Metallica Silver Label Ride the Lightning yet. Let me go over here. Because there was 2 copies, they may have not put out 2 of them. But that was an OG. Let me see if it's in this tub. Nope, that's full of magazines. I may need to send a text to see if there's a few more duplicates that are laying around here. I have not actually seen that Silver Label since I've went live. So let me send a text. Oh, it might be right here. Yeah, these are these are duplicates, but they probably didn't realize they were different pressings. So I have found it. Never mind. I have found it. So yeah, there's a couple different Metallica records. We've got different versions. And let's do the Silver Label OG here right now, just in a second. Right now, here we go. So first thing over here is this. And I have it, yeah, and I think I just found 4 more Metallicas because they were duplicates. But they're not duplicates, they were different pressings. Dwayne Sevilla gets Little Villains, that's sold, and then Misfits is at $77, and Motley Crue remaster of Girls, 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 EX $29.99. Phil Campbell's a $20 start. Going once, going twice, no bid. If there's not a bid pretty fast, I'm going to go ahead and say sold for $20, buy it now. So if you really, 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 really want it, I'd go ahead and say I'm in. Oh, man. Iron Maiden. This is called Live in Donington, 1992. Oh, my. This is red, white, and blue, numbered to 500. And this is Live at Donington. And this is on red, white, and blue vinyl, a triple LP. That's a $175 start. That's now up for bid. Misfits is still getting bid, 77 then 79, and Phil Campbell 20. All right, let's take a look at the Ride the Lightning. I'm going to be looking at it for the first time myself. Let's see exactly what we have here. It's looking good so far. It's looking really good. A2 on side A, and then A1. Oh, this is a good one. All right, let me take a good look at it here. There is a mark right here on side A. There's a little bit of, see that right there? It's non-feelable, but there is a scuff right there. The rest of side A is pretty dang nice. And then side B is wonderful, just a few hairlines. So we're going to call this a solid VG+. This is a solid VG+, Ride the Lightning. That's OG Silver Label Megaforce. And it is a solid VG+. There's that. There's the inner sleeve. And then here is the jacket. Okay, this is a Canadian jacket made in Canada. A little bit something. Let me check that label again. So this label here, 1984, Metallica. Interesting. Precious Metal Music, ASCAP, Megaforce. It's in a Canadian jacket, though, but that's a U.S. label with all the right U.S. markings. So that might be a little bit mysterious. Could it be in an incorrect jacket, or could it just be in a sleeve made in Canada? Interesting. Anybody ever seen this version? I'm kind of unfamiliar with it. I knew the color was a little bit different than the ones I normally see. So there it is. And let's go ahead and do, let's do this for a, I don't know. I have a feeling y'all are going to determine the price. It doesn't matter where we start this thing. Y'all are going to determine the price right now. $150 start on Ride the Lightning. $150 start on Ride the Lightning. That's now up for bid, okay? $150 on that. Misfits, 79. Phil Campbell, 20. Phil Campbell, 20. Misfits, 80. Phil Campbell, 25. 25, 28, 30, 45, 82, 40, 6 and 50. Next is Metallica Load 2LP Poor Twisted Orange Vinyl, sealed, Walmart exclusive, $49.99. And then this Iron Maiden's $175 start. Metallica $150. Yeah, that's already got a bid, and it should get a lot more bids. Let me top in some of the Matrix right quick, and we'll see if there's any difference in that. But I know that's about to get a lot of activity, okay? I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Discog says jacket was made in Canada. Yeah, so did they make the OG jackets for this album in Canada? I don't remember seeing that on some of the ones I've had before. Maybe I just wasn't paying close enough attention. This is MRI or MR1 769 B here, and that's Metallica. I think that's an MR. I think that is MRI. Yeah. Megaforce. That's it right there. Yeah, they start at $200 on Discogs right now. Jacket made in Canada. So that's right. This isn't Frankenstein. The jacket was made. This is a real 84 OG press. Jacket and sleeve made in Canada. This is it. Mastered at Frankfurt. Track A3, For Whom the Bells Toll, on the back of the cover. For Whom the Bells Toll. Let's go check that out. For Whom the Bells Toll. Yeah, this is right. This is OG. Yeah, these start right now. I don't know if y'all are familiar of how expensive these have gotten, but here's the Discog stats, okay? These have gotten really expensive over the last several years. Sealed copies are selling for $2,200. So yeah, this is a $400 or $500 record in this grade all night long. So who wants to go ahead and make a big jump on this? Because we're about halfway there right now. This is a real OG pressing. That threw me off for a second. As you can tell, we don't get too many of these in. That's now up for bid, okay? All right, so this Metallica here was sold to MT Matt and Todd Fisher. You were second. All right, so now exactly what we have there. Sorry, this was like the only record that wasn't tagged for auction, and of course 4 or 5 people have asked for it tonight, so I knew that would happen. Like, there was only 3 records they didn't tag out of 2 whole tubs, and of course it's one that everybody's wanting tonight, and there it is. It's up for bid. So that should be I don't know where it's going to end up, but it's pretty dang solid. I graded it conservatively VG plus. The cover has a little bit of wear and tear, but it's A1 A2 matrices. That's an early OG press on silver Megaforce. Now we know what we're dealing with. Here we go, and let's update the other auctions, okay? So everything else they've got tagged for, that was like 1, and then these here. These are the only other ones, but we already had some of these tagged, right? There's already another Kill 'Em All, and there's already another Justice, but I think one of these are a promo. So there's a lot of different stuff tonight. Sorry for the delay on that one, okay? So first over here, this is... over here is Misfits. The Misfits over here, let's update this, okay? This was, sorry, the Metallicas have buried it. Cameron Lingefeld, 82. Who was bidding before him? John Kaiser. So Kaiser, just so you know, you're out on this. This is at 82 with Cameron. This is at 82 with Cameron, okay? 82 on Cameron, 82 on Cameron, okay? That is with Cameron at $82. $82. John Kaiser, you were the next bidder at 80. Phil Campbell, old line, still roar. Phil Campbell, old line, still roar. Gary Samuels is at $60. Gary Samuels is at $60. Phil Campbell, $60. And then this Iron Maiden, if it didn't get a bid, I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy it now for $175. This did not get a bid, $175. This is live at Donington, triple LP, red, white, and blue vinyl, $175 on that. It's a buy it now for $175, okay? And then Metallica has hit $390. $390 on Metallica Ride the Lightning. That is OG. We'll go into more details on that before I sell it. Phil Campbell, 61. Misfits, 84. Sorry, Cameron, I got distracted by Metallica. You've been outbid on the Misfits, 84. Metallica's at 425. Next is This is not a Canadian. This is a Canadian jacket, but the OG US were in Canadian jackets. The OG US pressings were stored in Canadian jackets. There is no US jacket for Ride the Lightning. Now, somebody's asking about reload on the wall. Let's see over here. So, reload back here is new and sealed, $49.99. We just sold an OG copy for a couple hundred, I think. That is $49.99 for the 2LP. Yes, it's available for sale. Here's what's left in this first crate of straight priced. Wow, VOW, Shockwaves, $14.99. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace, OG EX, $34.99. Kaiser, you're out on the Misfits. Metallica is at $430 with Chase Arnold. Kaiser was at $425, and Phil Campbell's at $62. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, $39.99 for Napalm Death. And October File, Holy Armor from the Jaws of God, $19.99 on that. And on top, this is Mudhoney Live, 2014, live on top of the Space Needle. Record store day, $49.99. Phil Campbell, $65.66. Leaders of Down, Cascade into Chaos, $39.99. Misfits is at $90. Metallica still at $430. Let's go ahead and put up another Iron Maiden. Next Iron Maiden is going to go up for bid right now, and this is Iron Maiden Blood Brothers Part 2. Blood Brothers is a bootleg, and evidently we have parts 1 and 2 as well. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right, let's do these then. Let's start with volume 1 before we do volume 2, okay? Before we do volume 1, let's do volume 1. Iron Maiden Blood Brothers. Here we go. This is near mint. We have whoever wins this, we also have volume 1 and 2 we're going to be selling. And what exactly is this? Some of these Iron Maidens are going to be live. Some of them may be, I don't know, unreleased recordings and demos. Y'all know how bootlegs are. I think, yeah, this is live in Manheim, July 8th, 2000. That's a $115 start on that one. Iron Maiden Blood Brothers, $115 on that one. All right, and then over here, Phil Campbell, $65.66, Misfits, $90, Metallica, $450, Jason Fornerat on the Mudhoney Record Store Day, Metallica, $460, Misfits, $92, and NY64, that was a progressive metal stoner rock, 2015 U.S. clear vinyl with CD, $14.99, and we have Nightwish, Over the Hills and Far Away, blue vinyl, music on vinyl, numbered, $99.99. These are all straight priced here. Napalm Death again, Utopia Banished, $34.99. Pantera, the Rhino remaster, that is sealed for $39.99. That is out of print. Saigon Kick, this is no longer in print. Their 1991 debut on clear milky vinyl, that is $39.99. And Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls remastered EX, $29.99. Misfits 92, Misfits 94. He's out on Phil Campbell. That means Phil Campbell sold to Ed Riviere for $65. Metallica's at $460. Do I hear an air horn? Do I hear an air horn? $460 on Metallica, and this Iron Maiden's $115 start. Blood Brothers Part 1, okay? Ben Amaya on Saigon Kick. Ben Amaya on Saigon Kick. Let's go through another crate over here, okay? We got some vintage crates. That one was pretty intense. The next couple vintage crates, if you're just interested in stuff like that, we'll be going through all those while we're auctioning off all this insane metal off. And just FYI, Brian Stern wants Motley Crue. You got it. I think there's another little short crate here of other straight price stuff. Let me see what they've got here. That's not going to be straight priced, even though it's kind of damaged. Okay, there's a few more metal records here. I think they're kind of check condition and low grade. And because of that, we'll go ahead and put them up for auction, or we'll put them up for buy now. There's a few like check condition and low grade stuff in here, and these are going to be sticker price right now, okay? Out on Metallica, okay? So Metallica is going to be a final call to Chase Arnold for $460. He's still bidding on the Misfits, though, and final chance on Iron Maiden for $115. All righty, and then somebody did claim Motley Crue. Here we go. I hadn't done a Motorhead in a while. Don't forget about all that stuff we still have to run tonight. Holy moly. So here we go. Motley Crue is sold to Brian Stern. Thank you on that one. All right, so VG Plus, $49.99, an 81 OG Aussie. It has a radio station sticker and a gold stamp promo. Diary of a Madman, pretty solid, but the cover has heavy wear. It looks like it was pretty worn out at a radio station, but the vinyl's still pretty solid. That was probably played out over the airwaves up in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, WZZO. VG Plus, $49.99 for Ozzy. And then Judas Priest, British Steel, another gold stamp promo, another OG solid Terre Haute, VG Plus, $34.99. And then Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, a nice VG, an 82 OG with the fan club insert, $49.99. Some straight priced OG stuff here that typically is not straight priced. Iron Maiden's a no bid. Blood Brothers Part 1, $115 buy it now on that. Manaheim, July 8th, 2000. Let's put that right over here. It's a no bid buy it now for $115. So I got that for $115. And what I'll do then is if somebody buys Part 1, I've also got Part 2 and Part 3, if anybody wants those, $115, or we'll go ahead and sell all three of them for $300. So if you get the Blood Brothers Part 2, Part 3, $115 each, or we'll go ahead and sell all three of them for $300. If anybody wants that complete set, just FYI, okay? And then Metallica's about to sell. OG, I did say I would show it one more time. This is Ride the Lightning. It is OG. It's a U.S. original, first press, and it has the inner sleeve. Very nice. The cover has a couple wear marks down here. We'll call it a solid VG cover, VG Plus on the vinyl, and that is right now $460 with Chase Arnold, hammers up. That is tough to get. As y'all seen on Discogs, those keep getting pricier and pricier, it seems like. Misfits is at $108, and 007 says he'll take the trifecta Iron Maidens for $300. 1, 2, 3. Tag these for $100 each. I think that was a pretty good deal. Since that one didn't get a bid, instead of separating those all up, let's just go ahead and do a package deal here. And he gets volume 1, 2, and Blood Brothers Part 3, 100, 100, and 100, okay? Number of the Beast, I'm going to keep all these right now sticker price. If something changes, I'll reduce them later tonight. They're still bidding on Misfits, and this is sold to Chase Arnold for $460. That's sold to Chase Arnold for $460, okay? Thank you, Chase, and let's put that away. Awesome there. All right, seems like solid VG Plus copies are selling now between $400 and $500 on these, and it seems like if you get a really nice one, I know we've sold some really nice ones recently for $500, $600, and I think not too long ago we had one in shrink that was near mint that was like, what, $870 or $780. So if you run across an OG real Ride the Lightning, they have gotten expensive. If you want a solid mid-grade copy or mid-upper tier copy, they're $400 or $500 right now, it seems like. So that is sold, and that is done. And then John Kaiser does take Number of the Beast. They're still battling over Misfits, and we need all new auctions. Kaiser, you're out, and let's go ahead and put up more stuff. We need another Metallica. And there is another version of Ride the Lightning here. We do have the first Electra. How about we go back-to-back Ride the Lightnings? I mean, probably besides And Justice for All, this has got to be one of my favorites. And here, let's go back-to-back. So here's a more affordable copy. Here's a more affordable copy, Ride the Lightning. This is on the first Electra. So Ride the Lightning, one of the reasons that one demands so much money is because Metallica went from Megaforce to Electra right during this period. So when they went to the big label, they made more of these by far than they did the silver label that we just sold, okay? So that's what happens with a record like that. It's kind of a transition label. So this was the first time it was on Electra. This is still 1984, though. This is still 1984. So, I mean, this was still out on the shelves in 1984. It's not like it's a reissue. It's just the second label. So Megaforce, Electra, a solid copy, too. Has the original inner sleeve, and this is a $175 start. So back-to-back Ride the Lightnings. This one has a couple scuff marks on it. It's going to rock out. There's nothing that's going to affect back play. Y'all know how loud this album is. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Unbelievable. Creeping Death. Call of Cthulhu. What about Fade to Black and Ride the Lightning? Holy crap. Okay, that's up for bid, $175. VG Plus. All right, over here we go. Let's finish up this crate. Old Ghost Caskets. That's VG Plus $19.99. Looks demented. Old Ghost is VG Plus $19.99. And what do we have here? Motorhead One Track Mind. It looks like it's a 3-track EP VG 24.99. Misfits at 112, Ride the Lightning 175, and then over here we have what now? We need more Iron Maidens. We need lots more Iron Maidens. Here we go. Let's do something official. We've done a bunch of bootlegs. Here is Flight 666, the picture disc. Flight 666, the picture disc, and this is going to go up for a $65 start. Double picture disc, those are the original inner sleeves. We've got it cleaned, and we've got them in MoFi sleeves. That is Iron Maiden, the double picture disc for Flight 666, and that's a $65 start. Misfits, 110, 112. Chris Bryan on Motorhead. What is Clue 2? What is Clue 2? What is going on? I don't understand a couple of these questions. Where were you on Number of the Beast? Number of the Beast already sold. It was $50. And then over here we have Judas Priest Point of Entry, a VG copy for $14.99. Also a VG minus cover. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, an 83 Canadian Club OG. VG Plus $39.99 for Peace of Mind. VG Plus $39.99. And we have London Don't Cry Wolf, a VG Plus copy for $49.99. London Don't Cry Wolf. Look at the hair there. That guy got electrocuted. Holy crap. Is that how he meant to fix it? VG Plus, $49.99. All right, back over here, we have Chris Bryant got Motorhead. Metallica is $175. And then Iron Maiden got a bid for $70. John Kaz is out on Misfits. Sid said on the Judas Priest. Thank you on that one. And then Shannon Lee next on Priest. Barry Stramatos on Iron Maiden. Richard Davis on Kind, and he meant London. And that is sold to Richard Davis. Thank you on that one. Misfits is sold then. That is sold Misfits, Cameron Lingefeld, $112. These are all sticker price. And then Metallica. Somebody asked what it was. Metallica over here is Ride the Lightning. This is with the original inner sleeve and cover, and it's a solid VG Plus. This is an 84 Electra. So OG release year, just that second label, Electra. We just sold the silver label for $460. This is the essentially I don't know how they call it on Discogs. I don't think they call it a reissue. It might be a repress. It's when they went to Electra. Electra said, holy crap, these kids are good. Let's start spending more money promoting them. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden, and this is with Todd Fisher at $70. And then we got two more OG records in here. Blizzard, a VG copy for $24, VG vinyl, VG jacket, Crazy Train. And over here is Judas Priest Stained Glass, VG Plus $39.99. VG Plus $39.99. So Metallica, Iron Maiden. Let's do something a little bit different over here. That's Metallica. We don't want that. That's another Metallica, not right now. There's another Metallica, not right now. And then what's over here in my other miscellaneous stack? Let me put these in a crate so I can flip through them easier. Holy Motorhead. Holy Motorhead, folks. What is in here? Oh my gosh. What is this? Oh, yeah, let's do an OG Ozzy and then Cinderella. This is a big one. A real 1991 USOG. No More Tears. Tears. Oh, my. 91 OG Ozzy. No More Tears. Tears. A $350 start. Oh, wow. It's near me. It's a beautiful copy. Very nice. I don't think this came with an inner sleeve. That's just a generic No More Tears. Very nice. That's up for bid. A Grail. $350 on that one. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $75, and Andy Wade gets Judas Priest. Not much in that crate. Just a few random metal records left. Straight price. Ozzy Diary, the vinyl's not bad. The cover's pretty worn out. It was a radio station copy. Flying High Again is $49.99. British Steel is still available. A Gold Stamp promo, Breaking the Law, VG Plus $34.99. Old Ghost, I don't think went claimed. That's VG Plus $19.99. And then Blizzard is VG $24.99. Mr. Crowley, Scully Mack on British Steel. Thank you, Scully Mack. That's so to you. And this Iron Maiden, or excuse me, this Metallica just got one bid, $175. Sold to Brian Stern. Nice. $175. Da-dun, da-dun, dun, do-do-do-do, bo-do-do-do, da-dun, da-dun, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, da-dun, da-dun. Okay, now we're at 76, and Ozzy is a $350 start. Okay? All right, that means we need another Metallica. And let's see what kind of copy of And Justice for All we have over here. Shortest Straw. This is interesting here. Let me figure out what's going on. The person before us had marked it a promo. I don't understand why they put that on here because the labels aren't pro. I was trying to investigate this the other day. So it's a gold stamp promo. Okay. So yeah, there are promo marked labels, but this is bizarre. It's a gold stamp promo here. So this is a gold stamp promo of Injustice for All. So let me look at the labels one more time. Sometimes it's kind of hidden, but no, these aren't promo marked labels, but the jacket's a gold stamp promo. Wow. But yeah, this is beautiful. I mean, I love these when they're near mint. They sound so incredible. These were mastered DMM. And yeah, this is really nice. So let's call this, let's try to be conservative and say EX near mint minus, but you'll see what I'm talking about when you get it. It's very nice. Both original inner sleeves, $175 start. It should take off from there. There's the gold stamp promo. Now, not all gold stamp promos are promo marked labels. Y'all see that all the time, right? 175. That is just a nice, we'll just have to call that a U.S. original. It does have a promo mark jacket, but not promo labels. We've had promo labels here. We've sold them for 500 plus. This one should take off like a rocket ship. Iron Maiden is at $76. David Saunders, you're out. Todd Fisher has it for $76. Final chance on Ozzy. And Iron Maiden has already got a bunch of bids. All right. Now, don't forget, we also got a lot of vintage stuff to do. Buy it now, best offer, as we continue to put up all this insane metal stuff for tonight. And I may have a couple crates of new vinyl that are older. I see one right here of Wasp. I see right here with Rob Zombie. After we go through a crate of vintage best offer, I may try to go through some of these crates of new vinyl that I know have metal in it. There's probably some new people watching that wants to buy some new titles, and that would be wonderful because I have a whole crate here. Yeah, Wasp, Creator, Anthrax, Paradise Lost, Megadeth. I always try to show stuff like that on Metal Night. The big focus tonight are these auctions, and we are moving fast. Did you claim for British Steel? You were second. Somebody beat you to it. Somebody beat you to it. Somebody beat you to it. Let's see what else they've marked over here. Should be some great vintage stuff. You could see country. You could see soul. You could see a lot of different stuff. I have no idea. We're just going to be going through these while we're putting up the other stuff. Could see Bob Dylan. Could see Beatles. Could see Zeppelin. Who knows in these kind of crates. We'll go through them. Buy it now or best offer, okay? All right, and then let's update over here. You were actually second on that claim. All right, so let's go up and Iron Maiden 75, and then Iron Maiden 76, Iron Maiden 76, Metallica 180, 225, 175, 181, 226. All right, Ozzy didn't get a bid. A $350 buy it now for No More Tears. That's probably top price on this, but probably saved us a lot of time from an auction battle. So $350, that is a beautiful OG copy. Let's put Ozzy right over here. 91 USOG, $350 if you want that one. Haven't had one of those come through in a while, actually. And that means we're going to move down Metallica, which is now at $250. And the Iron Maiden was up to one person. And that person is David Saunders. That's up to David Saunders. Joseph Felicetti's like, you know what, Chad? I do need that Aussie. There you go. $350. Thank you on that one. Very fair, very cool, very nice. So did Joseph for $350. All right, we need another auction then. And let's go ahead and put up this box set for, let's do a Slade box set here. Interesting. Slade, 1971 to 1975. I didn't know they made this. Something a little bit different here. Slade, 71 to 75 box set. Didn't know they made this. Lots of cool extra stuff. Colored vinyl. That's a number 2035, $115 start for Slade. That is sealed, $115 start. That's now up for bid. Iron Maiden still getting bid, 77. Metallica, 251. And the first record in here, there it is. This is it. Kenny Loggins, Keep the Fire, $9.99. And we have Julius Wechter and the Baja Marimba Band, Foul Play. That's $9.99. And The Arbors featuring I Can't Quit Her, The Letter. That's also $9.99. Iron Maiden, bid, out, sold. David Saunders, $77. Metallica still getting bids. That's a gold stamp promo of Injustice, the vinyl EX Plus Near Mint Minus. and the last bid on that was $251. This is buy it now, best offer. Yes, buy it now, best offer. Let's get some vintage stuff out of here sold. The offer switch is turned on this one. Kenny Loggins, so did Todd Fisher. Slade 115. So Metallica is up. Well, that means we need another Iron Maiden, and let's do an Iron Maiden bootleg out of here. Let's see what this is right here. Oh, man, this is Bang Sweden 2005, colored vinyl sealed, and this is going to go up for bid. Iron Maiden, Bang Sweden 2005, 2LP number to 500, and this is going to go up for $125 start. Colored vinyl sealed, number 282 of 500, $125 start on Iron Maiden. A lot of these boots that are sealed or open, regardless, going anywhere between a $75 and a $250 start on most of them. $125 on Bang Sweden, rare, sealed. Of course, they're rare. They only made some of these only 200 or 100 of them. And then Metallica's at $257. Slade has a bid for $115. We have Bob Dylan Infidels, $24.99 on Dylan. And Harry Chapin Portrait Gallery. Harry Chapin is $9.99, and then Poco delivering $9.99. That means amenities. You're out of Metallica. Matthew has it for $257. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $125. That means we need something else. Some other people have requested this OG Cinderella record. Let's go ahead and pull this. This is a 1994 USOG Near Mint Minus. This one doesn't come through very often. In Shrink Cinderella, a $95 star. This is still climbing, and it's on the Coke bottle clear vinyl. Beautiful. OG Shrink Near Mint clear vinyl, $95. Let's go ahead and sell the Slade. And the Slade is sold to Paul Oakley. Nice pickup there, $115. Thank you on that, Paul Oakley. Slade box set, unopened, $115 sold. Let's move these down. Kind of lost a couple people unless the feeds hung up. Metallica still at $257. Iron Maiden $125. Is everybody still out there? Test 1 2, test 1 2. Next thing is Bing Crosby sings the great standards. That's $9.99. That's old Bing Crosby there. And then over here we have this Metallica $258. No, we're still live. And then over here we have the Beatles. This is a 2LP. That is sealed for $49.99. $49. There's Metallica $259 with amenities. That means Matthew Hendon, you're outbid. Final call on Metallica for $125, and Cinderella's a $95 star. The Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones. This looks like a nice clean copy, an OG stereo press, $19.99 on that. And then Jimmy Reed, 12 greatest hits. Jimmy Reed, $19.99. So Metallica's between Amenity, Alfredo, and Matthew Hendon. And then Iron Maiden, just one bidder and no bid yet on Cinderella. Next thing over here is Bee Gees Turn Around, Look at Me. The Bee Gees is $9.99. And Carpenters, the singles, $69-73. A Holland press, $14.99 on that. And we have Jean-Luc Ponty, Enigmatic Ocean. Jean-Luc Ponty, $9.99. And Mac Davis, greatest hits. There it is. There it is, folks. Mac Davis's greatest hits. 007 Platinum gets Iron Maiden for $125. Nobody bid on Cinderella. That's a $95 buy it now on Cinderella. $95 buy it now on Cinderella. That is done. That is done. Metallica $265, Metallica $266. John Kaiser, Cinderella. Mike Straws was ahead of you. Mike, I need $5 more and it's yours. If you pass, it's sold to John Kaiser. I figured that would sell for like $156. Dave Mason, Two Hearts is $9.99. All right, here we go. Next auction. So another Iron Maiden down, another Iron Maiden up. Who do we have here? Iron Maiden. This is somewhere in Paris. Very cool one here. It is another sealed trademark of quality, and this one's a $175 start. It is sealed, numbered to 553. Caught somewhere in Paris, $175 start on that one, sealed. And the Swingin' Pig record, that's now up for bid, $175 on that one. Mike Straws does get the Cinderella for $95. John Kaiser, you were second on that one. Michael Thrower put Car, C-A-R, and Car was for what now? Carpenters, that's so to Michael Thrower. Metallica $275, Metallica $276. We got Metallica up for bid. We got Iron Maiden up for bid. And that means we need an Opeth up for bid. Opeth is our next auction, a 2008 US 2LP with CD limited edition. Opeth is a $55 start. Opeth is a $55 start. 2008 USOG, and that's for Watershed. Well, a 2008 US, I don't think it's OG. It's a 2LP, though. A 2008 2008 US. Okay, yeah, there we go. Opeth, $55 start, okay? $55 start on Opeth, 2008, and it has the CD. Matthew, you're out on Metallica. Brian Call said Dave Mason 6. So did Brian Call. The mamas and papas, people like us, $9.99. Metallica, new bid for $300. This Iron Maiden, $175 start. Opeth Watershed is at $55 with Josh Baldwin. Buddy Miles, more miles per gallon, $19.99 on that. And Poco picking up the pieces, $9.99. Opeth does have a bid for $55. Metallica, $300. Amenities, it's up to you. Final chance on that Iron Maiden for $175. Next box set. Let's go ahead and put up a Motorhead over here. Yes, Motorhead. This is numbered 79 of 300. Motorhead, this is called Live at City Hall, Newcastle, England, March 22nd, 1982. It is a 2 LP picture disc box set. Motorhead, and I think it has a poster with it. There's the picture disc, and Motorhead is going to go up for $125 start. $125 for Motorhead. Make sure you put MH for Motorhead because we also have MET Metallica up for bid as well. $125 on that one. John Denver Autograph. It's not actually autograph. That's the name of the album. And then we have Kenny Rogers in the first edition. It presents The Ballad of Calico. That's a 2 LP, $29.99. Nobody bid on Iron Maiden. This one's $175. $175 on this one. $175 on Iron Maiden's. Call somewhere but in Paris. That's $175 on that one. Metallica 309, Metallica 310. Final call on Opeth just has that one bid, and there's Motorhead $125 on that one. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, $14.99 on Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. Diet Coke break. Diet Coke break. I got a bottle of water already back here too, right? I'm loaded up. I got to make sure I'm locked in for tonight. Holy moly. This could be the most exhausting sale of my career. This could be it. I need to tag a couple of these no bids so I can remember these prices for later, because a lot of these I'm like, well, did I say 175, 195? One of them over here is 195. One of them over here is 175. Because I'm losing my tags accidentally. Don't mean to do that, but that one was 195. That one was 175. And then this one, that's already still got the tag on it. I know how much that was. That was straight priced. I know how much that was, and I know how much that was. Okay, good. All right, here we go. Just got a few no bids right quick. John Denver was $9.99. Opeth is sold, and that is sold to that is sold over here, and that is sold. Let me find that bid again. Let's put up some new stuff. Thank you, Josh Baldwin. That's sold to you for $55. Right now, the feed is mostly them on a steel cage death match for Metallica and Justice for All, a steel cage death match. 309, 310, 325, 326. Final chance on the Motorhead box for $125, okay? Moving on, I have John Denver. There's another one. That's Spirit, $9.99. Was that Maiden we just had? The Maiden we just had for $175 was limited to 500. 53 of 500. $175 on that one. And the only other Iron Maiden boot was Donington, the triple LP 1992 red, white, and blue vinyl. That one's $195. That's the only two Iron Maidens that hadn't sold. There's a couple other no bids, but that's the only Iron Maidens that haven't sold. Everything else is gone. James Taylor Mudslide Slim, $24.99. All right, I'm ready to put up another Metallica, but it's hard to when they're still battling over that one. But we need this right here. Check out this Ozzy gold vinyl, Bark at the Moon live, Suicide Solution live, Paranoid live, and So Tired and Waiting for Darkness. That's on gold vinyl, Ozzy at 84 UK, 12-inch, 45 RPM, Ozzy, $50 start. $50 start on that. He's out on Metallica. Matthew Hendon, you have that, and that's a final call. This is 84 gold vinyl. Very cool here. It's a 5-track, $50 start on that one. $50 star. Firefall Elon, that is sealed for $14.99. Jason Morris on both John Denvers. That's some good listening there. Jason Morris on both John Denvers. And London by George Martin in his orchestra. Wow, that's cool. The guy who produced all the Beatles stuff. $49.99. His actual individual solo type records are pretty desirable. $49.99 for him. Motorhead didn't get a bid. This is a $125 buy it now. If anybody wants Motorhead, it's a $125 buy it now. Donington has an offer for $150. What did I have on it? Let's do Donington Kaiser $160. $160 and it's yours. 160 on Donington, okay? And then Ozzy's a $50 start. Next in here is the Beatles Live Star Club Hamburg, 2 LP, $39.99. All right, Metallica. This is sold to Matthew Hendon for $350. Thank you, Matthew Hendon. That's sold to you for $350. I was about to say, I wonder if Debbie Laster's on. If Debbie's on, there's not going to be much Motorhead stuff left. This Metallica sold for $350 to Matthew Hendon. Thank you on that one. That was a gold stamp promo. Super nice copy. And then over here, Motorhead sold for $125 to Debbie Laster. That's sold to Debbie Laster, $125, okay? That's done. And then over here, we got Herb Albert, You Smile, The Story Begins, $9.99. Herb Albert and John Denver in the crates on Metal Night. So if you're unfamiliar, we never really have that much straight price metal. That's really hard to do, but I can always guarantee we'll have plenty of metal auctions on Metal Night, but it's just nearly impossible to keep up with the demand with straight price metal. It's just it's just impossible. But man, okay, so if you just missed out on that Metallica, wow, look at it. I wish this was open so I could listen to it. This is the 45 RPM and Justice for All box, sealed. $125 start, sealed, 45 RPM, and Justice for All. That is now up for bid. Louder, faster, heavier. The sealed and Justice for All, that's $125 on that one. James Goggin on Herb Albert, that is sold, and Donington is sold to John Kaiser for $160. Metallica already has a bid for $150. Wow, that is amazing. The sealed 45 RPM. Final chance on Ozzy for $50. So Metallica's up for bid. It already has a bid for $150. Ozzy's a $50 start. And let's go ahead and show another record in here. American Breed, that's in shrink, $9.99. And we have American Flyer. That one's $14.99. All right, now that means we need another Iron Maiden. Let's go ahead and see what's over here in the box sets for Iron Maiden. Oh my, what do we have here? We have Paris. Okay, here we go. The box set's always desirable here. This is Iron Maiden. A 3-picture disc, I believe. Yeah, live in Paris, France, November 1986. Picture disc box set here, and this is a $195 start on this one. $195 on that one. Iron Maiden, that's now up for bid, okay? $195 Iron Maiden, that's now up for bid. Next thing in here is Cat Stevens' Number, a Pythagorean Theory tale. Cat Stevens is $14.99. And then Still I Span, Now We Are Six, $14.99 for Still I Span. And Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, $14.99. Metallica, $150, $150, $160, $175, $200. Nobody bid on Ozzy, the Go Vinyl 5-track here, Bark at the Moon. Wow, $50 buy it now on that one. $50 buy it now on that one. $195 for this Iron Maiden box set. And then over here we have Tyrone Power reading poetry of Byron, $12.99 on that one. Metallica's already hit $200, and Nazareth Loud and Proud, $29.99 for Nazareth. All right, we need something else. Motorhead over here. What else do we have over here? Motorhead. I got a Dream Theater, another test pressing from Dream Theater. Golly, look at all this stuff over here. Okay, let's do the Tool bootleg of Anima. Uh-oh. H. This is, of course, as y'all know, the story on Tool Anima, never been officially re-released on vinyl. They did that one pressing, the OG pressing. That's a $1,000 record, sealed or high grade. That's been bootlegged ever since then. So if you ever see a version of Tool Anima, you've either got a real OG or you've got a bootleg. There's no reissue, and they've never reissued it. We're all patiently waiting as Tool fans for them to remaster this and re-release it. Oh man, Eulogy, H, 46 and 2. Oh my, Stink Fist, the song Anima, Push It. That is a $75 start. And by the way, most of these bootlegs are mastered from like FLAC files or MP3s. They're really good quality. I mean, it's compressed digital stuff, but still, you don't have to worry about like bad quality on these. I've never heard anybody have a bad Tool bootleg, maybe a live show or something, but all these Animas are usually fantastic. $75 start. Stanley Richmond grabbed the Ozzy for $50. Inner Groove, you were second. Metallica, $200, now $210. Another $210, now $225. and 230, the 45 RPM. I don't have it tonight, so I hadn't seen it. So Tool's at $100. Nobody's bid on this Iron Maiden. Final chance for 195. Metallica's at 240 sealed, and Tool already has a bid for $100. So there's kind of no in between. You can buy these bootlegs, which are actually still pretty expensive, or you can buy the OG. And the OGs, I don't even like handling. I've had a couple real ones. We've always sold them for $1,000, around $1,000, and I've listened to them because when I've sold them, I'm like, I better listen to these or I'm never going to get a chance to. And I'm always like, man, I better, those really expensive records. I'm like, okay, yikes. So, okay, here we go. We have Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited. This is all vintage stuff, best offer, $12.99 on that. The Best of Gary and the Pacemakers, $9.99. And Cheetah Beat, Sandy Nelson. Cheetah Beat is $9.99. Tool has one bid for $100. Iron Maiden, $195. Metallica still getting bids, $251. Johnny Winter, Third Degree, in shrink. That's Alligator Records, $19.99 on Johnny Winter. And Rufus Thomas, That Woman is Poison. There she is. She's in a poison bottle. That is sealed for $24.99. And Carpenter's Live at Palladium, $14.99. Mellencamp is $19.99. And Days of Future Past, I highly recommend. Nights in White, Satin, Never Reaching the End. Iron Maiden is sold to Todd Fisher for $195, and that officially fills up our fourth crate of the night. So, Todd, thank you. If Tool doesn't have another bid, I'm about to sell it for $100 to Alex Miller. And then I see a claim on Johnny, and I see a claim on some other stuff. But first, this crate's full, and we need to start filling up another one. I still got 5 crates of vintage. Wow. Yeah, 5 more crates of vintage to go through after this one. We just filled up our 4th crate there of sold stuff for tonight. And like I said, after we get through all these auctions tonight, that's going to be a total of probably 4 more. So we still got a lot of stuff to sell. All right, over here we have and Metallica. That is at $275. And then first thing over here is Richard Davis on Johnny. That sold Richard Davis. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Metallica, $260, $275. And the first thing was Naz Conditioning Year. Nazareth Loud and Proud, $29.99. What year did this come out? Are you asking me to confirm the pressing? It looks like it's an OG. That's the right label for 1973. It's a Terre Haute, $29.99. And then the Jimmy Reed, back here was Jimmy Reed. Jimmy Reed was 12 Greatest Hits, no condition notes, $19.99. And Tool is sold for $100 to Alex Miller. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Eulogy. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. What about 46 and 2? Boom. Some interesting sounds coming from that. 305 on the Metallica right now. No condition notes on Bing Crosby. We have Johnny Rivers for $9.99. Stephen Douglas on Jimmy Reed for $15. So Metallica down. That means we know the Iron Maiden. Here's another one from the same kind of set. This is Live in Stockholm. Live in Stockholm. And a lot of these kind of look like they're made from the same company, kind of the same series. And this is a picture disc 3 LP with poster. This one's a $225 start. 225, 3 picture disc box set. And what an awesome, there's another Viking 80 Warlord. That's in Stockholm, Sweden, June 28th. And that one's $225. $225 on that. Right now, this Metallica is at $305. And we have Nat King Cole Looking Back, $9.99. Now Metallica is at $325. The I've never seen that before. Music for Pleasure. Oh, it's a UK. $14.99 on the Carpenters. And KRS-One, the MC World Perfect, Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Some kind of hip-hop rap single here, $19.99 from Chris One, MC World Perfect. I'm not for sure what I'm reading there, but there it is. Metallica 326, Iron Maiden 225. Let's grab another auction over here. That was the riff to Jump in the Fire. And golly, look at all these Motorheads. We need to start knocking out some of these. All right, let's do. Okay, here we go. This is Motorhead, live at Monsters of Rock, Castle Donington, 1986. We have a 2018. That's when this was made. It's an unofficial, so there's none ever sold on Discogs, none ever sold on eBay. Monsters of Rock, 1986 gatefold Motorhead. That needs to go up for a $55 start. It should take off from there. $55 start on Motorhead. Castle Donington, that's now up for bid. Metallica, 346, and then final chance on that Iron Maiden for 225. Last couple records in here. Alex Chilton, High Priest. Wow. 1999, didn't expect to see that. Gold stamp promo, Alex Chilton. And MC5 back in the USA, an OG, $64.99. MC5, $64.99. Metallica's at $346 right now. Troy said he would do 10 and 10 on the Carpenters. There's actually three. There's actually the singles collection, Troy, the live album, and then that Music for Pleasure comp that I had. So do you want 3 for 30, or do you want to pick out which 2 do you want? I'm good with 10. Let me find that singles collection. It's somewhere right in here. Hold on, hold the phone. But if you want all 3, that's fine too. What happened to the singles collection? Well, it was in here. Did somebody buy that earlier? This is the first crate of vintage, so it shouldn't have been in another crate. Brown cover. Where's it at? It was at the first record? Nope. Well, it's not that. Okay, there's the... Okay, so let's look at it again. Third read-through here. Well, somebody might have bought it. Or I pulled out the wrong record earlier. Johnny Winter. Let me look in the last crate. Did somebody buy that earlier? So there's those 2. And I wonder if I pulled out somebody bought something earlier and I pulled out the wrong record. Herb Albert, Iron Maiden, Metallica, John Denver. Yeah, Carpenter single. Somebody might have already bought it. It's in the sold crate. I don't even remember selling that. I'm going so fast tonight, I don't remember selling that. So I guess you're talking about these 2, right? If so, those are sold to you. I don't remember selling the first one. Whoa. Okay. So let's go. Let's figure out what just happened here. Sorry, there's a lot of activity all of a sudden. Let's go to the top cam to figure that out. Metallica 345, Metallica 346, Metallica 360, Metallica 365. What's info on Harry Chapin? Harry Chapin is right back here. Portrait Gallery, no condition notes, $9.99 U.S. original. The Moody Blues is the original label. I'm assuming it's an OG press of Days of Future Past. And I think that one was stickered $19.99. It was. No condition notes. That was asked about Back to the Turntable. And then KRS 112, Devious John. Sell this for $12. What was Alex Chilton? Alex Chilton was High Priest. U.S. original gold stamp promo, $19.99. Bing and Nat King Cole for $13. I don't like that number. How about 7 and 7? And I'll sell them to you. There's Nat King Cole and Bing Crosby. 7 and 7. I like those 7s on the $9.99 stuff. So those are yours if you want them, 7 and 7. Troy, all 3 for 30. If sold, I'll take the other 2. Yeah, I don't know who bought the other Carpenters. Let me go through my feed. Did somebody buy that earlier? If so, I need to go take it out. Herb, JD, Opeth, Dave Mason, Carr. Yeah, Michael Thrower bought it earlier. Okay, so these are sold to Troy for 10 and 10. All right, and then over here, the Monkeys was in stereo. Okay? And then Rich Duke on Nat King Cole and Bing, 7 and 7. I'll do 15 on the Moody Blues. It was marked 1999. Okay, so that means Metallica's at 380. Nobody bet on Iron Maiden, $225. Nobody bet on Iron Maiden, $225 on that one. 3 LP box, picture disc, $225 on that one. Okay, and so there's Metallica. Brian Call said 15. Who made an offer first? Back to the turntable. It's yours. If not, it's sold to Brian Call. And then final chance on Motorhead. Sorry, I didn't realize I was still on top cam. Motorhead, final chance at $55. Castle Donington, 1986. He asked for it first. That sold to him for $15. So let me clarify for a second. Metallica, the sealed 45 RPM series, Amenities has it for $380. John Kaiser, you're out. Motorhead, final chance to lock in a bid for $55. And the Iron Maiden box was a no bid, $225. The only other two records that was asked about in here that's still available is the Monkees and Alex Chilton and Harry Chapin. That's the only ones that was asked about. And I guess somebody asked about Nazareth earlier, 29, and then MC5 was OG 64. 99. Okay, anything else in here is still available, and you can make an offer or buy these at any time tonight. We need another Iron Maiden, so the next Iron Maiden is going to go up for bid right now, and this is something official. This is the Book of Souls live chapter. It is a triple LP near mint, a $55 start. This is actually an official release from Iron Maiden, and this is in this trifold, gatefold, trifold out jacket. $55 start, okay? All right, and then amenities, you've been outbid on Metallica. Never mind, he's back in at 401. Let's go through another crate of vintage. So as we're auctioning off all this insane metal tonight, crate after crate after crate after vintage. I still got the Knuckle Bones, Rock Saws, Icons figures, if anybody wants those. I've got Slayer. All three of them. They didn't make the fourth. They made those three. I've got all three Slayer Knucklebone statues for $575, and I have the Metallica statues for $975, the whole set. All righty, let's grab that next crate. Here we go. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. Y'all have almost got me out of breath. Y'all have almost got me out of breath. Let's go through another crate here. Buy it now, best offer. Let me figure out which one I want to do next. I like that record in the front. There's got to be a check condition. Here we go. Here's looks like a short but sweet check condition crate. I like the check condition stuff, so let's go ahead and grab this. About time for Chad to chug some more energy. There's been some battles tonight over some of these Metallicas. I mean, some absolute battles tonight over some of these Metallicas. Crazy. All right, so Metallica's at 407. John Kaiser, you're out. Nobody bid on Motorhead. $55 buy it now on that. Castle Donington, $55. Speaking of $55, that's the starting bid on Iron Maiden. And Metallica's at 410. So let's go find something else. Somebody's probably going to grab that at 55. Let me write down the price on a couple of these so I don't forget. 55, and then the Iron Maiden was 225. I'm sure at the very end tonight we'll be striking some deals. I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice. But I can tell you right now, if you don't grab them now or early, they're going to get gone because Richard Davis just got Motorhead for $55. All right, let's go ahead and show George. This is a cool record. Another George Martin VG. It's Beatles related. George Martin, his orchestra play Help. So it's George Martin conducting an orchestra, and he's doing all the Beatles stuff. VG $24.99. Metallica's at $411. That means we need another probably Motorhead auction. And let's see what's going on with this right here. So let's do, what about Numbskull? That's something a little bit different. This is a 1988 USOG, and this one's not easy to get. Numbskull, Richly Abused, Near Mint Minus, a thrash album, $95 start for Numbskull. Feel like I've seen it maybe once before. 1988 USOG, $95 start. Has this original on her sleeve, and that's now up for bid. All right. All right, there's that right there, okay? All right. That guy that wanted to buy all the stuff and pay for it Monday, he's kind of lost his mind, okay? I'm going to go over here and we'll go ahead and remove him from our Facebook chat. Somebody wanted to buy all the Iron Maiden stuff and pay it on Monday, and I was like, man, if you don't have $5,000 right now, you probably won't have $5,000 on Monday, okay? So I just removed him on Facebook and probably have to remove him on you. I was like, man, you can't get on a live auction and say, hey, can I buy $5,000 worth of Iron Maiden records and pay you on Monday? If you're established with us, sure, but if you're a first-time buyer, no, because if you don't have $5,000 right now, that's what I mean. If you plan on buying every Iron Maiden record tonight, you better have some cash. I was like, no, unless you plan on like doing a bank heist. I mean, I don't know what your plan is. It's not easy just to boom come up with $5,000 all of a sudden, okay? I mean, unless you got like unless you're getting a serious paycheck on Monday or something, okay? All right, so over here, Metallica's at $426. John Kaiser, you're out. This Iron Maiden is a buy it now for $55. That's Book of Souls live chapter. I think if I order this new, it's still in print. That's like the wholesale cost on it. This is not a cheap record. So Book of Souls, triple LP, $55 on that one. $55 on that. Sold to Hoopy. Sold to Hoopy for $55. Yeah. Some people they see all that stuff and they're like, man, I'm going to get on here tonight and buy all of them. That's great if you have the money, but I wouldn't get on here and try to buy a bunch of stuff and you're like, well, Monday I'll figure out how to come up with $5,000. That's going to be a bad situation for you, okay? If you're like, okay, Monday I'm going to buy all this stuff and then on Monday I'm going to figure out a way to come up with $5,000. Like I said, maybe you have some kind of drug deal going down, a bank heist, you're going to rob your grandmother. I don't know. Doesn't sound like a good situation for anybody. So next auction is going to go up right now. This is a pretty cool one. I've had this bootleg before, the Assassin. This is Iron Maiden, the Assassin. Let's go ahead and put this up. Iron Maiden, the Assassin. And this is a $75 start. This is another Iron Maiden bootleg, $75 start. This is now up for bid, getting his tax return. Well, that's okay. I have a feeling a lot of people's probably going to be doing that. That's okay, but you still got to be new. If you're new, you got to pay for it now. $75 on the Assassin. Now, if you buy one record tonight, that's okay. But getting on here and saying I'm about to buy everything and then you don't want to... so that's kind of different situation. Okay, Flat and Scruggs, When the Saints Go Marching In, VG Plus $14.99, and then Ted Nugent in 10 Cities and 10 Cities, that's VG Plus $9.99, and then Grand Funk is VG $9.99. Here's some check condition stuff, and we have the Monkees Instant Replay VG copy, $19.99. The Monkees Instant Replay, that's a VG copy, $19.99. Sorry, I've had a record spill situation here. This crate's off balance. There we go, the Monkees. All right, Metallica's at $435. Numbskull is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $95. Numbskull, that's a buy it now for $95, okay? Lots of people in the comments right now giving it high marks. So that's a buy it now for $95 if anybody wants it. Let me put that away right over here. Boom. There it is. And let's put that right there. Okay. So Metallica, boy, they're still bidding on this. Amenities and You're Out, John Kaiser, $435. The Assassin's a $75 start. That last Iron Maiden went to Hoopy, and MG Sanchez put MH. MG Sanchez put MH. MG Sanchez, I'm not for sure what that was for. You just put an MH. That typically stands for Motorhead. And then Metallica, and then let's get back down to the bottom here, $436. Okay, and then Van Morrison Into the Music, that's EX $32.99, and then Van Morrison Wavelength VG Plus $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Speaking of Motorhead, let's do another one right here, and this is Motorhead, and this one is a 2016 German unofficial. It's live in Berlin 2015, The Last Ace. It is on clear vinyl. The last Motorhead concert ever. Wow. Berlin 2015. And this is a $75 start. $75 start. That is Motorhead, The Last Ace, Berlin 2015 with poster near mint. And that is a double LP with bonus material as well. $75 start on that one, okay? This is a buy it now best offer crate. Also, Roy Harper, Folk Jokopus, Roy Harper. Hats off to Roy Harper. VG Plus $39.99. Metallica's at $440 with John Kaiser. $440 with John Kaiser. Also, we have April Wine, a gold stamp promo, VG Plus $14.99, and Ted Nugent. Cat Scratch Fever, VG Plus $9.99. Josh Brown on Ted for $7. And Ted was for Ted Nugent from here earlier. Sold for $7. Amenities is out. John Kaiser has that for $440. It's a final call. And then Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. EX, $24.99 on Nazareth. And Van Halen, self-titled EX. And that one is $54.99. First press, Burbank. And it has the original inner sleeve. Very nice, actually. $54.99. April Wine 10. Sell that to Brian Call for 10. That's sold. No bid on Iron Maiden, The Assassin. Buy it now for $75. That is available if anybody wants it. Iron Maiden, The Assassin, $75. Let's put that over here in this no bid pile. $75 on that one, okay? And he's done. I think they were just down to those two. But if someone was waiting to get in on the very, very, very last second, this is your chance, okay? This is your chance. Grand Funk, Tim Grindstaff for $7. This is a vintage shit condition buy it now. And then we have the Police, Every Breath You Take. The singles collection, VG Plus $24.99. Cat Scratch Fever was VG Plus $9.99. And we have John Mayall live in Europe, EX $24.99. So what do we got? We got a Metallica, Motorhead. That means let's try another Iron Maiden. Can't sell them all unless we put up another one. Iron Maiden, No Prayer on the Road, 1990. Here we go. Iron Maiden, No Prayer on the Road, limited edition 1000. And this is a $95 start. This is a $95 start. Red vinyl, Iron Maiden, No Prayer on the Road, 1990. $95 star. Scully Mack was first on Ted Nugent. That sold for $7. Then Dennis, then Brian Call. This Metallica is sold for $440 to John Kaiser. Man. And then no bid on Motorhead, The Last Ace. This is a $75 start. 2016, The Last Concert. Bootleg 2LP with poster, $75. And then over here, this Iron Maiden just went up, a $95 start on that one, okay? $95 on that. 95, okay? All right, there's that. Nazareth, Richard Bradshaw, sold $15. That's done, okay? Now, there's Iron Maiden. Next thing is going to be this. So we have some insane Metallicas. That one took a long time, and that's okay. And we still got some pretty epic ones over here to auction. So I still have, let me see exactly what I have here. Okay, this is sealed. All right, this is the sealed Kill 'Em All. Hold on one second here. Let me double check that one. Before we do that one, that's pretty intense, a sealed one. Before we do that one, let me find, what did I do with those other two? They're around here somewhere. I think I put them back in this crate. Hold on one second. That was pretty intense just to hold that. Okay, here we go. All right, I know what this is. All right, this is OG Kill 'Em All. This is OG Kill 'Em All. Let's check the matrices on this one. This is A-1 MRI 069-B Sterling. A-1 with the arrow symbol, MRI 069-A. This is pretty dang solid. It's got right there, y'all see that? It's like got some scuffing going on here with Metal Militia. You can't feel it, but just because of that, we'll have to call it VG+. The rest of it is just beautiful. I mean, just really, really clean. So this is OG Kill 'Em All. And I think the way, this is a unique pressing, these Metallicas, because the way Megaforce did it, they did like A1 stampers, and then they would change it A2, A3. They're all considered OG, but you can tell when they were pressed based on that A1, A2. Like earlier, we had an A1, A2 Ride the Lightning. These are both A1s, A1s. So that's like early, if not, it's truly the first press. It has the inner sleeve, and this is a $250 start. So we're talking OG Kill 'Em All, $250 start, okay? Now, I'll go ahead and let you know, earlier I mentioned sealed, right? And you probably even seen it in the video. Now, there's a sealed copy over here behind me, and we're going to run it next just so everybody knows. But you can't confirm what it is, obviously, okay? So this, you know what you're getting. It's definitely a first press, silver Megaforce label. I have another one back here that's sealed that could be, okay? That could be, but we'll sell that later. It's probably going to be an air horn record. This may get up there. Who knows? We'll find out when I say sold. Right now, it already has a bid for $275. Kill 'Em All, now up for bid, okay? Next is Nazareth Police, sold for $17 to Will Smithson. The date on Assassin, the Assassin one I had for $75. Assassin was 1990, 1992. Stray cover version, gold earring cover version, December 1990, From Here to Eternity, June. It's everything from 1990 to 1992. 1990 to 1992. The Assassin. So that's the range of those. It's a compilation. And then No Prayer on the Road, which actually has the same Eddie artwork. This is a no bid, a $95 buy it now, red vinyl, Iron Maiden, No Prayer on the Road, $95, okay? All right, so there's that. And here we are. So right now, the only auction we have is Metallica Kill 'Em All, $275. Let's finish this check condition crate. Styx, Kilroy is here, Mr. Roboto, VG Vinyl, $9.99. Ted Nugent Scream Dream, VG Plus, $9.99. Bob Dylan Saved, VG Plus, $24.99. And REM, Fables of the REM, a OG Gloversville press, VG Plus, $34.99. Todd Fisher gets Iron Maiden on the Road, 1990, for $95, okay? So John McPatriot gets Styx. Matthew Hendon has Kill 'Em All for $275. Scully Mack gets Ted Nugent for $7. Are we really done on Kill 'Em All? $275 with Matthew Hendon. And I just shot myself in the foot. No, I didn't. That was somebody else buying Styx at sticker price. Okay. So that means we need another Iron Maiden. Let's go back to the official stuff. This is Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. And this is the picture disc. This is the picture disc, which I don't recall seeing too much. I know it's still in print on vinyl, but this is the limited edition double picture disc. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. It is the double picture disc. Very cool there. Very cool cover. Different art on all four sides. There's Eddie with the skull and crossbow machine guns. There's Iron Maiden. And then there is like the cover and what's on this side. Another shot of the band. All right, so there's that. $75 start on that one. All done on Metallica. That's going to be fast for such a grail. We're talking about an OG pressing, a first press of their debut album, and it's solid. Has that one scuff on it, $275. Fables for $20. I will do Fables for $30. I will do Fables for $30. Okay? Fables for $30. Anybody else? Let's knock these out one more time. REM, Bob Dylan, John Mayall, Van Halen, Roy Harper, Van Morrison, The Monkees, Flat and Scruggs, and Jordan Martin plays Help. So we got a Metallica up. We got an Iron Maiden up. That means we need something else. A Motorhead up. And let's do this run right here. Stand by for takeoff. I have, oh, I forgot about all these Iron Maiden picture discs. Holy moly. Okay. Golly. Let me get all my stuff kind of consolidated here. Almost can get all this consolidated. Countdown, there's Kill 'Em All, a later pressing, another Injustice. Let's do this here. Here's a Motorhead, Obituary, more Metallicas. Okay, yeah, so let's grab this right here. This looks interesting. This is an unofficial red, black and red vinyl Motorhead. This is Motorhead live at Carling Apollo, Manchester, UK, November 2008. And this is on black and red vinyl. There's black and red or just black? Oh, yeah, I guess it's a dark, very dark red. $55 start. $55 start on Motorhead, okay? Back to the turntable. Does get REM for $30. Blackie was next if he doesn't. Matthew, I've tried every way possible to get you outbid on this. It's not working. So that's sold to you for $275. Thank you on that. $275 for Kill 'Em All. $275 for Kill 'Em All. Thank you. I tried every way possible, buddy, to get you outbid. It didn't work. And then Iron Maiden's a final chance at $75, and Motorhead already has a bid for $55, okay? Numbered 116 of 325. I think it's numbered on the back. Yeah, numbered 116 of 325. Very nice, and that's $55. REM's already sold. How much was Roy Harper and price? Roy Harper was Folk Jacobus, and this is VG Plus $39.99. VG Plus $39.99. Okay, so let's get back to the Metallica stuff now. I have over here the What do I have? Here we go. All right, so we haven't had a Master of Puppets yet. And how about an OG? So there is no Mega Force on, of course, Master of Puppets. By then, they were full Electra. And this is a very nice copy, Master of Puppets. Let's take a look at it. There's a couple of these that can get really expensive. STE 604398-1A G1, but it's beautiful. I mean, this is OG retail, and it's immaculate. We've graded it near mint minus. We've graded this near mint minus. This is a $350 start. It has the original inner sleeve. This is nice. It is a notch, so it's probably sealed for a long time. Probably sealed for a long time. Probably not played that much. $350 start on Master of Puppets. That's a very nice copy. That's now up for bid. Iron Maiden over here is a buy it now for $75. $75, A Matter of Life and Death. That is the double picture disc. $75 on that one. Robert, you're about to get Motorhead for $55. That's going once, going twice. It's just $9.15, by the way. Gracious. It's just $9.15, by the way. I feel like it's already 11 o'clock as much as we've gone through. 75 on Iron Maiden. Let's put this right over here, okay? Just a few no-bid Iron Maidens. Life comes faster. Okay, so Iron Maiden 75, Iron Maiden 75, Motorhead 75, Numbskull was 95. Let me put some prices on some of these before I forget. All right, and then Iron Maiden 225, Iron Maiden 175. Okay, rest of those are marked. All right, just make sure I keep up with the no bids tonight. And Robert, it's laid back here. I've already said once, twice. That's so do you. Let's grab another new crate to go through. And as y'all can see, plenty of other auctions to put up. Beautiful Master of Puppets there. Extremely nice. That's a $350 start. I'm about to pull up another sealed Metallica. After this one's done, it's also going to be a $350 start for that sealed Kill 'Em All, maybe even more. I'm going to take a closer look at it. But right now, if you decide you want anything out of that last crate, let's grab that other crate of vintage right quick. And here we go. Life comes faster. Obey your... All right, Van Halen was self-titled OG EX, $62.99. Okay, so Metallica's on the board. That means some people are thinking and calculating on that one. With that being said, we need another Iron Maiden, and let's go to something official. This is Iron Maiden England 88, the picture disc, which is live, official release picture disc. This is a 2 LP, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. This is the double picture disc of Maiden England 88. Near mint, awesome, $45 start on that. So there's Iron Maiden, and then next over here is... Let's see here. Let me try, like I said, I'm going to start consolidating some of this stuff so I can get a better grip of what's actually still left for tonight. Of course, Iron Maiden, Metallica's, and Slayer. Uh-oh. I got some Slayer stuff. Here we go. A boot, possibly? Never seen it before. Slayer, Cleveland. I'm not going to say the second word. It starts with a C. And this is Slayer, Cleveland. It's an unofficial box. EX, let's take a look at it. They had a couple sensitive words on some of these. This is going to go up for a $125 start. It's numbered 18 of 250. Slayer is on 2 LP colored vinyl. It comes with a turntable mat and a sticker. Very cool. Slayer, $125 start. The Kill 'Em All got one bid for $275. This Master of Puppets did not get a bid. Near mint minus OG, $350. Top copy. missing shrink wrap. It does have a notch, $350 on Master. I'm going to put it right over here. $350 on Master of Puppets. And then Iron Maiden has a bid for $45 and Slayer's $125. That's now up for bid, okay? This crate is buy it now best offer. We got Pure Gold Frank Sinatra with the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra. That's sealed, $19.99. Is it a club copy? That is a U.S. original retail. No, it's a retail on Master of Puppets. And Devious John says he'll take it. Technically, John asked about it first. If he passes, then it's sold to Devious John. I knew somebody was going to grab it. I was hoping somebody would bid, but there it is. Also, over here, we have Charles Mingus, $14.99. Very rare recordings, The Young Rebel. And then the dedication series, McCoy Tyner, the early trios, a double LP, $24.99. Devious John, you get Master for $350. Nice. Very, very nice. Final call on Iron Maiden 45. Slayer is at $125 starting bid, and here's another chance at a Metallica. Okay, now, once again, this is sealed, and you really can't confirm the version. Now, if you look at the one we just sold to MT Matt, or if you look at the one we just sold earlier, I mean, it's very similar. I mean, it's going to be on Megaforce when you open this. This is pretty significant. And, you know, we have some notes over here. If there was a way to confirm this, which there's not, I mean, I think you're looking at like a $1,000 record or something significant. This is definitely a legit sealed copy of Metallica's Kill 'Em All. And I think y'all know what we're dealing here with. So while we have a opened reference to look at, you know, here they are kind of side by side. There's the confirmed, on the right, the silver label we just had. And let's take a peek at the back cover. So, I mean, yeah, pretty much all the same kind of markings. The one on the right has a little bit different color. But, yeah, I mean, pretty much, and there's no other way really to signify. So, that is sealed, and we're going to have to start it at $395. It's a sealed copy of Kill 'Em All. So as y'all know, a lot of sealed records, you really can never confirm what they are unless they happen to be opened, which was something like this would greatly diminish the collectability of what we have here. The shrink is really tight. It's causing almost the corner to bend up here. It is really tight on the shrink wrap. So $395, a sealed copy of Kill 'Em All. Mingus and then Mingus. So Mingus will be $14.99, but Master Mall, you have dibs. If not, Chad Smith and Stephen A. Young on Sinatra. What is the Maiden up right now? The Maiden is Made in England 88, the double picture disc. The Made in England double LP picture disc. It has one bid for $45. It's a final call. Slayer Cleveland is a final call for $125. There's no bid yet. And Metallica is $395, okay? Over here, Master Moss said he will take Mingus' sticker, and that leaves McCoy Tyner. Also, we have a Japanese pressing here, $59.99, side-by-side, Volume 3. Kazu Yashiro plays a Bossendorfer and Steinway, a Japanese press, $59.99. And we have Rufus numbers. Rufus is a sealed copy, $14.99. That's a sealed copy, $14.99 on Rufus numbers. Also, over here is Rock and Soul 1958. That is a compilation. That is a compilation of tracks from 1958. Just FYI. That's what we're dealing with here. 1958, all from the ABC label, sealed, $19.99, okay? All right. And, I found him. There he is. Okay. All right, that's done. Okay, so Iron Maiden over here is sold for $45 to Todd Kilgore. This is sold to Todd Kilgore for $45. Slayer has a bid for $125 with Dustin Riviera. This has a bid for $125 with Dustin Riviera. That just has a bid. Somebody just asked what the auction was, and then Tim Floyd just bid on Iron Maiden for $50. That is very unfortunate. I just sold it for $45, and Todd had the bid for almost 6 minutes. Sounds like some people just came back in from their bathroom breaks. Now, Slayer, you have a chance. I was about to make it a buy it now. Dustin bid $125. The Metallica, let me take a look at it from, yeah, it's flat. It's definitely flat. I think the only bend on the shrink is right up here, okay? Now, y'all just missed Iron Maiden. It had been up for a long time. Now, people kept asking about it, but Todd was the only bidder until Tim's bid came in late. Very unfortunate. Now, Slayer's been up for a long time. It was about to be a buy now. I've been begging somebody to bid. It's not happened until Dustin. And now we're about to sell it to Dustin. You're officially on the clock. If you were trying to snipe it, not happening it. Not happening. Now, Metallica is sealed. It's got all the correct markings for an OG, but you can't confirm it. It's got all the correct markings. It's a $395 start. This color is slightly different than the darker one we just had that was open and confirmed. Final chance. And now I'm going to put up another auction. Hope everybody's locked in. Everybody back in from their bathroom breaks and feeding your goldfish and all that. Otherwise, you're going to miss stuff and you're going to be like, gosh, I've been waiting all week for Thursday Night Metal Night, and I'm in here having to feed my cats, and now my cats are causing me to miss auctions. And now I'm angry. And now I'm going to take out my frustrating by bidding. John Minsmore says, heck, screw it. I'm in at $395 on Metallica. I don't get this opportunity too much. Next is Motorhead, England. Motorhead, England box set. This is official, a $75 start. It's up for bid. Metallica, $395. I think that's a great price for what it is. Slayer is sold for $125 to Dustin Riviera. Let me plow through a couple more vintage OPs in here, or LPs, or OPs, whatever you want to call them. Don McLean playing favorites. That's sealed for $14.99. And the Stylistics Fabulous. That's sealed for $19.99. And we have Johnny Rivers Outside Help sealed for $14.99. Chad's bid on Slayer just came in late by almost 4 minutes. Chad, Slayer's already sold. Metallica's at $395. We're about to sell it. And there's Motorhead. And Motorhead over here has no bids. We're a $75 start. Leon Redbone, Champagne Charlie, that is sealed for $19.99. And Janet, I Get Lonely, Janet Jackson, a 12-inch single, sealed, $19.99. I just fed my pet cat. No joke. I know it. The feed, all of a sudden, we'll lose about 40 viewers, and then everybody will come back and say, Chad, what is the high bid on all auctions? And I'm like, that guy definitely just came back in from walking his dog. His wife was in there yelling at him. Joe, you better get outside and walk that dog before you get in there and bid on any more of that stuff crap Chad's selling. I'm getting tired of you getting in there and bidding on all that crap all night instead of walking the dog. I'm not going to get out and walk out this dog. It's raining outside. You better get out there and walk this dog. Get off that feed and stop bidding on all that crap. Next record is 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company. That is sealed for $24.99. Motorhead is at $75 of Richard Davis. That does have a bid. And the hammer's up on Metallica. We're about to sell it for $395. Somebody wants to see them side by side again. Here is Metallica. Here is Metallica. That's what they look like side by side there. Okay? There we go. All right, here we go. First thing is this. Motorhead's about to sell for $75. Next thing over here is this. We have Spinners, Labor of Love. That is sealed for $19.99. And Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry. Widowmaker is $19.99. And Willpower's Dancing for Mental Health. That is a gold stamp promo. Interesting. $39.99. I don't know what you're doing in there trying to bet on all those Metallica records. You got enough records. Get out here and walk this dog and change the cat litter. I've had enough of you in there every single night watching Chad. You never pay me any attention. Next auction is Iron Maiden. This is live in Budokan. And this is Tokyo 2006 Obi and Tour poster, limited to 120, near mint, Iron Maiden, Tokyo Road, a $95 start. $95 start. Metallica is sold for $395 to John Mincemoyer. Sold for $395 to John Mincemoyer. Motorhead has a new bid for $75 and now $80. $75 and $80. So there's Motorhead England. That's at $80. And then over here, this is Iron Maiden Tokyo Road. That's up for bid for a $95 start. Next is a group called Smith. This has the hit song, Maybe It's You, $14.99. And Little Jimmy Dickens sings Out Behind the Barn, $9.99. So we got a Motorhead, we got an Iron Maiden. Now we need a Metallica. Now we need a Metallica. Here's another one. Here comes another Metallica. Every single night I come in and the first thing I see is you in there on the recliner, kick back, and all I hear is that guy. Every single night. Metallica this, Metallica that. Every single night. Do you not care anything about me and the kids anymore? Here's our next Metallica auction. This is Metallica Jump in the Fire. Metallica Jump in the Fire. Oh my. Very nice. The UK original 12-inch single, and this is near mint minus. Near mint minus Metallica, and this is a $95 start. Jump in the Fire. Wow, beautiful copy. $95. Seek and Destroy and Phantom Lord. That is now up for bid. All right, let's show the Metallicas. Somebody wants to see them back to back one more time again. Back to back. There was the OG that was opened, and then here was the sealed copy we just sold. Let's get this one out of the sleeve. Okay. All right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. All right. Are we caught up? Everybody done with your divorce papers? Debbie Laster has it for $80. John, Richard Davis, you're out on Motorhead. Debbie has it for $80. Debbie has it for $80. The Iron Maiden's a $95 start, and Metallica has a bid for $95. Okay? I think we're caught up. Are we done? Back to the vintage crate. That's what we're at on all three auctions. Here we go. Captain and Tennille come in from the rain. Captain and Tennille is $9.99. The best of Dave Mason, not the worst. This is the best of Dave Mason, $9.99. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado, $14.99 for John Denver. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Derringer, Sweet Evil. Derringer's $19.99. And the Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan is $19.99. All right, Iron Maiden's a no bid, Tokyo Road. That can be bought for $95. It's an unofficial Live in Tokyo 2006 Obi and Tour poster. They did $120. It's a buy it now for $95 if anybody wants it. $95 if anybody wants it. $95. I'm going to make a mark on that. Metallica's also at $95, but it actually has a bid. And we have in here 10 years after. That's their self-titled debut. Don't get that one as often. $34.99. Mike Straws gets the Iron Maiden for $95. Sold to Mike Straws for $95. Awesome, okay? I lost Richard Davis, unfortunately, on Motorhead England. Let's go ahead and sell that to Debbie Laster for $80. Debbie, thank you. That's sold to you. And then Metallica is about to sell. Let's go ahead and put up another auction here, another auction there. We got to do an auction here, an auction here. Here is Slayer. Y'all ready? Here comes Slayer. Are you ready? This is it. This is the 1984, and this one's called, oh gosh, they had to come up with these nasty words here. All right, this is over here. Here we go. This is Slayer, the 1984 horror box set. This is EX, and this is pretty unusual. Slayer, the 1984 box set, okay? This is how many LPs? A lot of stuff in here. By the way, let's go ahead and sell Metallica. This is sold, I hate to do it, sold to Intergroove Distortion for $95. I'm going to be honest, I was trying every way possible to get you outbid. I was trying every way possible to get you outbid. I mean, seriously, some of these I'm like, okay, I'm going to drag this out as long as possible. All right, let's go ahead and, whoa, there's a lot of disc in here. Slayer, $175 start. A 5 LP box with poster. 5 LP box with poster. Slayer, 1984 horror box set. This is a $175 start. This is now up for bid. Okay, good luck. Have fun on that one. Okay, over here is this. Here goes that. This is it. Okay, first thing we have is this. Robin Glenn on Captain and Tennille. Robin and Glenn on Captain and Tennille. That's sold. Over here is this. Widowmaker, $15. Widowmaker, $15. Widowmaker, sold for $15. TSO Houston. Dave Mason, 5. Pass. But I will counter at 7, Michael Thrower. 7 on that one. And then Slayer is $175 start, okay? Moving on. What's next? More Metallicas. Here we go. Next Metallica is going to go up for right now. This is it. You've probably been waiting for this. This is the one. Here we go. Hope you're ready. Hope you're ready. This is it. Hope you're ready. This could be it. This is the one. This is Metallica. This is Metallica. Nothing else matters. This is a single, a 12-inch single from the Black Album. And then Enter Sandman live in Moscow, 1991, Vertigo, UK. This is a $50 start. It is near mint minus. Metallica, Nothing Else Matters. Enter Sandman live in Moscow. Harvester of Sorrow live in 1991 as well. And Nothing Else Matters, the demo. A 4-track, amazing, $50 start on this. Metallica, here we go. A $50 start. That is now up for bid. Nothing else matters except you bidding on this right now. Nothing else matters. Look into the eyes of Yoda. That's actually my eyes and my mouth. Bid on this, you will. Bid on this Metallica record, you will. Okay? There you go. Whew. Here we go. I also have Moby Grape 69, $29.99. And Baja Mariba Band Rides Again. That is $9.99. Metallica has a bid for $50. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. That was a great neck adjustment. We don't have up an Iron Maiden. That has to change. That has to change. Here comes the next Iron Maiden. Here it is. Right now, this is Iron Maiden. Oh my gosh. Maiden Live picture disc. This is going to go up for bid. Is this a picture disc? Yeah, we had one of these earlier tonight. First of all, I'm going to apologize for the nudity on here. Quick look. Cartoon nudity. Oh, my gosh. Cartoon nudity there. Iron Maiden, that's actually the back. This is the front. It's a picture disc, and this is going to go up for a... I've got this one tagged here at 100, and let's do this one for... Oh, man. Rock Slide Festival, Denmark. Let's do this one for $125 start. I think the last one we had like that tonight sold for like $138. That's $125 start on that one, okay? There it is. Next thing over here is what? Metallica, $50. Rufus price. What is Rufus price? Rufus was right back here. Rufus, man. You must be at the beginning of the crate. Rufus is sealed, $14.99. Nobody bid on Slayer box. This is $175 on the Slayer box. $175 on this. And let's show the Metallica one more time. King Edward. Yes, that's sold. Yes, that's sold. That was one of the first ones I put up. Metallica, this is Nothing Else Matters, a 1991 original. Yes, side A plays at 45 RPM. Side B plays at 33. One side's 45, one side's 33. It's a 4-track, 1991 UK Vertigo, and that is now up for bid. 007 Platinum has this for $125. And now let's go ahead and show this. David Clayton Thomas, $14.99. Diana Shore, Holding Hands at Midnight, $9.99. And Free for All, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, $99.99. Wow. Didn't expect to see that in there. And then Rufus is sold for $10 to Creek Small Mouth. Okay, moving on. So we got a Slayer, we got an Iron Maiden, we got a Metallica, and that means we probably need something else. And let's make that something else a Motorhead over here. What exactly do we have over here in these? This is this right here. This is Motorhead. Better Motorhead Than Dead, live at Hammersmith, 2017 Germany. Right now, when we tag this, there was none for sale in the United States. This is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start on Motorhead. This is a triple LP, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4 LP. 4 LP Motorhead, 49% Mother Blanker, 51% SOB. That is a 75. And when we tag this, none was for sale. Metallica is near mint minus on the vinyl, VG plus on the cover. The new high bid's 55. So the first bid was Armadillo Tribe at 50. Chad Saul's bid 55. And then Iron Maiden has one bid for 125, okay? Motorhead is a $75 start. 4LP, Better Motorhead Than Dead, live at Hammersmith. Okay, next thing in here is Clark Boland Big Band. This is an Atlantic record, $24.99. Metallica has a new bid for $60. And Cannonball Adderley and Ray Brown, 2 for the Blues, $19.99 on that one. And Greatest Hits of the Golden Groups, Columbia House, $9.99. And Michael Murphy, Lone Wolf, $9.99 for Michael Murphy. And Kenny Loggins, Vox Humana, $9.99. So 2 people out on Metallica. Chad, you're out. Armadillo Tribe, you're out. Hammers up on Iron Maiden. I'm going to show 2 more records. This is Sonny James, the ABC collection, $14.99. And we have John Anderson, Country John Anderson. Nope. This is progressive rock John Anderson. Oasis of Sunwillow. That's in Shrink with the Hype, $19.99. Iron Maiden is sold for $125 to 007 Platinum. Thank you on that one. Amazing. Let's put that away. More Iron Maiden picture discs coming up and bootlegs and unofficials. Here in just a second, I'll pause to go through all the no bids, probably as I'm changing crates. But first thing, let me get a couple pieces of cardboard here to make these a little bit better. What have I done with them? Let's see. Slayer, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Motorhead, Numbskull, Iron Maiden, Laptop, Opeth, Rainbow, Judas Priest, Motorhead, Obituary. There's a piece of cardboard. That's what I was looking for. Metallica's between 2 people, Jason Thomas and Chad Sauls, it looks like. Chad has it for $70 right now. This Motorhead is a no bid. Let's go ahead and make that a $75 buy it now. Motorhead is a $75 buy it now. Let's go ahead and put that right in here. That's a $75 buy it now, okay? $75 buy it now. Better Than Dead, live at Hammersmith, $75 on that one. Okay, boom, there it is. Let's put that right in there. All right, next thing is this. Frank Sinatra, Try a Little Tenderness. That is sealed for $19.99. And Mac Davis, another one, the second one of the night, $9.99. The Dave Mason in here was Dave Mason, the best of Dave Mason. I've already told somebody I would do $7. Jason's out on Metallica. Final call to Chad for $70. Let's knock out another one of these Iron Maiden box sets here. Holy moly. Let's see exactly what we have here. This is Metallica. Let's see here. World Tour. Let me see all the difference in these. World Tour Volume 2 and World Tour Volume 3. All right, so there's 3 different volumes. We're going to start with Volume 1. This is $175. Very cool, lenticular with the Eddies there on the front. Iron Maiden World Tour 2011. Fan Club 4 picture disc. We need to put these in new MoFi sleeves. This is how we found it, though. There was a couple of these box sets. When we opened them up, that's how they were originally packaged, just like loose like that laying in there. I was like, oh my gosh. Here, I'll put them in MoFi sleeves right quick. I'll open up a new pack. This is an excellent time for me to be advertising our MoFi sleeves. Packs of 50 MoFi sleeves are $26.99. Packs of 50 MoFi sleeves, $26.99, okay? Looks like we need some new auctions, but now you get a chance to see these picture discs. They all are very clean and nice. This is a $175 start. Let's put that in a new picture sleeve. All the images are different. Very cool there. 302 people watching right now at 9:42. This has been an Iron Maiden and Metallica night. And what's pretty crazy is we probably could do this again and again and again. I know over here behind me, we've got like 12 tubs. If you count all the other stuff in the back, we still got to clean up and get out. We've got some insane metal here in the store. It's pretty remarkable what's coming up in the future weeks and every night. I mean, tomorrow we've already got a head start on some other amazing stuff. So that's been repackaged there for you very nicely, $175. And I'll go ahead and say this. The winning bidder of this, I'll give dibs on volume 2 and volume 3. We did that earlier for another part 1, 2, 3. So whoever wins, I'll give you dibs on the next 2, okay? Metallica over here, Chad Sauls. Chad Sauls gets that for $70. Nothing else matters. The 4-track there. That wasn't released in the States, just kind of an overseas type deal. John McPatriot said he will take the Dave Mason for $7. And the only record left in here is Art Blakey. It was, or the next question that I hadn't answered. This is Art Blakey, Free for All, Blue Note 4170, 1968, $99.99. And then Iron Maiden World Tour, and that is a $175 bid with Chris Gardner. Moving on with the amazing Metallica stuff. Let me get all these, trying to get everything almost now into one tub. Oh, so here we go. Somebody asked if I had the Ride the Lightning box. I don't, but look what I just found. I forgot about this. We sold the Sealed Injustice box, I think, for $400 and something. Oh, my. The Metallica Black Album. Louder, faster, heavier. Here it is. $275 start. The 45 RPM Metallica, and this is a 4LP half-speed master. $275 start. $275 start. So that's at $175. This is $275. And I'm going to add a third auction in just a second. Emmylou Harris, The Ballad of Sally Rose, $14.99 for Emmylou Harris. Gene Pitney Sings Just For You, $9.99. And Love and Kisses, Rick Nelson, a white label promo, $14.99. Okay? There's an offer on Art Blakey for $80. Somebody asked about it before you. I'll make sure Mark Chesler doesn't want to make an offer or anything. And I'm going to chug some water right quick. Time out. Whew, whole bottle gone. I needed that. Mark Lindsay, You've Got a Friend, $9.99. Ted Nugent, Ambroy Dukes, that one is $39.99. Migration, and the Guitar Genius of the Ventures, $9.99. Is that mono or stereo on Art Blakey and condition? All right, let's go over this with a fine-tuned comb. This is Art Blakey Free For All, Blue Note 5170. It's BN4170. It doesn't explicitly say whether it's mono or stereo. It is 1968, no condition notes, $99.99, and we have a bid offer on it for $80 with Thomas Hujar. Next thing over here, Samantha Harrison on the Rick Nelson. That's sold to Samantha Harrison. 1968 on Art Blakey. And then over here we have Blackie L on Emmylou Harris, and that is sold to Mikey L. Okay, now Chris Gardner gets Iron Maiden for $175. Final Chance on Metallica for $275. The Black Album 4LP box, $275. Final Chance on that. Now, Chris, here's what you can do. I have volume, that same box set. I got volume 2 for $175, and volume 3 is a little bit more. It's $300. Okay, so Chris, if you want volume 2, I'll give you dibs at $175. I'll put all those in sleeves too. And then volume 3 is sealed. And if you want it, I'll do it for $300. Okay, it's sealed. I can't get to the picture disc to put them in sleeves for you. So your dibs on that one. Your dibs on that one, okay? So that's sealed at $300. And then if he passes, anybody else can grab these. But since he won volume 1, he has dibs, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and be getting these in sleeves. So just let me know on that. I don't know. This is how these how these came, just loose laying down in here. So all with unique artwork, okay? There's that. And let me get some more sleeves here. So we need to go ahead and do this right now. Such an expensive set for them not to have originally put these in sleeves. But some things come like that, pretty shockingly. Some awesome artwork. $450. Let's see, what was that? 3 and 150. Okay, we can do that. And okay, and just message Ed. We can do that. Just message Ed and let him know what's going on. Okay. Just message Ed and let them know what's going on, or after you get your invoice, however you want to do that, tell them it has been approved by me. Okay. So what we're going to do is let's tag this one for 150, and let's tag that other one for 300, and so to Chris Gardner. All right. So 150 on that one, and then tag that one for 300. And however we need to do that, we'll take care of it. All right. Now over here, somebody said this was a 66 Liberty mono. Okay, John had it as a 68. Somebody says it's a 66 mono. All right, and then Stephen A. Young did bid $275 on Metallica. All right, so there's that. Now, the next comment was Ventures price and condition. The Ventures was $9.99, no condition notes on the vinyl. Okay. Thomas Hujar gets the Art Blakey for $80. And this is Sandy Nelson, and then there were drums, $9.99. All right, so that means we need more Iron Maiden. The whole tub of box sets are almost gone. Here is another Iron Maiden, though, another rare one. Of course, most of them are all classified as rare because there's some of these only like 200 made. That's kind of pretty scarce, you know, because if you think about something like Number of the Beast, where they probably made like 1 million copies on media, some of these box sets, you think 275, or let's say they make 200. Let's say they make 100. That's only 2 per state. That's only 2. That means there's only 2 in Tennessee, 2 in Alaska, 2 in Florida. Okay, we have this one is numbered 184, 275. Conquering Chile. I love chilies. Their quesadillas, yum. Conquering Chile, Return of the Beast. And this is a multiple LP box set. Yeah, colored vinyl, white, blue, red. And there's the original under sleeves. We've put them in new MoFi. And this is a $195 start. Conquering Chile. Chile. All right, $195 on that. Okay, and this is so to Stephen A. Young. He got the Led Zeppelin 2 last night, and he's getting the Black Album here for $275. Awesome. He's gotten some, boy, you're going to be rocking Stephen A. Young. He got a Bob Ludwig RLSS last night. He got a hot mix Bob Ludwig, and then he just got the Metallica Black Album, 45 RPM. Can you imagine the amazing sounds coming through his system soon? Holy crap. Party at Stephen A. Young's house, everybody. Led Zeppelin 2 and then the Black Album back to back. I know Master Ma will be there to hear that Led Zeppelin 2. Holy crow. Holy crow. Holy crow. All right, $195 on Iron Maiden. Ventures is sold to Robert Barnett for $7. Whew. Okay, let me catch my breath. Man, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I may have to go get one after tonight. I may go to the gas station and be like, all right, I'm going to be honest. I've never bought cigarettes in my life, but I need one after what I just went through the last 8 hours. We have Metallica. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Let me do my Chris Farley. Oh, God. Oh, God. Next is Metallica. Here we go. What is about to happen here? Enter Sandman Limited Edition. Enter Sandman Limited Edition 12-inch box with 4 exclusive Metallica prints. Let's take a look at it. Vertigo, Near Mint Minus, Jason, Lars. No, that was James. Kurt, and there's Lars. And there's another Lars. Boy, I wish these were actually autographed. Holy crap. That'd be sweet, but they're not. There's an extra Lars in here, though. And then there's the inner sleeve. Inner Sandman. And this is how it came. It came with a 12-inch single, Stone Cold Crazy, and the demo. So Inner Sandman, as we all know it, Stone Cold Crazy, which was a Queen song, and then the demo. And be careful with fingerprints, boy. You got my ID now. This is very glossy. We'll try to polish all that up. This is very glossy. This is a, golly. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Here we go. Okay, this is going to go up. Oh, man, this is a $95 start. $95 start. That's now what for bid. UK Vertigo near mint. Holy moly. Okay, that's a $95 start. Motorhead, Debbie Laster, 75. Debbie, you're talking about this one right here, right? You want this one right here, right? That's sold to Debbie Laster out of the no bid pile for 75. And let's finish up this crate of vintage, and then I'm going to put up new stuff. George Benson, Blue Benson, $19.99. And then we have Miko, Superman, and Other Galactic Heroes, $14.99. We have Mason and Finn. That's Nick Mason from Pink Floyd and Rick Finn from 10cc. $14.99. Shrink and Hop. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, $9.99. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, The Killing of Georgie, $14.99. And The Who sings My Generation. I saved this one for last. It was in the front of the crate. That is tough to get. An original deck of Who, My Generation, $79.99. Nobody bet on Iron Maiden, Conquering Chile. This is $195. 3 LP colored vinyl box set, Return of the Beast, Conquering Chile, $195. That's a buy it now, okay? And then Metallica does have a bid for $95. That has 4 art prints with an extra Lars. With an extra Lars. You can go give that to your coworker. You say, here, I got this at a Colectco auction. Here's a random photo of Lars Ulrich. And they'll be like, who is Lars Ulrich? And then you slap them because you're like, how do you not know who Lars is? He's the greatest metal drummer of all time. Okay, next crate is going to go up right now. This is all new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. And when I say buy it now, best offer, that means I really want you to go ahead and buy them. But if you do insist on making a best offer, I will listen to you, okay? Metallica has a bid for $95. And I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh, gosh. I think I've torn my meniscus in my left knee. It feels like it's got a catch in it, but I think I've seriously done some damage. Let me try that again. Oh, gosh. I got to go to a cardiologist. My knee is killing me. All right, next auction. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Okay, there's those. Oh, no, it's the Nashville. I hate saying that word. Might be kids watching. Golly, look at all this stuff. Gosh, there's so much over here. All right, we had one of these earlier tonight. Here's another chance. We had one of these earlier tonight. Here's another chance. The Skid Row box set. This is the second one of the night. Near Mint Shrink, the 7 LP, Atlantic Years, self-titled, Slave to the Grind, Beside Subhuman, $125 start. Iron Maiden, Death on the Road. Okay, I've got to the point, I've narrowed everything down where I can find if you're still waiting to see something. I've narrowed it down to where if you're waiting to see something, we've emptied one clear tote, we've emptied the black tub, and I've got one clear tub left and one green crate. And everything is gone except for the no bids, okay? I've still got Metallica, 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 Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Motorhead, 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 Iron Maiden, Metallica, Countdown, Albert Jarvin Band, another Kill 'Em All, another Injustice for All, Motorhead. I have Napalm Death, Obituary, Metallica, Motorhead, Heck Yeah, the Dream Theater test pressing. Let's go ahead and throw up something different with Napalm Death, a 2016 German, limited to 200 on yellow splatter. Napalm Death is a $25 start. $25 start on that one, okay? All right, and then this Metallica is sold to Inner Groove Distortion for $95. That is sold to Inner Groove Distortion for $95. Inner Groove Distortion, you get that for $95, okay? Thank you on that. All right. Napalm Death has a bid for 25. Skid Row is $125 start. 125 on that. Napalm already has a bid. And then what else did I miss? So we're looking for Death on the Road. And then Brave New World. Okay, Death on the World and Brave New World. So yeah, I'm taking requests on those. And then what else was left over here? Obituary. Okay, I've already read those off. And then this clear tub. Some of these aren't tagged though. I think this is where Tanner left off. So this is Motorhead, the Head Cat, the Head Cat, the Head Cat, Nashville Poo-Tang, Head Cat, Death on the Road, okay? This one's available. Here it is, Death on the Road. This is Iron Maiden, Death on the Road, double picture disc, 2005, limited edition. And this is a $45 start. $45 start. 2005, limited edition, double picture disc. And this is official, $45 on that one. Okay, final call on Napalm Death for 25. And if you definitely want Skid Row, now's the time, the place to bid. All right, this is a vintage crate, buy it now, best offer. Iron Maiden's at 45. Obituary and Dream Theater on deck. Here we go. I have buy it now, best offer. Rod Stewart, we're going to try to do this crate fast so we can go through some sealed metal stuff. New metal stuff, and there's more vintage crates. Rod Stewart, 1999. Chris Squire from Yes, cool record here. Fish Out of Water, $19.99. Bad Manners, Crowbar, $14.99. King Biscuit Boy, Goodins, in the original burlap sap, $29.99. This is Zephyr. Zephyr is $29.99. Iron Maiden 4550, now $75. This is a 1972 UK prog album called Kingdom Come. 72 UK Kingdom Come, interesting, $49.99. And then Bee Gees, Peace of Mind. Bee Gees is $9.99. And B.J. Thomas, Greatest Hits, Hooked on a Feeling, awesome, $9.99. And we have An Evening with John Denver Live, a 2LP, $14.99. Napalm Death is sold to Bradley Smith for $25. Skid Row box set, a buy it now for $125. Skid Row box set, a buy it now for $125. Kevin Richards, you're out on Iron Maiden. The most recent bid on that was $75. King Biscuit sold to Jay Nutria for $20. That is sold. And then what was the other one? The other Iron Maiden that was requested. Boy, I'm having a hard time finding that one, Master Ma. Let me look and make sure he read that one more time. He read off a request for Iron Maiden Brave New World. Why haven't I seen that yet? I wonder if there's other stuff they never did get to. So this crate here, Dance of Death, Somewhere Over Time, In Vivio. Then there's a bunch of bootleg picture discs. I don't see that one. That was for sure in the video, right? If it was for sure in the video, then it's got to be around here somewhere. Or there is a tub. Is this stuff got still in it? Nope, that tub's empty. Let me take the lid off so I know. That means there's got to be a few more around here somewhere. Because, man, there was 2 whole tubs. I know we've sold a lot, but maybe they're right here. Yep, here's the Overkills, but those wasn't in the video. I didn't put those in the video. These Overkills, I did not put those in the video. And these Queens Rocks and stuff, was those in the video? I don't think they were either. We got all these Motorhead test pressings. Those weren't advertised. Here's a couple more over here. There's an Iron Maiden. I don't know if there's some over here maybe Patrick didn't get to. Let's see here. Maybe. Yeah, there's a couple more Metallica boots, but those are pretty common. I know those. Here's some stuff here. Motorhead, golly, Alice Cooper's. More Metallicas, Motorheads. I think somewhere around here there's more stuff stashed away we didn't get to. So maybe, maybe not. I'll try my best to locate it, but right now, no luck. No luck. No luck then. Okay, so let's go back to the top. So Skid Row 125, and John Kaiser got it. He was first on that. This sold to Kaiser for 125. Tim Floyd was second. Jason Morris got John Denver. Stanley, you were third on Skid Row. And we have Iron Maiden here. This sold to 007 for $75. Oh, the upcoming weeks and days ahead for Colectco auctions. Make sure y'all are watching the preview videos and make sure y'all are looking for the hot post. it could get pretty insane, okay? So there's that. And then over here, we have Barbara Streisand, a happening at Central Park. Folks, she rarely makes an appearance, but there she is, Barbara herself, $9.99. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now, and I have gone up for bid right now. This is Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. Now, this is a picture disc, and this one's now out of print. This is a double picture disc, and this is near mint, and this is The Final Frontier. And this is a picture disc, a $75 start on this one. The gatefold, though, unfortunately, is stuck together. We had another one like this earlier tonight. Let's make this one a $55 start. Yeah, the gatefold, unfortunately, stuck together. Yeah, if I try it anymore, it's going to damage it. Unfortunate. So the gatefold is stuck together. The discs are near mint. It's the picture disc, a Final Frontier, a $55 start. Barbara Streisand is sold to Cynthia Herdron. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. And then the next thing we have is the following. That is going to go up for bid. So what did I just put up? Iron Maiden. Here is the Metallica Helping Hands concert. This is an official release. Metallica Helping Hands. It's a blue vinyl double LP, and this is a $75 star. The Helping Hands live and acoustic. Official live Metallica 2 LP blue vinyl. $75 start on that. It's nice. Gatefold jacket. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. The gatefold is stuck together. Metallica, $75 start. We have more greatest hits of Marty Robbins, including El Paso, $9.99. El Paso's on there. Sgt. Pepper's, this is the 2017 anniversary sealed, $39.99. $39.99 on that one. And Jay and the Americans greatest hits, sealed Jay and the Americans, $14.99. Someone to Watch Over Me, Frank Sinatra, that's sealed for $19.99. And the Blues Project at the Cafe A Go-Go, $14.99. Renaissance Live at Carnegie Hall, double LP, $16.99. Sun Seals Live and Burning, Sun Seals, $19.99. Metallica does have a bid for 90, no bids. Yes, 1 second. I was going to do that. I have a whole crate over here. I was going to bring over the whole crate. First, let me go ahead and put up this Motorhead over here, or whatever this is. It's very interesting. It's in a cloth bag. It's a 2017 U.S. limited edition red vinyl. It comes with cloth bag, Born to Lose, Live to Win. Born to Lose, Live to Win. This is Lemmy, and it comes in this cloth bag. It's on red vinyl. Very interesting here, and it includes a poster. There's the poster. Lemmy's a $55 start. Lemmy's a $55 start. TSO Houston got Renaissance. Mike Pierce, You Were Second. And we have Bobby Darin, If I Were a Carpenter, in mono, $14.99. Nat King Cole sings hymns and spirituals. Nat King Cole is $9.99. Jimmy Smith's Greatest Hits 2 LP Blue Note, $29.99. Clifton Chenier, New Orleans, Zydeco there, $14.99. Also, we have Young, Rich, and Dangerous, 1996, $39.99. And we have, boy, that hurt my eyes, a test pressing from 2017. What exactly do we have here? It's a test pressing of what? Mikey Young, Your Move. Mikey Young, Your Move, a test pressing, $29.99. Okay, nobody been on Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. It's a picture disc, limited edition, but the gatefold is stuck together. Inner sleeves are included, just $55 on that. The Final Frontier. The Lemmy Born to Lose, Live to Win is a $55 start, just FYI. And Metallica just has that one bid for $90 of Alex Miller, the blue vinyl Helping Hands. That is about to be sold, okay? Then I'm going to put up something else in just a second. But first, we got Bobby Womack, BW goes, what now? $19.99. Bobby Womack, BW goes C and W. That means country and western. Bobby Womack goes country and western. Iron Maiden is sold to Cynthia for $55. Ken Crooker has the Lemmy for $55. And we have Richard Wright, Black Boy, read by Brock Peters. That's $19.99. And I will say later tonight, if we happen to somehow get through all these auctions, you know, there's some tubs over here with other stuff. I could bring over possibly surprise bonus stuff, or we'll straight price some of it, whichever. Y'all know how we do that late at night. It's just 10 o'clock right now, and we still got a lot of auctions. Toot Stylman's is $9.99. Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Poco is $9.99. And Poco self-titled. Jim Messina, Richie Furay, Rusty Young, Timothy B. Schmidt, who went on to be in the Eagles, $9.99. So Metallica is sold for $90 to Alex Miller over on YouTube. That means Lemmy has one bid for $55, and that's going to once, and that's going to twice on that one. And let's put that away. There's that. And boy, if I can get this Some of these tonight have been a booger to get back in the sleeves because the jacket's already thick or a small box set, and then we try to put the disc behind the jacket, and so it's kind of, I have some box sets on my shelf where I have the disc separate than the box, or I've got them stored in crates, honestly. But Lemmy is sold for $55 to Ken Crooker. Art Blakey is gone. We're almost done with this vintage crate, and then I'm going to go through all the no bids. Quicksilver is $14.99, and Nat King Cole Cat Baloo. Nat King Cole is nice and shrink, $9.99, and Barry Stramatos just bid late on Lemmy. Man, some of these bids have come in just a little bit too late. That's already sold. Here's another very tough to get Iron Maiden. All hell broke loose at Wembley. I think this is very desirable. Usually any band at Wembley is numbered 8 of 500, and this is a $175 start on Swingin' Pig. Iron Maiden's on colored vinyl. That is $175. Believe me, if that bid would have come in on time, I take bids when they're on time. I'm not turning away money, but if they come in late, I got to be fair. They're late. Iron Maiden's $175. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Metallica, the Death Magnetic 5LP Deluxe box. And this is going to go up for a $250 start. So Iron Maiden 170. This is the Metallica Death Magnetic Limited Edition 5LP 2008 sealed OG, unopened. The complete album mastered for audiophile quality, cut at 45 RPM. 5LP, 45 RPM Death Magnetic, $250, and that is sealed. That is sealed. Let's not lay that on top of Iron Maiden. Last few vintage LPs, Johnny Rivers live at the Whiskey A Go-Go, $14.99. Moody Blues, Go Now, $24.99. And Bee Gees, Mr. Natural, $9.99 for Bee Gees. And we have Burgers Hot Tuna, $9.99 for Hot Tuna. La Grande Historia del Rock, Birth of the Beatles, $19.99. Transition, Kenny Rogers in the first edition, $14.99. John Denver, I Want to Live was $9.99. You Don't Have to Be Black to Love the Blues, Junior Parker, $29.99 on Junior Parker. And REM, Life's Ritz Pageant, and 86 Allied OG, $49.99. No Condition Notes and Junior Parker. What label? Groove Merchant? Yep, Groove Merchant. Very nice there. So $175 on Iron Maiden, $250 on Metallica. And while we're putting up some high-end stuff, let's check out this other Dream Theater test pressing. Oh, my. Dream Theater. Wait a minute. Is this a test pressing or just a promo? I think this might be a test. What do we have here exactly? This is a test pressing, yeah. Dream Theater. We had that Jerry Cantrell last night. We sold this morning, or we sold earlier for $400. This is Dream Theater live at Budokan, a 4LP music on vinyl test pressing, a $200 start. So a lot of stuff in here. So there is just a promotional cover that Scott printed out, the guy we bought this stuff from. There is the, hold on a second, I just saw a sticker from Music on Vinyl right there. So Music on Vinyl, Dream Theater, Budokan, and this is the test pressing. 4LP test pressing of Dream Theater at Budokan. So this was just printed out. This didn't actually come with it, just a bonus item that was made so you could identify it easier. And that's a $200 start on Dream Theater, okay? A little something bonus there Patrick got ready for us. Awesome. REM is sold to Blackie L. Crowbar is still available. Crowbar's right here. That's Bad Manners, $14.99. And over here, we have the Savage Young Beatles. This is a 10-inch, $19.99. $19.99, okay? And so what else was the question about? We sold REM. I pulled that right. Yep, and the other Blue Note. I don't think there's any Blue Note stuff left. I got the Beatles. I got Bad Manners, Crowbar, Junior Parker, John Denver, Kenny Rogers, the Beatles, Hot Tuna, Bee Gees, Moody Blues, Johnny Rivers, Nat King Cole, Quicksilver, Poco, Tooth Stallman, Richard Wright, Black Boy, Bobby Womack. This was a test pressing of who here? This was a test pressing of Mikey Young, Your Move. And then we have Young, Rich, and Dangerous, Clifton Sinead, Jimmy Smith. That's the other Blue Note. Jimmy Smith's Greatest Hits, $29.99. BST 89901. No condition notes on that. We have Nat King Cole, Bobby Darin, Sun Seals, Blues Project, Frank Sinatra, Jay and the Americans, Beatles was sealed, Marty Robbins, B.J. Thomas, Bee Gees, That was Kingdom Come, a prog album. Zephyr, Chris Squire, and Rod Stewart. Wow, I can't believe any Yes fans hadn't bought the Chris Squire. I'm assuming you already have it then. And then over here, where did you get all these test pressings from? We bought them from a collection. The guy usually watches every night. His name was Scott, and we bought his collection, probably one of the best collections we've bought in recent years. And he had test pressing after test pressing after test pressing. We still got Motorhead test pressings. We've got, I think, more Dream Theaters coming up. There's vintage ones. There's new ones. He collected that kind of stuff. Tough to get. Jay Neutra on Crowbar for $10. Nobody bet on Iron Maiden. All hell broke loose. This is $175 if anybody wants this. $175 if anybody wants this, and Metallica's $250. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put together all the no bids before we go through another crate of new sealed metal, before we go through a crate of vintage best offer, whatever I decide to do next. It's very much worth our time to read through all these no bids. We almost got a half of a crate, and it's kind of expensive stuff. And then Metallica was $250. And if you've been looking and you want to make an offer, go right ahead. Is Savage Single still available from this morning's crate? Savage Single. Savage Single. Dream Theater does have a bid, by the way. Tom Kelly, I think, bought the other one earlier tonight. $200 on that. I asked about Crowbar. Sorry. I thought the person who made an offer. I thought the person who made an offer was the person who asked about it. Kevin, let me know if you want it. It's $10. Okay? Sorry. I thought usually when that happens, I'm just assuming it was the person who asked about it. I didn't even pay attention to the handle. All right. And then there was a question on Junior Parker too. Sorry. Groove Merchant. I don't have an exact year, but it's definitely an older copy. So first of all, there's a little bit of writing on the back. There's some scribbling on the back, and somebody wrote no. The vinyl's though is really clean. And if you're good with 20, I'm good with 20. Sell that to Patrick Lear for $20. Okay? Now, Dream Theater is a final call of Tom Kelly for $200. Here are tonight's no bids really quickly, okay? Going back almost 5 hours. How long we've been live? Yeah, going back almost 5 hours. It's okay, he can have it. All right, well, let's sell that then for $10 to Jay Nutria. And then here we go. Before I put up anything new, here's what's left in here. I have Obituary. This was a Music on Vinyl, limited edition, numbered on green. So Music on Vinyl, green, and this was $50. Numbered 69, that's on green vinyl, Music on Vinyl. Obituary, $50 on that. Next is Judas Priest, 1985, Hero EX. That was also $50. $50 on Obituary, $50 on Judas Priest. Motorhead Aftershock, this was actually straight priced. 2014 Record Store Day, $59.99 on Motorhead. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow Black Masquerade, that was a box set, $80 on that. $80 on Richie Blackmore's, that's a box set, and that's Rainbow, $80 on that. That's available. And then right in front of that was Opeth, and that was Heritage, and this is sealed. It could be one of 5 different colors. There's actually no way to identify unless you open it. But either way, $175 was very fair. If it's burgundy, you've hit the jackpot. But right now, $175 on that. Let's go ahead and end the Dream Theater. The Dream Theater here is sold for $200 to Tom Kelly. He gets another test pressing here. Awesome. That was the Music on Vinyl 4LP. I've never even seen that, much less the test pressing, but I've never seen the 4LP Music on Vinyl, the actual pressing of that. You know, there are some test pressings that never make it to market. You know, I've seen some that's like only a test pressing. They experimented, they were going to make something and then never did. I guess that's why they call it a test pressing. Usually it's a test pressing, though, to make sure it sounds and it checks quality, then they start making it. But I've seen some just test pressing only, and they never did release it. Judas Priest is sold to Alex Miller for $50. And then in here we had Iron Maiden. This was caught somewhere in Paris, $175. $175 on this one. Limited edition 53 of 500. Iron Maiden, $175. This box set here was $225. And this is Iron Maiden live at Stockholm, Sweden, 2003. That was $225. Numbskull, a little bit something different here. OG metal record, Ritually Abused Ritually Abused, 95 on Numbskull. And then Motorhead, The Last Ace, the last concert in Berlin, near mint with poster, 75 on that one. And then Iron Maiden, The Assassin, that was $75. Iron Maiden, The Assassin. This is A Matter of Life and Death double picture disc, OG, 75 on that one. Motorhead, this one hadn't went up yet. Yeah, we hadn't put that one up yet. And then we have Slayer, the 1984 box set, 175 on that one. Iron Maiden, Conquering Chile, $195. Iron Maiden, 175. Wembley, and then Metallica, Death Magnetic, $250. $250. Now, those are all best offer. If anybody's interested, go right ahead. That's a lot of no bids. That's a lot of pricey, expensive stuff, no bids. I'd love to sell all that. 250, 175, 195, 175, 75, 75, 75, 95, 225, 175, 175, 80, 60, and 50. I'd love to sell all that. That'd be a heck of a bundle. Okay. All right, and here's our next Motorhead auction. The World Is Ours, Volume 2, Any Place Crazy as Anywhere Else, a 2012 US, and let's put that up for a $55 start. It's a Gatefold 2 LP Motorhead official release on that one, $55. Iron Maiden, A Matter, $60. Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death picture disc, sold to David Baber for $60. Metallica, 200, John Kaiser, sold for $200. Death Magnetic, 200, 5 LP, sold to John Kaiser for $200. All right, well, that just took out a couple. Anybody else, don't hesitate. If you really don't want it, I wouldn't make an offer because there's a chance I'll say yes. Because we still got, now we've condensed everything. There's about a crate left still to put up. Here is the Savage Young Beatles, Hamburg 1961. That's pre-Ringo. That's old Peter Best there. Boy, he got the short end of the stick. Imagine saying, hey, buddy, you're fired. We got a new guy named Ringo. And then that was your friends that told you that. That would suck knowing what happened about over the next 10 years, or actually about the next 8 years. Okay? All right. What is in the Slayer box? It's just all music. 1984. It's called the 1984 Horror Box Set. And I think it's 5 LPs and a poster. And there's the back. Wellington's Winnipeg, Manitoba, Empire, Philadelphia. A lot of information there on the back. Sabotage. Oh, the Sabotage. I don't tag that. I don't tag that. So if it's not claimed in the comments, then it's available. If you click on the video and click newest, sort by newest, and you don't see a claim, then it's still available. This is sold to TBI Music Room for $14. Let's get this in a sleeve and a pad so we don't lose it in the shuffle, okay? All right, I need to get a pad for that. Let me go get another stack of, I fly through those cardboard dividers. Okay, is A Matter of Life or Death, EMI, Sanctuary, and then Numbskull. There's a couple questions. Give me 1 second, please. I got to go get some supplies right over here. Let me go do that right quick. Oh, yeah. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. Boom. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. Okay. This is sold to TBI Music Room for $14. All right. Now, sold. Slayer. How much was Numbskull? $95. Motorhead Aftershock for Richard Bradshaw. All right, let's show that to him. That was official. What have I done with it? So, Motorhead Aftershock. This was the numbered picture disc, numbered 1899 of 4500, $59.99 special edition picture disc, record store day. This Motorhead, no bid yet, $55 start. We sold the Beatles for $14. Is Matter of Life or Death, EMI, or Sanctuary? We've already sold that. Matter of Life or Death already sold. What was the Motorhead last show? Motorhead, The Last Ace, 2016 German unofficial, and that was Berlin 2015. It is with poster and the vinyl's near mint. It's an unofficial, $75 on that. $75 on that. Numbskull, $95. All right. All right, we're ready for all new stuff then. Here we go, including a new crate. Since it's metal night and we hadn't had a lot of straight price metal, before I do anything else, let's try to plow through some of this right here. Might see something in here you want or need. These are all sticker price. And then I've got some more vintage stuff. Gonna go through these fast though, because there's another crate of vintage we have not gone through yet tonight, okay? And Richard Bradshaw says he wants Aftershock. Excelente. So that's so to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you on that one. And then this Motorhead is a no bid. The World After Hours, Volume 2, $55 on that. $55 on Motorhead. Let's go ahead and put that away right now. The World After Hours. The World After Hours. Sounds like I'm saying after hours, but it's hours. No H. The world is ours, is what I'm trying to say. That's 55 on that one. Okay. And then we have Stanley takes the last concert for 75. The Ace of Spades. That's so to Stanley Richmond. Okay, now the board's clean, and we still got some more big Metallica stuff and Iron Maiden still. So over here in this crate, I teased a lot of stuff earlier. I got a Randy Rhoads tribute show too. I need to go ahead and put that up. It was in a random crate over here. Okay, is this the Metallica with the bonus tracks? So, okay, this is the very cool one with the bonus tracks. Give me 1 second on this one. I don't have a tag. So we had 3 different Kill 'Em Alls. We had the OG, we had the sealed, which we didn't know exactly what we had there, and then we had this one with the bonus tracks. And they only put out one, probably not realizing everybody wants all 3 of them. But yeah, this is the one with the bonus tracks here. And, right, yeah. Okay, and then let me check on here. Yeah. All right, so this is Kill 'Em All. Now, it's obviously not OG, but this one's pretty desirable because when they reissued this one, by the way, it's in VG condition. It's got a lot of scuffing on it, okay, especially circular in the way of the grooves. Hadn't got to test play it, so we'll call it VG. VG on this one. Has the inner sleeve, but very cool because it has the Am I Evil and the Blitzkrieg bonus tracks that's added later. Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg, okay? So that's one way, earlier, that's one way to know that we didn't have a reissue because it didn't have the bonus tracks or a barcode, the sealed copy. The cover is also VG, so we're going to put this up for just a $55 start. $55 start, that's now up for bid. A VG copy with the bonus tracks. Next, Iron Maiden is going to go up right now. This is pretty interesting here. This is live in Maple Leaf Gardens, Toronto, Canada. And look at Eddie there. Very, very cool. Eddie as a Canadian Mountie. This is a picture disc, a $45 start on Iron Maiden. $45 start on that. That's an unofficial release, of course. Metallica already has a bid for $55. And let's add one more auction. Let's add one more auction. We got a Metallica, we got an Iron Maiden, and I have this right here that was tagged. It is, oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah here. Heck yeah is Blood for Blood, a 2014 USOG. It's actually called Hell Yeah. Blood for Blood. There is a little bit of a seam split up here, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. I think it's a pretty desirable record. $55 start on that. So there's Metallica, Iron Maiden, no heck yeah back there. Let me clear up my table here. 2014 OG on that one. All right, here we go. Everybody with me still? What a night so far. Holy moly. I might have to go to get some Waffle House and take a nap after this night. This has been epic. And it's only 10:30. Good gosh, it's only 10:30. Okay, here we go. So first thing I have is Dio Summerfest 1994. Dio is Milwaukee, Wisconsin, $29.99. That's a live unofficial. Ronnie James Dio, $29.99. Holy Diver, Man on the Silver Mountain, Heaven and Hell, Don't Talk to Strangers, Rainbow in the Dark, Jesus, Mary, and the Holy Ghost, Strange Highway, Stand Up and Shout, Last and Wide, and We Rock, $29.99. That's Vinnie Paul. Did not know that. Vinnie Paul from Pantera, drummer. Oh, okay. Yep, did not realize that till right now. Thank you for that information. So that has a bid for 55, Kill 'Em All 55. No bid on Iron Maiden. Final call, 45 on that. Here is Metallica live in Japan, $39.99. $39.99. Battery, Master of Puppets, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Seek and Destroy, Am I Evil, Whip, Awesome. 2 LP, live Metallica, Japan, $39.99. Also, we got 3 copies here of Motorhead, live in the UK, Birmingham. Here's some stuff you can straight buy, $29.99. As if you've seen the prices on some of these bootlegs tonight, it's a good idea to pick some of these up while you can at the original retail price, because if they ever go out of stock or go out of print, y'all see the prices on some of these other out of print bootlegs in here. So Richard Davis got Metallica. Motorhead is sold to Ken Crooker, and Richard Davis also got a Motorhead. Awesome. Well, I've tried every way to get another bid on Metallica here. Let's go ahead and sell that then for $55 to Kevin Richards. $55 to Kevin Richards. That's sold. And then let's make Iron Maiden back there a bot now, and that's No Prayer for Mountie, and that's $45. That's Iron Maiden, No Prayer for Mountie, a 2012 picture disc. This is from 1991, Maple Leaf Toronto Gardens, and that is sold to Master Moth for $45. Thank you. And now that means Heck Yeah has bids up for 60 to 007 Platinum. Now it has a bid for 65. Next in this crate is Megadeth, Peace Sells But Who's Buying, $36.99 for Megadeth. And we have 2 copies of the newest album from Mayhem, Liturgy of Death. And that is a limited edition gatefold, black ice ghost colored vinyl with a 12-page booklet. Mayhem is $34.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do another Iron Maiden picture disc. This is Iron Maiden live in Eastern Europe, different dates and locations. They did only 300 of these. They're numbered 62 of 300. Iron Maiden, there's the number. This is kind of a compilation. Poland, Germany, Poland, Hungary, Hungary. That's a $45 start behind the Iron Curtain. Tim Floyd wants a Dio live. Iron Maiden's a $45 start. Heck Yeah's at $70. And that means one thing, folks. We need another Metallica. And here it is. And this is the orange vinyl. Is this? Let me figure out what version we have here. Hold the phone for a second. Give me 1 second here. Let me figure out what this is. Okay. Yes. All right, here we go. This is it. Let me see what this old barcode thing here says. Orange vinyl. Yeah, this is it right here. All right, so this is the orange vinyl Metallica $5.98 Garage Days, and this is going to go up for just a $20 start. That's the orange vinyl 2018 Metallica, a $20 start. Okay, $20 start on that. Heck Yeah's at 70, Iron Maiden 45, and now 50. And back to this crate. This is Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, Gatefold 2 LP, remastered. That's a 2 LP Megadeth, $39.99. Joy Division. This is live in the London, UK, 1980. Joy Division, $33.99. Joy Division, that's from Dear Boss. They make really good bootlegs. Wasp, Eldorado. I think it's orange. 180-gram colored. I think they're orange. Orange vinyl Wasp, $34.99. So, Sean, you're out on Heck Yeah. Steve McGee, you're out on Iron Maiden. And Metallica's a $25 start on that one, okay? All righty. Yes. All right, then let me open this up, and here we go. Next thing is Paradise Lost Medusa. Transparent violet purple vinyl, $33.99 on Paradise Lost. And Exciter, there's some thrash for you. Violence and Force reissue, $24.99 for Exciter. August Burns Red, Found in Faraway Places. August Burns Red is $29.99. And Massacre From Beyond. Massacre is $34.99. Everything in here is new and sealed and sticker price. So I'm waiting for Sean Sam on the Heck Yeah. 007 has it for $70. Waiting for Steve McGee on the Iron Maiden. And Metallica, Armzarilla bid against himself, it looks like. You bid 20. Oh, it was supposed to be 25. Okay, so he bid 26. That's $26. Final call on that one as well. And then here's another Paradise Lost. We sold one of these already earlier this week, Obsidian. And that one's on Gold Vinyl, 33. So since he's out on Iron Maiden, I'm going to go ahead and sell that for 50 then to 007 Platinum. I got some cool Iron Maiden picture discs coming up one after another right over here. Let's go ahead and knock out another one as soon as I get done sneezing. Okay, it went away. This is Scream for Me, Saint Atine. Saint Atine. And this is unofficial, part 1, $45 start. Live in Paris, 2000. Well, live in Saint, I think that's pronounced Etine. Etine, $45 start, okay? Blackie Ale on Paradise Lost Obsidian. That's sold to Blackie Ale. Heck Yeah is at 71, 75, and 80. And Armzarilla gets this Metallica for 26. Okay? Sold for 26. 26 on that. Boom, there it is. All right, and then that's a $45 start. Knocking out these Iron Maiden picture disc collection. All concert live bootlegs. Got some other really cool ones over here as well. Okay, now here it was another Injustice. Oh, man. Let me check this one out before I put up something crazy and regret it. That's weird. It's got something. Yeah, let me wait on this one. It didn't get cleaned. There's something on the edge there. Look at that. Almost looks like something residue. We've already sold one of these tonight, and we sold. Let me wait on this one because it hadn't actually been properly processed, and it might have a condition flaw. So let me wait on that one, okay? So that's for another night. You know that I've got one. We've only sold like 3 of those. By the way, y'all saw what one of the OG, we sold an OG for 400 and something. Then we sold the 45 RPM box set for 400 and something. Well, for a tenth of the price, you can buy the newest in-print remaster. So if anybody wants Injustice, I've got it right here, remastered, 2LP 49. We've sold 2 copies tonight combined for over $900. That one's $49.99. That's the 2LP remaster. Here is another Metallica, though. And this one, I think we got an OG S&M, and then we got an OG Garage. So, yeah, let's do first, though. Here's a sealed deal, Lords of Summer. A record store day release, sealed, $45 start, Lords of Summer. And this is a sealed Metallica, $45 start. $45 start on this, okay? It's called Lords of Summer. That was originally a record store day unreleased live version, and the B-side has a logo etching on it, okay? Now, this was straight price, but I had elected to go ahead and put it up for auction. So there it is at a reduced price, $45. Heck Yeah is at $80, and Tim Floyd wants Paradise Lost Medusa. Okay, moving on. I knew this would be a great crate to go through. Entombed Clandestine. Entombed is $34.99. Exhumed, we had Entombed, and then here's Exhumer, Possessed by Fire, black vinyl, and that is $33.99. $33.99, and then Cannibal Corpse, Chaos Horrific, blue smoke colored vinyl. Cannibal is $39.99. Okay, nobody bid on this Iron Maiden. A $45 buy now for Scream for Me, Saint Etine. $45 on that. And whoever buys this, we do have a part 2. And I'll say part 2 for the same price. So 007 Platinum gets that for $45. And then do you want to go ahead and get part 2 as well? Just like I did on that box set earlier. $45 if you want part 2. Let me know. Okay. And then next is going to go up right now. This is an official release from Iron Maiden. This is the Invivio. This is the Invivio official release, 2LP 2012 picture discs. And this is $35. $35 start. That's the official release in Vivio, double picture disc, $35. Are y'all done on Heck Yeah? It's up to Sean Sam and Kevin Richards. 007 Platinum has it for $80. MT Matt's in on Metallica. And we have Iron Maiden. That is sold to 007 as well for $45. Okay, and I think Sean Sam says heck out 85. Okay, so and then Iron Maiden has a bid for 35. So, oh heck yeah, there has some new bids. Iron Maiden already has a bid, and Metallica's tied. Next in here is Suicidal Tendencies. Join the Army. Suicidal Tendencies is a music on vinyl press. $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. And this is Scum Ripper for a few fixes more. Scum Ripper, $36.99 for a few fixes more. And right in front of that is Deftones Adrenaline. And Deftones is $33.99. Black Sabbath 13, a double LP sealed, hype sticker, $39.99. One bid on Iron Maiden, $35. So 007 Platinum, you are outbid on Heck Yeah, never mind. And you have it now at $90. And UJ Miller, you're out on Metallica. MT Matt's bid came in first. Just FYI, his bid came in first, okay? His bid came in first on that. And then I'm going to get a little crazy. We're going to go 4 auctions wide. Let me go ahead and grab this Aussie over here that I vetoed out of a crate. This looked pretty cool, even though it has some cover damage. It exists, okay? And we'll have some fun with it. I'll put it up for a $1 start. Here's your chance. The cover is damaged, front and back, and the gatefold. The vinyl's not too bad. It's a strong VG. It's a strong VG. Never reissued except for the Aussie box set. Both inner sleeves are included. A $1 start on the Ozzy Osbourne Randy Rhoads tribute record. Have fun bidding. $1 start on that. $1 start. The other night, we had the one that came out of the Ozzy box set on colored vinyl. It was almost war broke out for it. So the reissue on colored vinyl just by itself is going to be expensive, okay? But that's now rid. You heard me correctly, just a $1 start. Aliens Monogamous on Deftones. Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered, okay? That is Aliens Monogamous. Is that what that says? Aliens Among Us, or Aliens Among Us, maybe. Aliens Among Us. And if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, okay? So over here, Heck Yeah was at 85 and then 90. Iron Maiden, one bid, 35. Metallica was tied at 45. Aliens Among Us got the Deftones. Sean's out on Heck Yeah. Metallica 46, so MT Matt bid 47, UJ bid 46, MT Matt, Slayer 84, Boots 75. Boy, I can't do that. We'd be pretty far apart. That's $100 less than what I'm asking. Standby, we might be able to reach some agreement, but we can't do that. The Tribute 2, the Tribute 15, the Tribute 16, and Tribute 20. Somebody just offered 150. I like that a lot better, Chris Riddings. If you wanted 150, if not, I'm sending it to Randall Garwal. Okay, and then, yes, first-time buyer. Okay, thank you. Make sure you register. The link is in the description of this video. So click on the description or caption of this video, and then click on our website, first-time buyer form. Fill that out. We'll take care of you from there. Okay, Tribute 21 and Ozzy's at 22. Okay. So, Chris, I'm going to sell the Slayer to somebody, either you or Randall. Now, Iron Maiden, we definitely need to get this off the table. It's had one bid for a long time. And this is so one bid, $35 to Steve McGee. So, thank you, Steve. That's so to you for $35. Let's put that away. $35. All right. So, this is Hell Yeah, Blood for Blood, Vinnie Paul from Pantera. It is an OG 2014 near mint. There is a seam crackle at the top, but it's near mint. And the last bid on this was 007 Platinum at $90. $90 on that. Metallica's between UJ Miller and MT Matt. MT Matt has Lords of Summer for $50. And Ozzy is low grade VG vinyl and the cover's heavily damaged. But it exists. Looks like it got wet and then stuck together. Golston has it for $22. Heck yeah, still getting bids. And then Chris Reddings, let's go ahead so I don't forget this out. This is going to be sold to somebody. I had it at $175. We have two offers, $75 and $150. So it's going to be sold for $150 to somebody. We're about to find out who. All right, going through this crate here, we got Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, $29.99 for Anthrax. And then we have Oz, Fire in the Brain. Oz is a 2LP on silver vinyl, $44.99 for Oz. We got two of those. Deftones, Around the Fur, $33.99 for, there's another Deftones. And Suicidal Tendencies. We sold an OG copy tonight for $125. Here is the colored vinyl reissue, $33.99 for Suicidal. And Creator, Crushers of the World, Creators on red vinyl for $38.99. Heck yeah has a new bid for $110. Metallica new bid for $51. Are we done on the Aussie? Sorry, I thought I read 20. I'll take it for $150. All right, Chris Reddings. He got in that offer right before you, Randall, which gives him dids, and he's going to take it for $150. That's sold to Chris Reddings for $150. Boy, if you could have offered that a little bit faster, it would have been yours. That has filled up my crate. So let me tag that and let me swap out crates. Let's try to fill up some more tonight. We definitely will by the time we're done with all these auctions. Holy guacamole. All right, I got a theme going. Green and black crates. That's pretty cool for metal night. I've only used green and black, so let's keep that going over here. Let me find another black one over here. Awesome. Whew. I'm going to be, well, by the time this stream is over, I'll be ready for a pecan waffle and a nap. Holy cow. Okay, so Ozzy's still getting bids. I was about to say, that's a steal, even for that condition, 125 and, or excuse me, 25 on that. And then over here, we have Plasmatics Metal Priestess. Plasmatics is $24.99. And then we have Sleep. And this is Sleep's Holy Mountain. Record Store Day, green and transparent merge effect. $38.99 for Sleep. And then over here is the Fall of Troy Manipulator, $46.99. And then Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Wasp is $36.99. All right, so Heck Yeah is sold to 007 Platinum for $110. Let's go ahead and take that off then, $110. Randall says, I actually offered $145 earlier on YouTube. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now we got a problem. Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. He says, but it's cool. Congrats. Never mind. We no longer have a problem. Golston has this for $26. And the Metallica was between two people, MT Matt and UJ Miller. UJ Miller, you're out. This is at 52 with MT Matt. All right. So let's move over here. Let me move some stuff around. Sorry if I don't acknowledge an offer, I'm not declining it or I'm not ignoring it. I just didn't see it. So sorry about that. But he says it's all cool. That's a good sport. What do we have up right now? Ozzy and Metallica. That means Iron Maiden. We've essentially sold nothing but Metallica and Iron Maiden records for the last 6 hours, 7, and we're still going. This is pretty dang cool here. Iron Maiden live at the Empire Club, Cologne, a secret gig, April 29th, 1988. And this is a 2LP red and black marble vinyl, $125 start. $125 start, a 2LP. This might be, quote, vintage. I don't know if it is or not. It might be. It kind of looks like a vintage bootleg. It kind of has the feel and look, but I don't know. That might be the numbering, 45 of 110. If it is, it might be something a little bit newer. But that's pretty cool. It does have a little bit of a seam split up there, 125. All right, Ozzy's a final call to Golston for 26. That was a great price of straight metal. Everything over here is sticker price, no more, no less. Iron Maiden's at 125. Metallica still getting bids. Over here, we got Wasp. Wasp over here is $36.99. Manipulator, Fall of Troy, 46. Sleep's Holy Mountain, 38. Plasmatics, 24. Creator, Crushes of the World, 38. Suicidal Tendencies, 33. Deftones, 33. Oz, Fire in the Brain, Silver Vinyl, 44. Anthrax is 29. Black Sabbath is 39. Scum Ripper, 36. Suicidal Tendencies, 39. Cannibal Corpse, 39. A bid just came in on Ozzy at 30. The new high bid on Ozzy's 30. Exhumer, 33. Entomb, 34. Massacre, 34. August Burns Red, 29. Exciter, 24. Wasp, 34. Joy Division, 33. Megadeth, 39. Mayhem, 34. Megadeth, 36. Motorhead, 29. And Dio, 29. All right, and so I've lost UJ Miller on Metallica. Nobody's been on Iron Maiden, 125. I still got a crate of new vintage stuff that they marked today that has never been shown, and we're going to go through that. Buy it now or best offer. Let's do that right now. Buy it now or best offer, okay? That means I'm going to take offers. I prefer for you to buy them now as fast as you can, but I will take offers. And if you give me 1 second, I've got to fix my knee. Oh, gosh. There went one of them. Hold on. I'm in the middle of surgery right now. Oh, oh my gosh. All right. Ozzy, 28. Ozzy, 35. I only see my bid, so what's Metallica at? You see them all coming in, thanks. The high bid on Metallica is MT Matt at $55. $55. $55. MT Matt, $55. $55. Nobody bid on Iron Maiden. This is $125. $125. Metallica has a new bid for 56 doll hairs. Iron Maiden is $125. $125. Red vinyl. Iron Maiden is $125. Live at Empire Club Cologne, Germany, 1988. This is $125. Iron Maiden. $125. Empire Club Cologne, 120. Secret Gig, red vinyl 2LP, $125. MT Matt, you're out on Metallica. The last bid on Ozzy over here was L Silverhorn at $35. This is Damaged Cover, $35. Ozzy, Randy Rhoads tribute. Iron Maiden is sold to John Kaiser for $100. This is sold to John Kaiser for $100. Sold to John Kaiser for $100. Moving on. Here we go. Out of college, money spent, see no future, pay no rent. All the money's gone, nowhere to go. Oh, that magic feeling. MT Matt, you're out on Metallica. Nowhere to go. Down, 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 down. One sweet dream. Pick up bags, get in the limousine. Soon we'll be away from here. Step on the gas and pop the tune. One sweet dream. Ozzy is sold, and this is sold to L Silverhorn for $35. Okay. All right. And now it's up to MT Matt on Metallica. Next auction is going to go up right now. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's the Abbey Road Melody. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we gave UJ Miller a lot of time on that one, so I'll give MT Matt plenty of time. 56 on that. We're about to go through a new vintage crate, never shown before. That is now going up for bid. But before we do that, we got more auctions galore. Here we go, here we go. Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden. Somewhere back in time, the best of 1980, the best of 1980, 1989. A 2 LP double picture disc, the best of Iron Maiden. A $50 star. Folks, that's the best of Iron Maiden. $50 star. That's now up for bid. So we got Metallica, we got Iron Maiden. That means we only need one more thing, and that's Motorhead. Let me find one over here. Let me put all these together. All right, and the next Motorhead is Motorizer. Motorizer is a 2008 German, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a $35 start. Motorizer, this is a $35 start. Gatefold jacket, Iron Maiden, Motorizer. $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? 2008 German. All right. And everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Here we go. We have Carole King. This is Fantasy. OG textured cover, $9.99. Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz. $14.99 on Leon Russell. Let Them Eat Jelly Beans. There it is, folks. $49.99. Flipper. Ha, 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 ha. Ho, 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 ho. $49.99. That's an awesome comp. $49.99. Let Them Eat Jelly Beans. Metallica. Metallica is sold, and Metallica is sold to UJ Miller for $56. That's a beautiful copy. Usually those are trashed. Those are usually just absolutely trashed. That's sold to Master Moss 666. Final call on Iron Maiden. John Travolta. Folks, there he is. Folks, there he is. $9, $14.99. Emmylou Harris. Folks, there she is. That is Luxury Liner, $14.99. And then we have James Taylor. That is $14.99. That's Never Die Young. Motorhead has a bid for $35. There's Iron Maiden. There's Motorhead. And then Leon Russell, $35. I'll take it. It's only marked $14.99. So here's the what's happened. Iron Maiden has one bid for $50. Master Mod got Jelly Beans. Motorhead has a bid for $35. Chris for Bama, second on Jelly Bean. And then John Travolta, $7. I'll do it for $11. And then Amenities, Leon Russell was only $14.99. Motorhead has a new bid for $36. Ted Nugent is $14.99. So I misspoke on Travolta. I'll do it for $10. Look, see, it's $14.99. It's $14.99. Boy, look at the back cover. Golly, somebody lock up Susie Breedlove. Goodness gracious, look at the back cover, Susie. Holy moly, we'll have to go to Top Cam on that one. Let's get a good look at that for Susie. Full screen there. Oh, wow. Susie, let's just take that in for a second. I know John Durden wants this too. It's only $10 now. My gracious. Let's take a good close look at this. There's John Travolta. That is a lot of hair. That's a lot of hair. And then over here, we have over here, sold for $10. Leon Russell, that is sold for $10. That's sold. And then over here, we have Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $14.99. Nazareth, No Mean City, $29.99 for Nazareth, No Mean City. Super nice copy there. All right, so that Iron Maiden just got one bid, and that's sold for $50. And that's sold for $50 to Steve McGee. $50 on that one. And then Motorhead's at $36, which means the first bidder, Jay Nutra, is back in at $37. Okay, $37. Okay, that means Brian Call, you're out. Let's put this away over here. Motorhead Motorizer. How much is the Ted Nugent? The Ted Nugent over here, Nuge, is $14.99. Let's put up some other auctions. Harvester of Sorrow. Harvester of Sorrow. Next, this is an OG pressing. Nice. A 1998 USOG Triple LP. This is the real OG pressing here of Metallica. Metallica. This is Metallica. The 98 USOG near mint with the inserts, a $200 start. Still putting up some crazy stuff here at 11 o'clock. Metallica's a $200 start. First thing is this. Paul Oakley, you're first on Nazareth, but you've been out offered. It will be sticker price if you want it. So if not, we'll sell it to Cynthia. Brian bid 38 on Motorhead. Jay Nutri went out. And Brian, I'm going to see Ted Nugent for 10. That sold. The Ohio Players Gold. There is some cover damage. Let's take a look at that. Looks like around the edge it's a little stained. Oh, yeah, it's taped inside. Oh, I bet somebody had it hanging on their wall or something. They wanted to look at this nude body here. So, yeah, that's the back, too. Let's open it up like this. Oh, wow. Okay, that's all. Well, if we show John Travolta, we got to give that equal screen time as well. That's a law. That's a law here in Tennessee. That's a law here in Tennessee. Paul Oakley said he will take Nazareth. That's sold to him at sticker price. Cynthia, that puts you second. And then we have a Volcanic Action of My Soul, Ray Charles, $19.99 on that one. Is Love Roller Coaster on this one? It should be, if it's gold, a greatest hits. Love Roller Coaster, second track. Yep, Love Roller Coaster, that's second track. Brian Call, you also get Motorhead for $38. That's Motorhead Motorizer. Metallica Garage Inc., final chance for $200, folks. That's OG Triple LP 1998. And then come on, everybody, it's Elvis, $9.99. And Kenny Rogers, Gideon. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. Ohio Players was $14.99. And now our next auction is what? Our next auction is Our next auction is this. Our next auction is Motorhead and Obituary. Motorhead and Obituary. Let's do it. This, unfortunately, has a little bit... this one here, unfortunately, has a little bit of discoloration. But what a cool picture, die-cut picture disc here. This is Killed by Death Motorhead, a die-cut picture disc here. We're going to put that up for just a $15 start. $15 start on that. And then here is Obituary. And Obituary is a 2014 2LP 45 RPM, inked by blood. Ooh, this is all embossed and die-cut. Ooh. Oh, that's like raised lettering there. That's a $35 start on Obituary. So Motorhead 15, Obituary 35, final chance on Metallica. And then Ohio Players is sold for $10 to Brian Call. Okay, Motorhead has a bid for 15. Next is the Beatles, Give Me That Rock and Roll. This is a 2LP. This is a Capitol compilation. They did love songs, and then they did rock and roll music. Foil cover, there is some damage right over here. Very common for that. Tough to find one with perfect foiling. $34.99. We have Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $24.99. And The Police, Synchronicity, purple vinyl. The Police, I'm holding up the light and it's turning purple. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. I see RL, purple, inner sleeve, nice, $29.99. $29. Now Obituary has a bid for $35. Nobody bid on Metallica. You can go ahead and pick that up for a $200 buy now. Triple LP Garage Inc., $200 on that. $200 on Metallica. $200 on that one. Let's go ahead and do this right here. And that's 200 Metallica. 200, 200, 200 on Metallica. 200, 200, 200 on Metallica. 200, 200, 200 Metallica. Next is Poco Legend. $9.99. Roger Tagavilla on The Police. Nice pickup there. Motorhead has a bid for 15, and then Obituary has a bid for 35. Let's move those two down. 15 and 35. Next thing over here is John Mayall Jazz Blues Fusion, $26.99 for Mayall, and The Story of the Rolling Stones. This is a 2LP compilation. K-Tel alert, K-Tel alert, $34.99. Jump in the Fire is gone. Yep, Jump in the Fire is gone. We have emptied 2 clear tubs and a whole tote of records so far, but guess what? There's more. Guess what? There's more. Here is Motorhead Bad Magic. We're going to go ahead and put this up for a $35 start. Motorhead Bad Magic, because I'm about to sell the other Motorhead in 5, 4, 3, 2, unbelievable, $15. That is sold for just $15. I started that a lot less than what they had it stickered for, thinking it'd get bids, but I was mistaken. Let's put a cardboard backer behind that one, and that's sold to Brian Call for just $15. And Obituary's about to sell. And then there's another chance at a Motorhead. That one is Bad Magic. a $35 start. And then also in here, we have Emmylou Harris, Quarter Moon in a 10-cent town. That is $14.99. And Peaches and Herbs, Greatest Hits. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. We have James Taylor. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Nice, $24.99. Walking down a country road. In my mind, I'm gone. Carolina. Never seen the sunshine. Haven't seen the sunshine. Down and down, but the center doom. Dun 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 dun. Dun doom. Dun dun. Venom. Just yesterday morning, they let me know you was gone. Suzanne, the plans they made, put it into you. One second, please. Trying to figure this out. Okay, sorry for the timeout. All right, I was on this right here. Okay, all right, so this is Iron Maiden. This is the picture disc. Now, right now, these start at $108, and the last couple sold for over $100. But we have a problem. The gatefold is stuck together. We've had that happen on some of these really glossy Iron Maiden records tonight. The gatefold is stuck together. This is like the third, fourth one tonight like that. So if you saw what I just seen, these are not cheap whatsoever. We're going to put it up for just a $75 start. Iron Maiden, Dance of Death. The gatefold is stuck together, but this is the tough to get picture disc. $75 start on that. $75 on that. Motorhead has a bid for $35. We're about to sell it. And Hoopy got Obituary for $35. So Motorhead, one bid, $35. Bad Magic. We're about to sell it. Iron Maiden, a $75 start. Pricey, pretty sought after one there. The double picture disc, but the gatefold is stuck together. All right, buy it now, best. Wow, nobody needs James Taylor. That's shocking. Billy Joe Songs in the Attic, $14.99. Cynthia's in on Iron Maiden at $75. Captain and Neil's Greatest Hits. Love will keep us together. Yeah, somebody said some steaming on that will help. Some steaming will help that. Blackie L on James Taylor. Blackie L on James Taylor, that's sold. And we have Rick James Glow. Rick James, $14.99. Next auction's going to go up for bid right now. And this, folks, just isn't any auction. You probably rarely see records from this band. Most of the time, we don't even have them available. Here it is. An artist we don't put out too much. This is going up for bid right now. Hope everybody's ready. Metallica, S&M. Now, Metallica over here is the OG 1999, $125 start. The OG 1999, 3LP, $125 start. Black Eel got James Taylor. Did I already pull that? I reckon I did. Here we go. Next is Gamma 2, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And we have Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits. That's $9.99. Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Carole King Tapestry. This is beautiful vinyl. Absolutely beautiful vinyl. Motorhead sold for $35 to Barry Stramatos. That sold to him for $35. Barry Stramatos, Key R condition. It honestly couldn't get any better. It really honestly could not get any better. And then final call on the Iron Maiden for $75. Okay. Last bid over here on Metallica was $0. It takes 125 to get the ball rolling, as they say. All right. Mega Blast gets KR for 7. Next, Emmylou Harris Cimarron, $14.99. Nazareth Hot Tracks, Love Hurts. Love, $29.99 for Nazareth. Metallica has a bid for $125. Cynthia gets the Iron Maiden for $75. Thank you, Cynthia. That's show to you. That's sold for $75. Let's put that away. And then over here we have Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Metallica's at $125 of John Kaiser. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is our next auction. You may ask yourself, how did I get here? You may ask yourself, what's going to be possibly put up for sale next? Some people may say, and my gosh, Chad, how does this happen? Night after night, you continually just constantly be putting out all these incredible, amazing records. It's night after night, one after another. We just can't take it anymore. I'm starting to freak out. This is blowing my mind. Please, for the love of all things good and holy, relax. Just take it easy, everybody. We will get through this together, I promise. I promise we'll be able to get through this together. Here's our next auction. Calm down. Let's get through this together. This is Iron Maiden, the Klansman in Buenos Aires. And this is live. And this is 1998 Argentina picture disc, a $55 start. A $55 start. That's now up for bid. Next thing is 20 on Tapestry, Brian Call. And then somebody out offered you at full price. Brian, that's yours. If you pass, then it's sold to Blackie L. Cynthia Hurgin on Nazareth. Love Hurts. And then over here, how much on Reload? Reload is 2 LP, $49.99. And then we have Toto Hydra, $19.99. And we have ABC, the Lexicon of Love, $24.99. Right now, there are 82 people watching on Twitch is what I'm showing. There are 256. No, it looks like everybody's still watching and everybody's good to go. Next thing over here is this, Pass on Tapestry. So Blackie L, that's sold to you. Metallica is sold for $125 to John Kaiser. Boy, feel like that was a great price. That's sold to John Kaiser for $125. Thank you on that one. Iron Maiden is a $55 bid, and now that's available right now. Okay, let's jump right over here. Opeth Heritage for $100. I'll do Opeth Heritage for $150. One-time price right now, $150. Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling, $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Knocked Out Loaded. Bob Dylan's $24.99. Chris Royalty on Reload. This is new sealed, $49.99. Sold to Chris Royalty. Thank you. If anybody else wants a copy, I can get more of those. John Mayall, that's Bare Wires, $26.99. Rare Earth, Get Ready, $29.99. And the Psychedelic Furs, Midnight to Midnight, $39.99 for the Psych Furs. All right, our next auction is the Nashville Cat. This is spelled Pussy, and this is called Up the Dosage. And this is a 2014 German 2LP limited edition clear vinyl sealed. Nashville is a $125 start. Nashville's a $125 start. That's up for bid. Iron Maiden does have a bid for $5.5. How much is Iron Maiden? $5.5. Can you tell me more about it? It's live in Argentina, and it's only $55, and that's a final call. The Ace Frehley tribute there is $34.99. There's Psych Furs for $39.99. There's Nashville. There's the old Nashville Cat there. 125 sealed clear vinyl. Iron Maiden is a picture disc, $55 on that. And let's throw up another auction. Before I do anything else, let's do that. Another auction is bound to come. It's about to happen. I still got another Iron Maiden here. I still got another Motorhead here. And let's see what's going on with this Lemmy. This is Lemmy and the Upsetters with Mick Green. Blue Suede Shoes, Paradise. Pink vinyl, a $20 start. Never seen it before. This is Lemmy Kilmister and the Upsetters with Mick Green. Blue Suede Shoes, Paradise on pink vinyl. And that's a $20 start. $20 start on that. Okay? All right. Okay? All righty. What everybody else, I wonder what everybody else is up to right now. I wonder what everybody's thinking. How's everybody feeling? I wonder what everybody's thinking. They're like, I wonder what else Chad's got up for auction. I wonder if he's willing to take some offers. I wonder if he's willing to do this. I wonder if he's willing to do something like that. I wonder if he's willing to come over here and do something like this. Give me 1 second here. I need to check a couple things on my phone. Let me do that before I do anything else. Okay. All right. Oh. All right. All right. Da, 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 da. Okay, Iron Maiden 55, Lemmy 20, and here we go. So, we sold Reload, Lemmy 20. All right, so Iron Maiden is sold for 55 to Hoopy. That's been up for a long time. 55, that's sold. And then John Mayall has an offer for 23. I'm going to accept that. Let's put that away for $55. Lemmy has a bid with Robert for 20. That's a final call. All right. And then Rich T. Duke on Mayall for 23. So I got Psychedelic Furs, Rare Earth, John Mayall right here, right? $23 to Rich T. Duke. And then Bob Dylan, Rita Coolidge, ABC, Toto, Alan Parsons, Emmylou Gamma, Rick James, Captain Neal, Billy Joel, Peaches and Herb, Ibby Lou's, The Stones, John Mayall. There's another John Mayall as well. I'm assuming you wanted the most recent one. And then Poco, Rare Earth, The Beatles, Kenny Rogers, Elvis, Volcanic Action, My Soul, Tubular Bells, John Travolta, James Taylor, Emmylou Harris, and Carole King, okay? And then Nashville over here is a no bid, $125 on that, $125 on that. Psychedelic Furs, no condition notes. Let's look at it closely, though, and make sure. Let's look at it closely, though, and make sure. And, yeah, the cover's pretty solid at VG Plus condition. No condition notes, and, oh, it's extremely nice, yeah. No condition notes with the original sleeve. Which Elvis was that? Somebody, Levi just said. So I'm guessing no Elvis tonight. And then poof, there's one right here in front of you. Metal Night does not mean just metal. It actually means the opposite. It means opposite of metal on Metal Night, okay? Just to confuse everybody. And there's been so many vintage crates come through, and there's been stuff unclaimed. I'm like, yeah, because probably some people's asleep. Oh, he's going to have nothing but Motorhead and Metallica tonight. There's nothing in those crates that I want. And then here we are, all of a sudden, there's this crate after crate of Elvis Presley records. $9.99. Come on, everybody, pick week. Lemmy is sold over here for $20 to Robert Warner. Thank you, Robert. That's sold to you for $20, okay? Awesome. Let's put that away. Now, there was no other Opus in the auction crate, but there are some. There's one in the Buy It Now pile. We're about to go through the Buy It Nows again, but first, I don't know a lot about this record, but it was tagged for auction. Countdown, Albert Jarvingian Band featuring Lemmy on vocals. So something to do with Lemmy here. It's an 84 Finland OG. Comes with fan-made lyrics, a photocopy book. Lemmy related, EX, a $75 start. So for you Motorheads, some kind of bizarro thing there with Lemmy, just FYI. And then Tom Moran offered $7 for Elvis. Let me see what Levi says. We got a standing offer for $7 there. There's Countdown, a $75 start on that. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction over here. And that next auction is going to come from the auction crate. Ow. Give me a second over here. All right, and this is another copy of Motorhead Motorizer. And this one happens to be sealed. This one happens to be sealed. Give me 1 second on this. And yeah, we're going to go through, I will go through a half-off jazz crate just for you, Ray Red. I will go through a half-off jazz crate just for you, okay? And yeah, Motorhead Motorizer is the 2008 German copy, and this is sealed. They start right now at $45. This one's sealed, and we're going to start this one at $45. Sealed Motorhead Motorizer, a $45 start on that one. I wanted the John Fayol Blues Infusion. Yeah, that's the one I tagged you with. And Tom Moran, you get Elvis for $7. So there's Countdown, Lemmy related 75. There's Motorhead Motorizer, sealed. That's the 2008 German. And like I said, those start at $45 on Discogs. That one's sealed for $45. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? before I do some condensing, okay? So we've went through all 6 crates of vintage pre-owned for tonight. There's only a handful of auctions left. How about right now, let's go through the no bids and see if anybody wants to make any other offers, okay? So let's go through the no bids. There's some great stuff. I'm trying to get the last of these sold. Don't hesitate. Some of y'all have bought a lot, and I'll keep that in mind when you're making offers on some of these. Or if I know some of y'all are some pretty hardcore fans looking for some of this stuff. So let me go ahead and condense this over here. And there's more vintage crates coming up of discount. And Justice for All, just like what you just bought, another sealed reissue remaster, $49 on that one as well. The 2 LP Metallicas have recently had a price increase. They used to be, well, sometimes you can catch them a little bit cheaper as far as us on wholesale prices, but yeah, the Reload, Load, and Justice, those are $49.99. All right, we have an offer on Open Heritage for $125. Let me go look this up myself, and let me see what we can do on it. I mean, it's kind of unknown what we're dealing with here because it's sealed far as color. And yeah, I mean, the clear burgundy, none for sale. All right, so yeah. Burgundy, none for sale. Orange, none for sale. White, none for sale. Blue, not for sale. Clear start at 145. Black start at 81. But there's no way to know unless you open it. So, I don't know. I guess I'm taking a gamble, but let's sell it to Aliens Among Us for $125. Okay? $125. I'll go ahead and do it. If you got one of the colored vinyl, you just did well. If it's black, you still did okay. Because even the black vinyl, the median is $128. So let's sell that for $125 to Aliens Among Us. New buyer tonight. Thank you. Okay, first thing over here, here's some no bids. Obituaries, the green vinyl, music on vinyl, numbered to 69, green vinyl, $50 OBO. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, Black Masquerade, 3LP vinyl box set, $80 on that. And then we have Iron Maiden, Caught Somewhere in Paris, sealed unofficial, number to 500, $175. Make offers on any of these. Speaking of no bids, Motorhead sealed motorizer is going to the no bid pile. A great buy on that. I mean, it is sealed, and it's $45. $45 for Motorhead. That is sealed. That's less than what we had it wrote down as suggested starting bid. So that's a great grab on that one. And then the countdown over here, it's also a $75 buy it now. The 84 Finland OG, and that is $75 on that. Okay, so 175, 80, 50, and then I just added those two. Here's one of the big Iron Maiden boxes. 3 picture disc Sweden 2003, 225 with poster, 225 on that one. Iron Maiden Sweden. Just a couple of the big Iron Maidens left. That one, the one I just showed. Numbskull was $95 OBO. Ritual Abused, $95 on Numbskull. And then we had Iron Maiden the Assassin. That one was $75. We had the OG Metallica Garage Inc. for $200 OBO on these. This was $125. The old Nashville, the old Nashville there, $125. Chris Messer on $55 for Countdown. $55 for Countdown. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Messer for $55. Whoops. $55 to Chris Messer. That's sold. Numbskull is sold to Hiram for $75. And it's OG, yeah. It was OG. Very nice copy. Sold to Hiram for $75. This is Iron Maiden Conquering Chile, $195. And then Iron Maiden All Hell Broke Loose at Wembley, $175. And then this Motorhead was, man, I forgot, 60 on the back. I think I put it up for 55. Let me go ahead and write 55 down on that. Yeah, 55 on that. All right. Chris Wolty Metallica Garage Inc. 150. Let's meet in the middle on that one at 175. The Assassin. Assassin is right here. That is a compilation of various live. It's a single LP, 75 OBO. Chris Royalty also said, I saw you viewed Avenged Metal earlier today, lots of Metallica, most of it already sell. There's about 3 left, and this is everything else. That whole 4-minute video, those 2 full tubs, to my knowledge, everything in there is gone except for this handful right here. And here comes the next one. Iron Maiden, Monsters of Rock, orange vinyl. This is an $85 start. I still got some Iron Maidens to run. $85 on Monsters of Rock, orange vinyl. That has not officially been put up yet. That is an $85 start. Chris Bryant on 70 on Assassin, sold to Chris Bryant for 70. Okay. So not much left in there. And hopefully we can do a deal with Chris on that at 175. Monsters of Rock 85. I think there's some more Motorhead stuff over here. And then I'm going to walk around, make sure they didn't leave me any tubs or other crates of metal that I hadn't been able to find. I still got some of these head cats. We probably need to go ahead and be putting these up. And there's a couple more Iron Maidens. But here is a different looking version of Bad Magic. I'm trying to get this sticker off of the cover, though. Let me try to do that right quick. And for those that are still with me, let's go through. We're still going to knock out some discount crates because I'm going to try to fill up at least 8 crates tonight. We'll probably do some kind of crazy half off. We're going to do another vintage best offer, though, an older vintage best offer we hadn't done in a while. And I'm trying to get this sticker peeled off this Motorhead. There we go. So it looks a whole lot better. Bad Magic on green vinyl. Interesting. Let me see if this has a barcode on it. Same collection. No, I don't know where that came from. That's something John just randomly priced today, so there's no telling on that one. All right, and then this goes. All right. See, let me just make sure this isn't some kind of crazy. Okay, green vinyl. These start at $32. So put this up for a $25 start. Bad Magic, $25 start. Great price on that. Green vinyl, Bad Magic, $25, okay? So first thing we have were those knuckle bones. Yeah, they're kind of a buy now. If you want me to see them, I don't mind showing them. He wants to pass on Reload. He thought that was OG. Not a problem. Yeah, these are reissues in the back. Everything in the back is brand new sealed records. So he wants to put back Reload if he can get this for $175. Sell this to Chris Royalty for $175. Make sure we have all of your information. Make sure you DM our page so we have all of your information. Motorized, $35. It's a steal, Gerald. An absolute steal, but I'm selling it to you. This is sold to Gerald for $35. Shannon Lee on the Rainbow for $65. Sold to Shannon Lee for $65. And then this Iron Maiden, $85, no bid. This Motorhead, $25. It does have a bid, and I've bought before. Okay, I thought so. Welcome back. Okay. Okay. Wow. So now, not many no bids. Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Nashville, Iron Maiden, Obituary. Not bad, just a handful of Iron Maidens out of how many? 130? 150, however many we had tonight. Something crazy. Just absolutely insanity. Okay, so let's find a vintage crate to go through best offer. And then what else did somebody just ask about? Knuckle bones. So knuckle bones, I've got Slayers. The 3 Slayers for $575, and I've got the 4 Metallicas for $975. Okay. Next is Sundays gets Obituary for $40. The no bid Motorhead was The World Is Ours, Volume 2, Any Place Crazy As Anywhere Else. And then give Sundays Obituary for $40. All right, we're making some deals. We're checking them twice. We're going to find out who gets these records. Obituary is sold to Sundays. Motorhead's about to sell for $25. I mean, $25 to Robert. Yeah. Okay. So I've got Slayer knuckle. Oh, I've also got a Lemmy knuckle bones, and I've got the Megadeth knuckle bones Vic Rattlehead from Peace Sales. So Slayer knuckle bones, all three of them, $5.75. That includes shipping, of course, $8 in limited. I've got the Vic Rattlehead Peace Sales. That's $700. $700 on Vic Rattlehead. And then I've got a Lemmy for $250. I've got a Lemmy for $250. So Lemmy $250, Vic Rattlehead $700, and then all four Metallicas for $975. That's my in-stock knuckle bones that we've gotten from people's collections. We sold a ton of them last week. Angela, you were second on obituary. Okay. The Diary of a Madman from earlier. Diary of a Madman from earlier was radio station WZZO out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. A 1981 OG Gold Stamp promo radio station copy. VG Plus $49.99. And at this point, if anybody wants to make an offer, go right ahead. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and sell Motorhead. Let's get a fresh start now. This is sold to Robert for $25. And now we have another no-bid Iron Maiden. That's Monsters of Rock, $85. Orange vinyl, $85. Iron Maiden, Monsters of Rock. Might have to do some kind of big bundle deal with somebody on all these pricey Iron Maidens. Is it numbered? The Motorhead is Motorhead BM, a record store day. What was BM? Oh, is that what you just asked about? I just sold that to Robert. I thought you was asking about this one. Okay, and then Golston has a bid for $35. Who asked about it? Golston did. All right, so let's go over here. Let me put these together. Okay, head cap. Head cap and then Iron Maiden. Here we go. Diary sold to Golston for $35. Brian Frenfrock just offered $40. Sold. I may have shot myself in the foot. I'm moving merchandise now. You better be careful making offers or not getting in fast because I am moving stuff. I am moving merchandise right now. All right, here's another Iron Maiden Dance in Frankfurt. Picture disc. Iron Maiden Dance in Frankfurt, $45 start. And then let me check out this head cat here. There's a bootleg and official. There's no difference between the 06 US and that 2018 unofficial. They did 322 copies of the 06 version, none for sale in the United States. The head cat, rocking the Cat Club, a $75 start. $75 start. Oh. Okay, now. Let's try to find that crate. I think I want to go through this one of these over here. Layla, Bowie. I see soundtracks. And then, all right, let's go. This is a short, but possibly really sweet crate. Let's go through this best offer. Okay. Then we might need to do a nonsense. Municipal waste. We had a few straight priced records that we ended up straight pricing out of the video. Not all of them were auctions, but I think those are gone too. Any silver? No, silver's kind of, I haven't had many people sell. I have a guy sitting on hundreds and hundreds of Silver Eagles. And I was told he wants to dump them when it hits 100 an ounce again. And I'm like, well, that could happen like overnight, or it might not happen for another year. So who knows? But no, I think it's too volatile right now. Some people will go sell. They'll say, Chad, what are you paying? And I'll tell them. And then it'll go down $5. And they'll be like, well, now I don't want to sell. And then it'll go back up $5. And by the time I give them a quote, the market flips the next day and then they decide not to sell again. So everybody's trying to time it perfectly, when to buy and when to sell. I've had a lot of people that I know that want to sell, but they're waiting for it to hit 100 again. And I'm like, man, if you might have to just go ahead and sell it because that might be a while. Who knows? Right. Jazz is going to be soon. It's going to be soon. The Glory Days soundtrack. Over here, this is $9.99. The Glory Days. The best is ZZ Top, $34.99. The Blues Brothers, that is $24.99. Also, Green Bullfrog, this is $34.99. $34.99. And Alvin Lee, 10 years later, right on. Alvin Lee is $19.99. And let me play you my Green Tambourine, $24.99 for that. That's the Lemon Poppers. Chris Bryant on the Blues Brothers. That's so to Chris Bryant. Thank you. Also in here is John Lennon, Mind Games, $24.99. John Lennon Mind Games, $24.99. Led Zeppelin Coda, $39.99 for Led Zeppelin Coda. This does have an original inner sleeve with it. Coda, Led Zeppelin, $39.99. And Tina Turner, For an Affair. We don't get that one very often. 1989, there is a sticker over the spine. I don't know if that's, I don't think it came that way, but $49.99 on that. Nobody bid on Iron Maiden. Something Frankfurt here. What was that one called? That was Dance in Frankfurt. $45 if anybody wants that. It's a picture disc, and that is near mint. $45. That's another Iron Maiden no bid. $45 on that. Let's put this right in there, right here, right there, right there. There it is. And then the head cat's a no bid, Rockin' the Cat Club. $75 on the head cat. That's Leamy, of course. That is $75, okay? Iron Maiden sold to Hoopy for $40. That was a great price on that one. $40. Here is a Motorhead. This was straight priced. I never have shown it. Here's another Bad Magic, okay? Here's another Bad Magic. This is a 2015 white vinyl with CD and patch. There is a seam split. No, what is that? That's a tear in the inner sleeve. My bad. The cover's fine. I never did get around to this. This is $59.99 white vinyl. That's Bad Magic white vinyl, and that is available, okay? All right, there's that. And then I'm going to put up some more stuff in just a second. Everything in here is best offer. Manfred Mann's Nightingales and Bombers, $14.99 for Manfred Mann. Madhouse, that's I think that's Prince or Prince related. I forgot how that works. 1987, $34.99. Chad, I think you pulled the John Mayall Bare Wire albums. It was John Mayall Jazz Blues Fusion I wanted, okay? Yeah, then we did pull the wrong one. Let me go swap that out. So you did not want that one. Sorry, I think I read something earlier where you was trying to correct me. And as usual, I'm going so fast. You want this one right here for the same price, okay? He wants this one right here for the same price. All right, so there's that. Let's put that away. And there's Madhouse. And over here we have John Kay, Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes, $19.99. And John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Okay, need another auction. All right, so let me go over here. The last three in this crate, if we're talking about metal, if we're talking about Motorhead, Iron Maiden, and Metallica, I've got three more head cats that have not been put up, okay? And if you give me a second, I'll check those and I'll start running them. And then I'm going to go over here and see what else, because there's a lot of people still on, and it looks like we need some more auctions. So we have went through everything. We're down to three head cats. So let me see if I can find maybe some stuff over here they didn't get into and some other stuff like that. So give me 1 second. Let me scan this. And this is head cat, and these are all pretty pricey. Red vinyl, and this is a $35 start. They start at $40. They start at $40 right now. Red vinyl, head cat, Fool's Paradise, Leamy there, $35 start on that. And then Cynthia over here on head cat, she's going to do that for a buy it now. And that's so to Cynthia for $75. There's another head cap for a $35 start. Next thing over here is Danny Kerwin. Danny Kerwin, former lead guitarist, vocalist, and writer for Fleetwood Mac. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. And Adventures of Keith, $14.99 for Keith. And then over here, Chameleon. This is Wicked Vicious Vinyl, $19.90. Not for sure what's going on there, but it's $9.99. All right, let me take a gander over here and see what's kind of laying around here and there and everywhere. I think there's a few more things here that they didn't maybe quite get to that we could try to throw up right quick. And let me see first right here. Don't go anywhere. Let me take a peek in this crate. That's probably stuff they're going to be pricing for tomorrow. Got some cool auctions coming up. And then, yeah, here's some Metallicas and Iron Maidens. Yeah, we'll go ahead and try these right quick. Here's some more Metallicas. I know these. Some of these sometimes I can order, so I'm pretty familiar with them. That's straight price, good stuff. I like what that crate says. Straight price, good stuff. Records to be sorted. Records to be sorted. Records to be priced. That's all good stuff, right? All right, here's another Metallica, and here's another Iron Maiden. Here we go. All right, so let's put these up right here. I have more, but wait, there's more. There's always going to be more of this stuff with this collection. Headcat 35, and then over here we have Roy Buchanan in the beginning. Roy Buchanan's $19.99. That's in the beginning. Red Polydor label, $19.99. And we have Best of Lighthouse, $19.99 for Best of Lighthouse. These are all buy it now or best offer. Okay. This is called Metallica Justice for All, blue vinyl. And this is a $35 start. Blue vinyl, just for all, numbered on the back to 500. Bread Fan, Master Puppets. And this is Woodstock 94. Metallica, Woodstock 94, blue vinyl, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Let's get that off the table. Thank you. $35. That's now up for bid. And Headcat over here. This is sold to Ken Crooker for $35. Thank you, Ken. That's sold to you. Let's take a look at the other Headcats. Maybe go ahead and move those tonight. Metallica, $35 start. And Joe Cocker, $19.99. And Siren, Strange Locomotion, $19.99 on Siren. Next auction is going to be an Iron Maiden picture disc, Fear in Stockholm Part 2. What did we just sell? Didn't we sell something like that? No, that was Dance in Frankfurt. This is a really cool cover here, and it's a picture disc. Iron Maiden, Fear in Stockholm Part 2. There's Eddie that's on the cover there. This one's a $55 start. $55 start on Iron Maiden, and that's now up for bid, okay? So there's that, 55. There's Metallica. It opened at 36 and then 35. Let me check on this next Headcat. But first, we have Clark Terry Live, 1964. That is sealed for $14.99. And Aerosmith Rocks, Back in the Saddle, $19.99. The cover does have a little bit of wear, but no condition notes on the vinyl for Metallica. For Aerosmith there. And then we have Mulligan and Getz and Desmond, Gary Mulligan. That's a 1980 sealed. $26.99. Sly and the Family Stones, greatest hits. I am everyday people. That's a second label, but super clean, $19.99. Chris Royalty has Metallica at $40, and Pete Seeger and Arlo Guthrie together. That's a 2LP gatefold, $19.99. And Savoy Brown Raw Sienna. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Also in here, we have King Crimson, $39.99 for Islands. No condition notes. The cover does have wear and some writing there. Nice King Crimson, $39. Metallica, $45. Final chance on Iron Maiden at $55. Let me check this other Headcat here. Let's check out this one here. Fool's Paradise, limited edition red vinyl. Let's see if this is an unofficial. I bet it is, because it doesn't even have, well, there is a barcode right here. Let me see what this pulls up. Let me close out Discogs. Let me reopen Discogs. Let me open this up. Let me scan this. And okay, it is official. It's Cleopatra, okay? They start at 30. The median is 48. And so let's put this up for $35. Headcat, Fool's Paradise on red vinyl, $35. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Also in here, we have Stephen Stills 2, $19.99 on Stephen Stills, and Spooky Tooth Witness. Spooky Tooth is $16.99. We have Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, Songs of Glory, has a demonstration stamp on the back, $19.99. Unicorn, that's by T-Rex. Unicorn's a 69 Terre Haute, $49.99. And Star Collection, Ike and Tina Turner, $19.99 for Star Collection. Snowy White, an 83 UK, $19.99. Headcat does have a bid for $35. The Left Bank 2, $69. 1969, $79.99. And then Snow, and that was $119. That's a 1968 psych record. Snow, $119.99. And then the Left Bank, that one's not easy to get. Is there any way to confirm? Not unless I can. I don't think we had any part 1 separated. Let me flip through this crate. If it's anything in this recent crate, I can check it right quick. If it's later, then there's really no way. Here's something here. No, that was Buenos Aires. Recently, I haven't sold a part 1. No, because there's all the no bids. No. The thing you bought earlier was Dance in Frankfurt. And this one here is called, what was this one called? Fear in Stockholm. I don't think I've said Fear in Stockholm tonight, to my knowledge. So final call on Headcat with Cynthia for 35, and they're still battling over Metallica. Okay? They're still bidding on Metallica. And final chance on Iron Maiden, $55. I do have an Iron Maiden signed hoodie and an Iron Maiden signed hat. Been trying to sell those before I put them on the dreaded Feebay. I sold a t-shirt on eBay. We're experimenting with t-shirts before we list a ton of them. And we're trying to figure out if we want to sell them there or here. Of course, we usually run everything here first. And so we sold a t-shirt, $75 free shipping on eBay. And our net after postage and fees was $48. So when you sell a t-shirt on eBay for $75 free shipping, and we went, of course, the cheapest way possible to ship it, we netted $48. So after you pay postage and after you pay fees, a $75 sale turned into $48. Now, if we would have sold that here, we would have made $20 more. So we probably have 2,000 t-shirts. So we probably want to save tens of thousands of dollars trying to sell them here. And I think we can over the course of this year. So that's coming soon. Metallica 60 and then Spooky Tooth 12, Metallica 65. All right, let's make this Iron Maiden then. I buy it now for $55. Buy it now for $55. So yeah, just selling stuff on there just absolutely just stinks. So yeah, we want to sell them here, but we have so much already to sell here. I mean, my gosh, look at what we just found today with all this stuff. And it's been a whole night. It took 2 or 3 people to get it all ready today. Between us finding these and everybody involved to get just these ready tonight, it took about 5 people. Plus everybody tonight to tag them and sell them. It's going to take the whole staff to get all these shipped. That's $55, and that's done. And then over here, we have this Metallica. Chris Royalty at $65. And that's still getting bids. Now Cynthia's at $70. And Headcat just got 1 bid for $35. And that's sold to Cynthia for $35. There's some Lemmy. $35. That's sold to Cynthia. And I think I have another one over here. These are great price. I've got these well below comps on these. And let me find another one here. I think there's one more. No, that's another Metallica coming up. That's the Motorhead where they didn't sell. Here's another one. Let's see what's going on with this Headcat. Rock and Roll Ride on the Sunset Strip. Okay. Cleopatra. No barcode. Let's just sell it. $35 start on Headcat. $35. Rock and Roll Ride. And it comes with a couple of photos, possibly from that show. And Headcat's on clear vinyl, a $35 start. Metallica's at $70. Chris Royalty's out. All right. Anybody on anything in here? Sold a few out of there. We sold 1 record out of there. Holy cow. Okay, maybe we're almost done with vintage tonight then. We sold 1 record out of there. Unbelievable. We sold 1 Blues Brothers record. We didn't even get any offers. What is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? I'm about to have to go home. I'm about to have to leave, go eat Waffle House, and take a nap if y'all don't start making some offers. What is wrong with y'all? That was sad almost. We sold 1 Blues Brothers record out of there. That whole crate, we sold 1 Blues Brothers record. There's an offer. Spooky Tooth, $12. Stephen Douglas, Spooky Tooth, $12. Sold. Now we sold 2 records. Anybody else? I'm going to turn the camera so we can flip through these together. We have Snow, Left Bank, Snowy White, Icantina, T-Rex, Lester Flat, Stephen Steele, King Crimson, Savoy Brown, Pete Seeger, Sly, Mulligan and Getz and Desmond, Errol Smith, Clark Terry, Siren. We have Joe Cocker, Snow to 100 for Rob. That's what I like to see. Soda Rob Fordham for 100. Lighthouse, Roy Buchanan, Killer Chameleon, Keith, Danny Kerwin, John Lennon, John Kay, Madhouse, Manfred Mann, Tina Turner, Led Zeppelin, John Lennon, The Lemon Poppers, Alvin Lee, Green Bullfrog, ZZ Top, and Glory Days. Errol Smith for 11. Errol Smith for, what happened to that? Rafe, I'll sell that to you for 15. Make it 12. $1 bump, I'll sell it to you, okay? $1 bump, I'll sell it to you. No Mac Davis. You missed 3 tonight. I'm not joking either. You say I'm going to go take a nap, and because you sleep all during the sale, John, you miss all the Mac Davis. This is sold to Ray for $12. T-Rex is sold to Nick Bargeron for $24. Iron Maiden Stockholm is sold to Kenny Rowe for $45. Sold to for $45. Headcat has 2 3 $35 bids. So Headcat has 1 bid for $35, another bid for $35, and another bid for $35. Cynthia was in first. Metallica, Cynthia went out. Chris Royalty gets Metallica for $75. $75. All right, let's put up another Metallica. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in there? Let's do a half off crate. So here's the lineup on vintage crates. We're going to do a half off nonsense. Then we're going to do a half off jazz in that order. And we're going to keep rolling auctions in the meantime. That's what we're going to be doing. I've got to fill up 8 crates. We've almost filled up 7. Okay? We've almost filled up 7 already. That shouldn't be a problem. Headcat has a new bid for 40. Headcat has a new bid for 40. Next is another Metallica bootleg. This is called Metallica So What? And this is Metallica. It's on clear vinyl numbered. Woodstock. I think that might even be the other part. I think that's different tracks. There we go. Clear vinyl, $35 start. Metallica. I think they split that into 2 and they call it different things. Anybody else? This is going to be an awesome 9 a.m. vintage disc crate. That's going to be a lot of that in there. That's going to be an amazing vintage discount crate in the morning for the people that are asleep right now that will be watching that in the morning. All right, so let's find a vintage half off. Chad needs something to drink, something fierce. Phew. I am thirstier than the devil that's been chewing on cotton. And that would be pretty dang thirsty. A devil chewing on cotton. All right, let's find a crazy nonsense bin. This one right here looked pretty interesting. I saw Savoy Brown. I saw Osley Brothers. I saw Uriah Heep and Layla. Some great vintage stuff. Let me go through and proof it right quick. Then we're going to do these half off, okay? Might mix in some Japanese auctions here in a minute. Okay. This will be a sweet one. This will be a pretty dang sweet one. When was these priced? About 5 days ago. That would be nonsense. That would be nonsense. But, you know, I have a feeling we're going to sell probably just about everything in here. So, I mean, this is a crazy crate to be doing half off. Yep, this is insane, honestly. That's why we do it, though. Okay, y'all ready? This is the Metal Night Insane Nonsense Half Off crate. We call this Nonsense Half Off for a reason. Nashville Kitty is still available. This is insane. Pink Floyd's in here. Led Zeppelin's in here. The Dickies are in here. There is some insane stuff in here for half off, okay? Let's try to sell everything in here. Whatever is not left, we'll probably end up bundling with somebody. Okay? Let me fix my legs first of all. Oh my gosh. I'm in a low squat position. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, I got to get in better shape to do these sales. Even though I've been doing them every night for years. I've been doing this since I've been like 8 years old. All right. Golly, that felt good. Whew, my legs. They're like, Chad, please sit down. Rest, buddy. All right, head cap. The last bit on head cap was Cynthia Herdron at $45. Everybody else is out. Metallica is with Chris Royalty at $50. Are y'all ready for the nonsense half off? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Space Cadets, Cadets A Go-Go, a 2000 UK, $25. That means that was $49.99, $25. What is the title of the Nashville Cats? The Nashville Kitten? Nashville, Pussy, was sealed $125. It's got a seam crackle. It's sealed. It's on clear vinyl. It's $125. We'll go through the no bids at the conclusion of this crate. Space Cadets. J.D. Brennan and Gold Fever, Pot of Gold, sealed for $25. Some great stuff in here. Two back-to-back $50 records, half off. The Dickies, Is It Savant, half off of $69.99, 1994 limited edition white vinyl. This is insane. I mean, this should not be happening. This should not be happening. Chris Bryan on the Dickies. I mean, that was not supposed to happen. I mean, but just because of that, I've got to change my avatar. I feel like George Costanza. I am Costanza, Lord of the Idiots. Here I am. I am Costanza, Lord of the Idiots. Metallica, $55. Head cap, $46. Head cap, $46. Brent next on the Dickies. Hellbound Glory, Scumbag Country. Sealed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. $75 on that. Half off of $149.99. The Magic of the Spellbinders. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. $25 on the Spellbinders. Lightning. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. $25 on Lightning. EX condition. Anson Fernberg and the Rockets. Anderson Thunderbird and the Rockets. Sealed, $7.50. Zombie Ghost Train, Glad Rags and Body Bags. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Just $40 on that. Pied Pear, $5. $5 on that. The Fugs. Oh my gosh. Half off of $49.99. A second mono press, $25. Preston Rhodes on Anson. That's sold to Preston Rose. What happened on Headcat? Headcat has a high bid of 50. The Metallica was at 55. We're almost done. Rafe got the Fugs. Sold to Rafe. Brent was a close second. Golly, this crate, man, I'm going to have to walk away for a second. My chest is starting to hurt. Whew. Gosh. Let me go up here and get a bottle of water. I mean, come on, everybody. What is going on all of a sudden? Whew. I know we got a lot of Motorhead people watching, so let me go get some Motorhead stuff while I'm up here. I mean, come on, everybody. Goodness gracious. Whew. Wow. Holy guacamole. Motorhead Lemmy Kilmister figure, $44.99. I still got the knuckleheads for $250 if anybody wants to see that, or the knuckle bones. And here's War Pig. War Pig is $74.99. Those are from Loco Ope or something. Loco Ape, I guess. So those are $45 and $75. And if anybody wants to see the Lemmy knuckle bones, let me know. I think it's $250. Really well made. All right, here's what happened. Try to take a break from that crate. Goodness gracious. John Kaiser got Hellbound for $75. And then over here we got, wow, AC/DC, $20, a 2003 180 gram. Take it. Just take it. Just take it. Sold to Ken Crooker. Thank you. $20. Gone. Thank you. Springtime. Sealed. Half off of $39.99. That's $20. Wow. EX 1750 for an OG Queen that works. All you hear is radio gaga, radio blah blah. Next is Metallica. This is sold, and Metallica is sold for $55 to Chris Royalty. That's sold to him for $55. Thank you, Chris. Now Headcat is sold. Headcat is sold, and Headcat is sold, and Headcat is sold, and Headcat is sold for $50 to Cynthia Herdred. Okay? I figured Cynthia would buy these Lemmy figures. I thought Cynthia would buy those. That's why I brought them back here. David Baber got Queen. Cynthia was next. And Mega Blast wants John F. Kennedy. That's spelled with a K. Rush Power Window, 1750. This has the original inner sleeve. Okay? Let's not freak out over that, but it does. 1750. What was the Metallica? You just missed it. You just missed it. You just missed it. You just missed it. Is Headcat still available? You just missed it. Queen, the game, $17.50. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. With the original inner sleeve. Now, I don't want anybody to freak out, but this does have the original inner sleeve with it. So it has lyrics, and that means I can sing for the next 10 minutes. Steve walks warily down the street with his brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Bradley Smith first on Rush. Matt Lawson second on Rush. ZZ Top, El Loco, $17.50. This does have the original inner sleeve. I don't want to freak anybody out, but the original inner sleeve is included. Pink Floyd, The Endless River, 2014, $22.50. Sid Said gets ZZ Top. Chad did the Queen Works have the original inner sleeve. You better believe it did. Golston got Pink Floyd, sold. Chris Messer was second. Rick Springfield, Comic Book Heroes, $10. $10. The only Headcat that's still available, none. All the Headcats are gone. I've got Nashville, I've got Motorhead, Iron Maiden. I'm about to make a bundle deal with somebody on those last ones. I don't know who's going to end up getting it, but somebody is going to be getting a bundle deal on some Iron Maiden stuff. But before we do that, and before we show another crazy, insane record in here, and everybody loses their mind, and everybody starts screaming and yelling at me, and then it's total chaos, and then everybody starts freaking out and screaming, and then it's just absolutely insanity, I'm going to grab another Headcat. Walk the walk and talk the talk, because we got more over here that we didn't get to, and I'm going to walk over here casually, one at a time, and pick them out of crates, and here we go. I mean, this is the time. If we're going to be selling Headcat albums, this is it. Let's scan this and see what it tells me. Okay? And then we're right in the middle of this serious half-off crate. Headcat. This is 2012 German black vinyl. They start at $45.93 overseas. Let's start this one at $45 then. Headcat. Walk the walk and talk the talk. Next. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut, sealed for just $17.50. This is a half-off, absolutely nonsense crate, no more, no less. Everything You See Is Me, Rasa, a jazz funk album for $10. That's insane. A half-off Pink Floyd again, so did Jay Nutria, $17.50. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Hold on a minute. Somebody just asked, what is this? This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Hold on, one more time. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Head cap 45.45. Tim Buckley, Sephirina. Tim Buckley is $12.50 on the discreet label. $12.50, Tim Buckley. Open the Doors to Your Heart. J.O.B. Orchestra, a sealed disco record, $5. This is a half off crate. Amenities on Rasa. And don't forget, half off jazz coming up next, amenities. Half off jazz coming up next, amenities. Half off jazz coming up next. Half off jazz coming up next. Head cats at 47. Florida Festival presents Star Song, sealed for $5. $5. Florida Festival. $5. Florida Festival. Layla. Derek and the Dominoes. EX, $25. How much is Derek and the Dominoes? $25. What is wrong with this corner? It's been clipped. $25 on that. Eric Van Leuven on Tim Buckley. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Next thing over here is this, Uriah Heep Wonderworld. Just $12.50 on Uriah Heep. Next thing over here is David Bowie Changes To. $17.50 on this. $17.50 on this. $17.50 on David Bowie. And another Rush. Now, I don't want anybody to freak out on me, but this does have the original inner sleeve. It does have the original inner sleeve. The Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project. Head cats at 50. Cynthia, you've been outbid. Eric Van Leuven on David Bowie, sold. Cynthia's out on head cap. Cynthia was second on David Bowie. The J.O.B. Orchestra, sold for $5. Matt Lawson all over Rush. $17.50 for Rush. Matt Lawson was all over it. Mortgage guy Rob Barnett, you were next. Pay It All Back, Volume 3, VG, $10. Dub Syndicate, Strange Parcells, African Head Charge, Something Other, Lee Perry, Martin Fredericks. Wings, nothing to do with Paul McCartney. A strong VG, $7.50. Head cat is sold then to Ken Crooker for $50, and my crate is full. And when I say it's full, I honestly couldn't put another record in here. If I did, it would blow up. It would just explode. That's 7 full crates. We got one more job to do tonight, and we're not doing anything until it's done. We're going to fill up one more crate of records. That's exactly what we're going to do tonight. We're going to fill up one more crate of records. There's no questions about it. That's what we're doing. Heck, we might even fill up 2 more tonight. And while I'm over here grabbing a new crate, and I know everybody's intently watching, intently, I know y'all are going to watch some more because there's half off. I'm going to grab some more auctions over here. And you may say, Chad, what other auctions do you have over here? You're starting to make me a little bit nervous because I know you have more, and I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. And I know there's more over here. So if you could help me out and let me know, that would be great. Okay? So here it is. And let me grab another Motorhead. Let me grab this empty crate. I'm grabbing an empty crate, and I'm grabbing a Motorhead. Empty crate and Motorhead. That's what I'm grabbing. They're in my hands. I've grabbed it. Here it is. This is it. Here we go. I'm putting it up right now. Motorhead's Motorboat. A motorboating Motorhead 2014. Motorhead is a $35 start. A $35 start. That's another Motorhead bootleg. A $35 start. Surely somebody needs an Iron Maiden light. I've got Iron Maiden light boxes. They change colors. They flash. You see that right back there? They're only $59.99. Chris Royalty wants Star Song. That was right here. So to Chris Royalty. Ken Foster says pay it. Pay it. So to Ken Foster. This is a half off crate. No more, no less. ABBA. That's called ABBA. It's by ABBA. A VG copy for $7.50. Sparks in Outer Space. A VG Plus copy for $17.50. Led Zeppelin. House of the Holy. A mid-70s club reissue. VG Plus $17.50. Chad needs a drink of water. And I'm not talking about just any water. I'm talking about the best water, Dasani. And this is some good crap right here. 20 ounces of it, down the half. Any more vintage R&B coming? We've already had 20 or 30 in this crate. Hopefully you've been watching. We have Chris Messer on Spare. Sparks is what he meant. This is So Did Chris Messer. Sparks, that's So Did Chris Messer. Black Yale on Led Zeppelin. Cynthia was second. Also, we have Impeccable, 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 Live at the Rocks. This is wow. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh wow. VG $50. That's half off of $99.99. We have Widowmaker. Whoa. VG plus $7.50. Savoy Brown Hellbound Train. VG minus $5. And we have George Jones. VG $7.50. Oh gosh, these prices are starting to make me sick. George Jones, VG $7.50. Final call on Motorhead, $35. And we have Solo Flight, Charlie Bird, a strong VG, $12.50. $12.50. Mega Blast gets George Jones. Sold. Over here, TSO Houston on Widowmaker. Sold. TSO Houston. And then over here, Soft, Hard, and Heavy Feather. A nice VG promo. Half off of $39.99, folks. This should not be happening. This should not be happening. $20 on that. And then Sparks, Indiscreet. This should not be happening. This should not be happening. VG Plus, $17.50 on Sparks. Dwayne Allman, Anthology Volume 2. A nice VG, $10. This should not be happening. This should not be happening. $10 on Dwayne Allman. Motorhead sold to Robert Warner for $35. How much? $35 to who? Robert Warner. Say that one more time. Sold to Robert Warner for $35. Jay Nutri on Dwayne. Sold to Dwayne. Sold Nutri just showed. Tom what? Tom Rush, not the band. This is Tom Sawyer Rush. Tom Rush is VG plus $10. Nothing to do with the band Rush. VG plus $10. What is our next auction? You may ask yourself that. Some people are probably asking themselves, golly, I wish I knew what the next auction was. Goodness gracious, please, for the love of all things good and holy, tell me what the next auction is. We're going to mix it up a little bit. A Japanese pressing over here of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, pictures at an exhibition. Pictures at an exhibition. An exhibition, an expedition. This is in pictures at an exhibition, like an art gallery. There are the pictures. This is a $35 start. This is Emerson, Lake and Palmer, a $35 start. This is the Isley Brothers, Winner Takes All. That's now just $17.50. VG plus condition. It's only $17.50. This is a half off crate. It's no more, no less. My avatar's hands move at the same time mine does. Look at this. My hands are moving the same way my avatars are moving. We have Pink Floyd, VG Plus $7.50, a 1970s Winchester press. How much? $17.50. What's the artist? Pink Floyd. We have Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, a Columbia 2i OG label, VG minus $7.50. Dynabra on the Isley Brothers, sold. Next thing over here is Green River, Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG minus $7.50. Who is it? Creedence Clearwater Revival. How much is it? $7.50. What's the condition? VG minus. Sundays on Pink Floyd, that's sold. John Kaiser on CCR. Emerson, Lake and Palmer has a bid for $35. And Fleetwood Mac Tusk, VG plus $17.50. Who is it? Fleetwood Mac. What is it? Tusk. How much is it? $17.50. What condition? VG plus. UK. Night After Night Live. VG plus. $12.50. Here comes another Japanese pressing. Now, I know some of y'all are probably about to freak out. Some of y'all are probably about to lose your cool. Some of y'all are probably just can't take this anymore. I'm right there with you. My chest is hurting. I'm out of breath. My mind is zigzagging. I can't concentrate. I'm thinking about this chess game I got going over here. I mean, there is a lot going on. I'm trying to read a book while I'm doing this every night. There is just a lot happening. I mean, there's a lot, okay? I've got another Motorhead. Stand by for takeoff. First thing over here is UK. This is TSO Houston, sold on UK. Final call on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And we have The Police, Ghost and Machine. This is VG Plus, $12.50 in shrink wrap. I've tried before to tell her of the feelings I have for her in my heart. Every little thing she does is magic. Every little thing just turns me on. This is Motorhead live in New York. Folks, these things start at $63.95. The median is $76. It's a 2 LP sealed. We're going to put this up for a $65 start Motorhead. The World is Ours, Volume 1, sealed, a $65 start. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is sold to amenities for $35. Motorhead is now up for bid, a $65. It's sealed. And now we're about to tag whoever got the Police record. And the Police record is sold to Mega Blast 9. Wraith, you were second. Motorhead already has a bid for $65. The Performance soundtrack, Mick Jagger, VG, $7.50. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. McCartney, Ram, VG Plus, $17.50. That is honestly sickening. Having to mark this down that much, I'm going to go over here and puke right quick. Goodness gracious. The Band Stage Fright, VG Plus, $12.50. Motorhead has a bid for $65. And now we're going to put up another Japanese pressing. And that is a Japanese pressing of this right here. This is the Flashdance soundtrack. Never seen it. Some people say it may be one of the best movies ever made. It is Flashdance. It is near mint minus and pristine. This is beautiful. Casablanca Records. There's the Obi. It doubles as the insert. Flashdance is a $25 start. Wraith gets Ram. Thank you. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. Thank you. This crate is definitely worthy of another read-through. If you just hopped on, you're like, what in God's country is happening right now? We're going through a half-off crate. It almost gave me a heart attack. This is intense crap, okay? You got two options. You can get in the game, you can watch, you can lock in, or you can get out. If the fire's too hot, get out because you're going to get burned. This is intense. This is absolutely intense, okay? I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh my gosh. Okay, here comes another read-through. And this second read-through is going to be even more dramatic. Oh my gosh, it's the Space Cadets. This actually looks pretty cool. Cadets A Go-Go, a 2000 UK press, $25. Also, we had J.D. Brennan and Gold Fever, Pot of Gold, sealed for $25. We have the Magic of the Spellbinders, EX condition, $25. And Lightning, not Hopkins. I don't know how many times I've sold that, and I've had somebody say about 7 minutes later, Chad, my bad, I thought that was Lightning Hopkins. Well, it's not. And then we have Motorhead. This is sold to Ken Crooker for $65. $65, Ken Crooker. Wow, what a steal. You might want to look over your shoulder. You possibly could be getting arrested here in a minute. Flashdance is a $25 start. That's going once, going twice. Next is Cynthia Herdron on the Space Cadets. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. The Performance soundtrack is sold. And the Performance soundtrack is sold for $7.50. Clay Moore, you were second on Space Cadets. Zombie Ghost Train. That sounds scary. That is sealed. Imagine being on a train with a bunch of zombie ghosts. Ooh, that is $40. That is now $40. Over here we have Pied Pear. Not Piper and not a pumpkin. That's a Pied Pear. $5 on that one. Not a pumpkin, not a popper. We have springtime sealed for $20. If anybody wants Flashdance, it's $20. Some say one of the greatest movies ever. Flashdance is a $25 buy it now. It's a no bid. That means you can go ahead and buy it right now. I would recommend you doing that. You probably should think about it. If you think long, somebody else is going to grab it, and then you're going to be like, good gosh, why didn't I go ahead and just get that when I had the chance? $25. Cynthia Herdron on Pod Pear. Not popper, not pumpkin. It's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Pod Pear for $5. Let's put that right in there. Thank you. That's sold to Cynthia. Chris Messer, a really close second on that. Next thing in here is Queen, the game. Boy, I even recited the lyrics to Another One Bites the Dust, and no one bought it. Usually when I sing or read or do something magical like that, somebody buys the record. But here it is, still available. $17.50. Rick Springfield, Comic Book Heroes, just $10. It's just $10, everybody. And we have, I mean, 10. You probably got that stuff down in your. You probably didn't even know you have $10. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, that's $25 on that. Uriah Heep Wonderworld, that's $12.50. And Wings, nothing to do with Paul McCartney. Okay, this upset Paul so bad when this came out. Actually, when did this come out? Wings formed about 1973, 4. When did this come out? This is like, that label's like late 60s, early 70s, right? Strong VG 750. When did this come out? Roger Tagavilla on Queen. That's so to Roger Tagavilla. Thank you. And then over here we have ABBA. Some people call it ABBA. Some people call it ABBA. I heard one guy say, I'll take that ABBA record. He thought those were letters. It stands for Absolute Best ABBA. This is impeccable live on the rocks. A VG copy for $50. Do what? Rare hard rock. Rare means you're not going to have a good chance of finding this anywhere. So I would buy this copy while it's available. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train, VG minus for $5. Chris Riddings wants impeccable. That's absolutely impeccable. That is sold to him for $50. Solo Flight, Charlie Bird on Riverside, a strong VG for $12.50. That's a steal. How about Heavy Feather, Soft, Hard, and Heavy, a nice VG promo. That's only $20. Sparks, Indiscreet, that's a VG Plus for $17.50. What about Tom Rush? That's a VG Plus for $10. Also over here, we have Bob Dylan, a VG minus copy, original 2i label. Johnny Cash plays on there, $7.50. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is VG Plus $17.50. The band Stage Fright is VG Plus $12.50. Can I see the tracks on Lightning? Lightning over here. This is California Soul, Won't You Be Surprised, Feeling Sad, Sanskrit, Al Jacaz, Mark Gugison, David Morgan. Oh, my bad. That's the Players. This only has 4 tracks on it. Wow. What's going on here? No, there's more than California Soul, Won't You Be Surprised, Feeling Sad, Sanskrit. Wow, it's double-sided. It's double-sided, the same tracks, $25 on that. That was the other things I was reading off were the people who played on it. That'd be like if somebody said, Chad, what's the tracks on Led Zeppelin? And I said, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, John Paul Jones, and John Bonham. Hey, another Motorhead. This is different than the one we just sold. Let's scan it and let's sell another Motorhead to Ken Crooker. I know he's watching, and I know he wants another one. And let's close this out. Let's open this up, and here we go. Here we go. Let's see what we got going on here. Here is another Motorhead. My gracious. Let's start this one at $45. The World Is Ours, Volume 1, Everywhere Further Than Everywhere Else, live in Teatro Calcan, Santiago, Chile, April 9th, 2011. That's a $45 start. Anybody else want anything in here? This is your last chance. This is it. Okay? We're going to show all the no bids tonight. Try to bundle some of this Iron Maiden stuff. Try to take offers. We'll take offers first, and then I'll try to bundle it. I'll say the price. Might be shocking to some people, but if you want something when I read through it, and then y'all know what's next. Another half-off crate. And David Hoy is going, yes, sir. Amenities is going, yes, it is. They're rubbing their hands together. They're cracking their knuckles. They're probably pouring a cup of coffee. They may be drinking sweet tea. There could be hot chocolate. It could be Diet Coke. It could be Diet Mountain Dew. It could be Jack Daniels. It could be Budweiser. It could be Bud Ice. It could be, I could keep naming stuff all day. It could be Sprite. It could be Coke Zero. Do y'all want me to keep going? You get the point. $45 on Motorhead. I could keep naming drinks all day. Y'all go ahead and name drinks too. Have some fun. Start naming drinks. That will help the algorithm. Anything you want to name. I mean, just start naming drinks. I mean, all night, you can just name drinks, just one after another. All the beverages out there. Have you ever went in a Publix and walked around at your local and just looked at all the drink selections? I walk and I have a panic attack trying to pick something out. I mean, I'm like, how do you pick? It's like looking down the cereal aisle. I've walked down the cereal aisle before and literally just nearly passed out. I cannot do this. Look at all these selections of cereals. It's just overwhelming. And I'm a big cereal guy. So I'm like, golly, look at all these choices for cereal. How do you make up your mind with all these choices? And then I go with Frosted Flakes, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Fruit Loops. Do I need to continue? Okay. Honey Nut Cheerios, Fruit Loops, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Frosted Flakes, Lucky Charms, Iron Maiden, caught somewhere in Paris, trademark of quality, limited edition, clear vinyl, $175, numbered 53 of 500, numbered 53 of 500, 175. Iron Maiden, live at Stockholm Stadium, Stockholm, Sweden, June 28, 2003, $225. Triple picture disc poster, Iron Maiden, $225. 175, 225. Iron Maiden, Conquering Chile, Return of the Beast, $195. Colored vinyl, red, white, and blue. Shredded wheat. Yes. Golden Grams. Yes. Iron Maiden, All Hell Broke Loose at Wembley, $175. Regina wants some cream soda, Dr. Pepper, and Tab. Tab. Don't hear that every day. Iron Maiden, Monsters of Rock. I forgot how much this one was. I'm going to say it was pretty close to $75, I think. That sounds good right now. I can't remember on that one. 75 on Iron Maiden. Motorhead, $55. Motorhead Bad Magic, $59.99. That was straight priced, actually. Nashville Cat, $125. And Flashdance was $25. Does anybody want to make an offer before I add up all that Iron Maiden and bundle it for a stupid price? This Motorhead is sold to Roger Tagavilla for $45. Sold to Roger Tagavilla for $45. Man, Frosted Flakes. Holy cow. Motorhead World Is Ours Volume 2 in the crate. Sold to Ken Crooker for $55. Okay. So Iron Maidens add up to be the following. 75, 175, 195, 225, and 175. Whoops, I messed up. 75, 175, 195, 225, and 175. $845. Wow. That's a lot. Bad Magic for $50. Aliens Among Us gets Bad Magic for $50. All right, so that's $845. Iron Maiden bundle, $700. Iron Maiden bundle, $700. There are one Iron Maiden boot for $75, another Iron Maiden boot for $175, Iron Maiden boot for $195, an Iron Maiden boot for $225, and an Iron Maiden boot for $175. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different releases. The minimum bids added up to $845. $845. I said I would do $700. This is a 2 LP. That's a 3 LP. 3 LP. That's a 2 or 3, and that's a single. So we sold some for a lot more than that tonight. A lot for around those same prices. That's why the guy that got on here and said he was going to buy every Iron Maiden record, and I said, well, you got to pay for them tonight. That's why he stopped buying, because I was like, man, if you're going to buy every Iron Maiden record tonight, you're probably going to be spending like $18,000 if you try to buy all these. It adds up quickly. So, come on, John Kaiser. Come on, John Kaiser. Time for the last push tonight. We're going to pick out a crate over here and go through it half off. It's time for the final push. Whew. Think all you want. I shouldn't have sat down over here. If I sit down, my body thinks the show's over, and it's like, oh, finally, we can take a nap. But no nap right now, body. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get woke up for one more final push. And I'm going to try to find some other auctions. Tonight has been emotionally and physically and mentally exhausting. But here we go. It's time for possibly one of the last crates. Let's do it. Nobody wants to make an offer. That's the only no bid besides the Iron Maiden, the Nashville Cat, and then Flashdance. Come on, somebody make an offer. Come on. 2 LP sealed, $125. That's the only, and Flashdance. Do 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 do. Da 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 bum bum boom ba da 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 deep da 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 boom ba da da. John Kaiser, come on, John Kaiser. John Kaiser, John Kaiser, beep, ba da ba ba ba. John Kaiser will buy this bundle. Ra da 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 da. John Kaiser will buy this bundle. Da 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 dee. John Kaiser will buy this bundle. Dude, look at all that glorious there. Look at that logo, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden. And for $7.55, I'll throw in the Iron Maiden light. For $7.55, I'll throw in an Iron Maiden light. Okay, here we go. Flash, sold for $20. Done. Flash, sold for $20. Done. Jason Fornerat. All right. Here we go. Half off crate. No more, no less. Afrique, Count Basie and his orchestra. A 71 USOG and Shrink Flying Dutchman, $12.50. Stan Getz with guest artist Laredo Almeida. A 63 Stereo OG, $15 on Getz. Red Garland Quintet with Coltrane and Bird, Prestige, 73 US, $12.50. Wes Montgomery Jazz Guitar, 81 US, $5. Berlin Dialogue for Orchestra, Oliver Nelson, 71 USOG, $10. $10. We have Basie meets Bond, Count Basie and the Orchestra. Look at that, more Basie doing more Bond, $10 on that. And then Grant Green, the main attraction with Hubert Laws. That's $17.50, a 1976 USOG. Amenities on Stan Getz, sold to Amenities. Done. Next is the Joshua Breakstone Quartet featuring Kenny Barron. 4 divided by 4 is 1. $5. Ray Red on Grant Green, sold to Ray Red. Next is West Best, the Wes Montgomery and his brothers. A 67 US Stereo and Shrink, $7.50. We have Let Your Fingers Do the Walking, Marty Gross and Wayne Wright, $5 on that. Ray Red on JB, Joshua Breakstone, sold. Amenities on Basie doing the James Bond stuff, sold to Amenities. We got All Out Jazz War breaking out. Slow Hot Wind, Gary Nywood. A 75 US white label promo, $7.50. We got Count Basie live in Japan, 78, $7.50. Sirius Coleman Hawkins, $5 in shrink wrap. George Benson, Good King Bad, that's $5. Both Wes Montgomery sold to Eric Van Leuven. 1 Wes Montgomery, 2 Wes Montgomerys sold to Eric Van Leuven. Shaft, the soundtrack promo marked, $12.50. Promotion copy, not for sale. Beautiful. Gatefold 2 LP. George Benson, sold to Wraith. That's sold to Wraith. We got the Chris Hines combination, Sister Slick. A white label promo, Jazz Funk, $5. Chris Messer on Coleman Hawkins, sold. Patrick Lear on Shaft, sold. Amenities, you were second on Cirrus. Chris Messer, second on Shaft. John Blair, We Belong Together, $5. That has nothing to do with the song by We belong. You know that one. We have what? This is Blue Note. One Night with Blue Note, Volume 1, 85 US, $10. Todd Kilgore, Count Basie, sold to Todd Kilgore. Next is the guitar session. Jay Berliner, Gene Bertrand-Rossini, Toots Thiemann, and Richard Reisenkopf. $7.50 on that. Amenities on Sister. Sister Slick sold to Amenities. This is a crazy half-off jazz crate, no more, no less. It is a 12:36 a.m. deal. We have the trombone sounds of Arlid Betters, Funk City Express, 66 US, $5 on that. George Benson, The Other Side of Abbey Road, $17.50, and this happens to be a 1970 promo sticker. And wait, there's more. It is a white label promo, George Benson, CTI, beautiful, $17.50 on that one. And we have Charles Mingus, Better Get It in Your Soul, wow, sealed, now just $25. A 71 USOG sealed 2 LP, $25 for Charles Mingus. You won't hear that. You won't see that down at your local Walmart. Next thing over here is this. We have Don Pullen, Tomorrow's Promises, a 77 US post-bop free jazz, $7.50. Charles Mingus is sold to Ray Red. Chris Miser was second. George Benson, Abbey Road is sold to Mark Chesler. Benson, Amenities, you were second on Benson. Ken Foster next on Mingus. Ray Red on Don Pullen. Amenities next on Mingus. We have what? We have Enrico Rava. That's now $22.50. Enrico Rava Quartet, a 1980 German import, OG, $22.50, folks. That's it. We have Dizzy Reese Manhattan Project, nothing to do with Rush, a 78 US, $15 on that. And Steve Reich, Music for 18 Musicians. This is now just $35, a 1978 US, fantastic album, one of Bowie's favorite albums. One of David Bowie's favorite albums. There'll be some people buy it just for that. If Bowie likes it, I gotta like it. Right? Right? So to Ken Foster. Done. Next record is Timer Reverberi. What did I just say? It's a jazz funk experimental disco for $10. Timer Reverberi. And that's $10. Next is Amenities on Steve. You were second. Sold to Ken already. Buddy Rich and the Big Band Machine, Speak No Evil. Buddy Rich is $7.50. We have Don Ryder Quintet, Wallflower. That's a 79 US post-bop hard bop. That's $10. Don Ryder Quintet. We got Jimmy McGriff, I've Got a New Woman. McGriff is a 68 USOG. That's VG plus $6. And we have Shirley Scott, Like Cozy, 61 US mono OG, VG plus $7.50. Amenities wants the Timmer Timer. That's sold to Amenities, the Timmer Timer. And we have Kenny Burrell Soul Call, 64 US stereo OG. How much? Just $25. VG plus condition. $25 on that. Kenny Burrell. Next is Ray Red on Shirley Scott. Sold. Terry Gearhart next on Timmer Timer. Kenny Burrell again, back-to-back Blue Moods, EX Plus, $32.50. Good gracious. Holy crap. Let me touch my toes right quick. Oh, come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You got this. You can do this. Come on. Come on. You got this. Okay. That was pretty good there. Blue Moods, sold to Ray Red. The other Kenny Burrell is still available. Ornette Coleman, Skies of America. That's VG, $5. The London Symphony Orchestra, conducted by David Measam. More Party Time, Arnett Cobb. Arnett Cobb is now just $30. EX Plus, a 1960 Deep Groove Mono OG. $30 on Arnett. Casino Royale, how cool is that? Now just $14, 67 US mono and shrink wrap. Herb Albert, Dusty Springfield, Casino Royale. Amenities on Kenny. I'm assuming you want the other one that was left behind, so sell that to Amenities. Bosses of the Ballad, Illinois Jacquet and strings play Cole Porter. That's a 64 USOG, VG plus $10. Casino Royale, sold to Chris Messer, sold. Next thing is four trombones, John Lewis, Charlie Mingus, J.J. Johnson, Kyle Winding, Benny Green, Willie Dennis. That's now just $14, a 64 US mono, and it's a promo. Promo stamp on the back, and the label It says promotion copy, not for sale. Wow, a fantasy promo label. I don't know if I've seen that too many times. Just saying, just FYI, just for your information. Next thing over here is Rafe on 4 trombones. That's sold to Rafe. Ray Red on AC. Arnett Cobb sold. Rafe, you do get the trombones. And then Antonio Carlos Jobim, Stone Flower. That's EX 3250. Holy moly. 1970 USOG, and that's on the original green labels. 3250 on Antonio Carlos Jobim. We have Night Song Kenny Burrell promo sticker, a 69 US promo label on Verve. Should be yellow. It is. That's VG plus 1250. Amenities on Mingus. No Mingus right in here. There was one earlier, but it's already sold. Eddie Lockjaw Davis with the Paul Whedon Trio. I only have 5s for you. A 63 US Stereo OG. That's VG $7.50. What about Eddie Costa Memorial Concert on Coldplix, a 63 US Mono? That's EX $6.50. Antonio Carlos Jobim. That's Tide, a 1970. That's the name of it, Tide, Tide, a 1970 US white label promo, EX $11.50. EX $11.50. Portrait of the artist Bob Brookmeyer. That's a 61 US Stereo, EX $9. We have Round Midnight, Kenny Burrell, a 72 promo, EX 14, and QT Hush, the Modern Jazz Quintet, a 1966 US Stereo, EX condition, $5. Wow. Dang. Wow. That was something. That was pretty intense, honestly. That was amazing at the same time. And guess what? But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. First thing is amenities. Got Tide. That's sold to amenities. Chris Messer on Round. Sold. Next thing over here is Modern Jazz. Sold to Ken Foster. Amenities was second. Let's read through these again. First thing we have is Afrique, Count Basie and his orchestra, a 71 USOG Flying Dutchman label, $12.50. The Red Garland Quintet featuring Coltrane and Bird, Prestige, 2 LP, 73 US, $12.50 on that one. Berlin Dialogue for Orchestra, Oliver Nelson and the Berlin Dream Band, that's a 71 USOG, $10 on that. Also, Let Your Fingers Do the Walking, Marty Gross and Way 9 acoustic guitar duets, a 78 US, that's $5. Also, we have Slow Hot Wind, Gary Nywood, a 75 US white label promo, $7.50. Ken Foster on Red Garland, that's sold to Ken Foster. Chris Messer, You Were Second. John Blair, We Belong Together, $5 on John Blair. We have Blue Note, Volume 1, One Night with Blue Note, $10.85 US and Shrink. The Guitar Session, that one was $7.50 and 81 US. The trombone sounds of Harold Better's Funk City Express, a 66 US Stereo. That's in Shrink for $5. This is Enrico Rava Quartet, a 1980 German import OG, $22.50 on that one. Dizzy Reese Manhattan Project, a 78 US Post Bop sealed for $15. Dizzy Reese Sextet. Buddy Rich and the Big Band Machine, Speak No Evil, $7.50. We have Don Rader Quintet, Wallflower, a 1979 US Post Bop Hard Bop, $5 on that. Amenities wants the Blue Note here. That's sold to Amenities. Chris Redding on Marty Gross. That's this one right here. Sold to Chris Reddings. Thank you on that one. Jimmy McGriff, I've Got a New Woman. That is a VG Plus 68 USOG. That's $6. Ornette Coleman. That is VG $5. Skies of America. Bosses of the Ballad, Illinois Jaquette and the Strings Play Cole Porter. VG Plus $7.50. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Stone Flower, EX 3250. Night Song, Kenny Burrell, a 69 US promo. VG Plus $12.50. Half off crate, no more, no less. Eddie Lockjaw Davis, I Only Have Eyes for You. VG $7.50. Amenities on Dizzy. Dizzy is sold right here. Dizzy is sold to Amenities. Thank you. And then Ken Foster on Rave. R-I-V-E. Rave. Rave. He meant Rava. And Rava was this one right here. That was this one right here. That one was this one. Don Raider. Rava. Raider. What was Rava? I don't see a Rava. Raider maybe? Eric Squindo on Jimmy McGriff. And there's Not Song. There's this. There's that. There's Jimmy McGriff. That's sold to Eric Swindow. Let me make sure. Are you sure on Rava? Are you positive? Are you positive? And then over here we have Eddie Costa. That's EX for $6.50. And Portrait of the Artist, Bob Brookmeyer, EX $9. Mark Fallon has woke up. Congratulations. Welcome back to Earth. Metallica Reload is a brand new sealed copy. That was made at Metallica's pressing plant probably within the last 6 months. It's brand new and sealed, $49.99. Enrico Rava, okay? Enrico Rava. Aha. It's not on the front. This one right here. That's sold to Ken Foster. All right. Let's knock out another one. That was fun. Before y'all start heading to bed, let's knock out another one. Some of you are probably like, oh, no. Oh, no. Let's knock out another one, though. That was exciting. That was some good crap. Let's do it. Let's do this one right here. Okay? Hope y'all ready. Blackened, yes. So let me see here. All right, so 9, 650, 750, 1250, 3250. 30, that's 3250. 755, 5, 10. Okay, so let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14. Okay, there's 14 records left, not counting Antonio Carlos Jobim. 70 on those. I'll do this for 25. That's another discount. So we'll say 95. So 70 on those. 25, it was 65. 32 is the half off price. $95. $95 for the rest of the crate bundle deal. $5 for the 14, 25 for that, 95 for the bundle deal, rest of the jazz. Rest of the jazz, $95. Bundle deal, $95. $95. Amenity said 89. Sold for $89. Rest of this crate is sold to Amenities for $89. The albums at the top are $700. They were originally priced $845. It's a Metallica bundle deal. That's the only auctions that did not sell tonight out of that insane collection. That's the remaining Metallica, or excuse me, the remaining Iron Maiden bundle deal. Thank you, Amenities. Now, because of that, we'll definitely go through another half-off crate. They were originally $75, $175, $195, $225, and $175. That's $845. Bundle deal on the rest. The bundle deal on the rest was how much? $700. John Kaiser's considering it. He said just a moment ago he's thinking. He's calculating. He's probably going to come back here in a second and say, you know what, Chad? This has been a night to remember. Go ahead, my friend, and ring me up. I'll go ahead and take that bundle deal for $700. Or you might have the mysterious yet deadly Mark Fallon show up, and he might say, you know what? I do need some Metallica in my life. Go ahead and give me that Iron Maiden bundle. Go ahead and do it. I'll go ahead and take them for $700. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is say, I'll take them for $700. You'll feel better in the morning, I promise you. When you wake up in the morning, you're brushing your teeth, you'll be like, I can't believe I scored that Iron Maiden bundle last night. All right, here's another half-off crate. I hope everybody's ready. If not, you better get locked in. Let's drink some water. Let's go to Waffle House. Here we go. Water coming up right now. Lock in with me here. This is it. $700. Pocket change for Mark Fallon. He spends $1,200 a week on aftershave. I was like, my gosh, that's a lot of aftershave, but it's true. I was like, what the heck? That's a lot of aftershave for 1,200 bucks. That's a lot. Here we go. Jim Hall, where would I be? A 72 US EX 1150 for Jim Hall. EX 1150. Lena Horne, Nature's Baby. A 71 promo, VG Plus, $3.50. Wow, $3.50. Diane, this is EX. It's a 68 US white label promo, a folk rock, $11.50 for Diane. Bobby Womack, no, excuse me, Gabor Zabot, high contrast, with a hop sticker that says featuring Bobby Womack, a 71 USOG VG Plus, $15. Chris Riddings on Lena Horne. So to Chris Riddings for $3.50. We have Clark Terry, Ain't Misbehaving. EX 650. Gabor Zabot is so to Rafe. That's done. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Really Living, the J.J. Johnson Sextet. That's EX 650. Eric Van Leuven, second on Gabor. We have the smooth one, Johnny Hodges. That's EX $9. Johnny Hodges. Roberta Flack, Bustin' Loose soundtrack. VG Plus $7.50 on that. CCR. Hey, there's some rock in here. A promo marked record. EX $14. It says promotion copy not for sale. Has that original flip-flap open cover that shows each of the band members. $14 on CCR. This one right here is called Jetame. What did I just say? Jet-AIME. Saint Tropez, a 77 US Disco Funk. VG Plus $5 on that. Mascala introducing Hezbollah Sound. That's a 73 USOG. Holy cow, big discount on that one. Half off of $74.99 is VG Plus $37.50 on Mascala there. Big mark down there. Chet Baker. This is now just $32.50. Oh my, a 1960 US stereo repress. That was $64.99. EX edition had about $32.50 on that one. Soul Brothers, Milt Jackson and Ray Charles. That's pretty dang cool. Has the gold stamp stereo disc from Atlanta on the front. A 1959 US stereo bullseye label. Now just $14 on the Milt Jackson Ray Charles. In a MoFi sleeve. Look at that. Very cool Atlantic label. How much? Just 14 bucks on that. You've got to be kidding me, Chad. I'm not kidding you. These are half off, no more, no less. Terry Thornton sings Somewhere in the Night. That's a 63 US stereo. That's now VG Plus $6 on that. Todd Kilgore on CCR. Thank you, Todd Kilgore. That is so to you. Appreciate that. No problem. Done. Gene Ammons, the Soulful Moods of Gene Ammons, a VG Plus, $27.50. A 1963 Mono OG. Van Gelder in Dead Wax. Mark Fallon on the Ray Charles Milt Jackson. Sell that to Mark Fallon. That is the Mark Fallon, the one you all know, the one you all love. Esra Mohawk, a 74 US VG Plus $5 on Esra Mohawk. We have Guitar Soul, Kenny Burrell, Bill Jennings, and Tiny Grimes. A 65 USOG VG $17.50 on that. $17.50 on that. West Coast Jazz Volume 3. 57 US Mono OG. EX $6.50 on that. Pat Martino Star Bright. Pat Martino's a 1976 US Fusion record. That's EX $6.50. And Trouble is a Man, Judy Holiday. Judy Holiday is a 1958 US Mono OG. How much? Just VG $5. We have Baker's Holiday. Boy, big discount on this one. Yep. Half off of $124.99. A 65 US Deep Groove Stereo promo. That will be $62.50. I don't do that price too often. $62.50. Afro Blues Today. Afro Blues Quintet plus one. 1970 US only time ever released. That's Fiji for $10. And then we had Gently Swinging Earl Grant, a 68 US stereo, VG Plus $5. Earl Grant. What the world needs now is love, sweet love, as featured in Austin Powers. EX $9. Stan Getz plays Baccarat. The Afro Blues Quintet plus one. Discover they. Boy, big discount on this one. My bad. I thought that was a more expensive record. Just $12.50 though. A 67 US stereo OG. That's now VG Plus $12.50 on Discovery 3. And Billy Joel the Stranger. Shrinking Hot, but the vinyl's VG $5 on that. Boy, the feeds went quiet. Feeds went quiet. Hadn't been a comment in a couple minutes. I'm waiting for everybody to say, Chad, this crate's insane. Go ahead and just give me everything that's left so far. This is pretty mind-blowing, my buddy. My friend, my pal, Chad, come on, man. Thank you for all this incredible jazz stuff. This is amazing. I'm glad I stayed up late on Metal Night. You just never know what you're going to do, right? No, no, you just never know. Eric Squindo on the Muscala for back here. Thank you. That's so to you right here. And then Thomas Schwartz on the Stan Getz. That was the Baccarat. That's so to Thomas Schwartz. Thank you on that one. John Cougar, American Fool. Hurt so good. Hurt so. $5 on Mellencamp or John Cougar at that point. Reverend F.C. Barnes and Sister Janice Brown. When it rains, it pours. VG $5. Amenities on West Coast. Amenities on West Coast. West Coast. That was, what was West Coast? Right here, West Coast. That's what amenities. Condition on Baker's Holiday. We have graded Baker's Holiday an EX condition record. Not bad whatsoever. EX on that one. EX on that one. Now bring off a half-off country crate. There's no way I have something country that you don't have, Michael Manning. I feel like you have everything ever conceived. Flute Man, Herbie Man with Ubi Green, John Wilder, Hank Jones. That is sealed, $7.50. What else do we have? The Super Jazz Trio of Art Farmer, something tasty. That is sealed for $10. How much was Amon's price? Let's go back and look at that right quick. Gene Amon's was right here. The Soulful Mood of Gene Amon's. VG Plus, $27.50. 63 US Mono, OG Van Gelder and Dead Wax. A little bit of cover damage up here. $27.50 on that one. And VG Plus Baker, that's Chet Baker. That does so to Chris Messer. Big pickup there. Thank you on that one. We have Chet Baker and Crew, another Chet Baker. This is now $25. It's a Japanese pressing, a reissue from 76. Just $25 on that one. Amenities on the Trio. That was right here. So to amenities. Thank you on that one. We have the what? The Hoffenug Interplanetary Music Festival. That is sealed for $5. Amon's is so to Patrick Lear. He said he will take it. Richard Bradshaw on Cougar, John Cougar. That is so to Richard Bradshaw. And we have Ira, George, and Joe. Joe Poss loves Gershwin. That's an 82 US seal, $12.50. Also, Sketches. That's Megan McDonough. Sketches is 74 US folk rock, $5 on that. Hoffa. That's right here. That's so to Chris Messer. Amenities on Baker. That was this other Chet Baker, the Japanese press. Thank you, amenities. We have Aretha Franklin sings the blues. Nice. Aretha, an 85 US with press photo. $10 on Aretha. And then the D.D. Bridgewater, or D.D. Bridgewater, Just Family. A little bit of nudity on that one. $5. Sketches is so to Preston Rose. Thank you, Preston. That's so to you. We have My Funny Valentine, Chet Baker, live at the Salt Peanuts Club with John Erderly and Bob Mover. Wow, big discount on that one. $62.50. An 81 German OG and Shrink. Just $62.50 on that one. Leslie Holt on Aretha Franklin. That is so to Leslie Holt. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. The Moody Blues Octave. That's in Shrink with Hop. $7.50. We have Carol Sloan, as time goes by, Japanese pressing, now just $10. $10. Chet Baker, that is so to Ray Red 73. Big discounts on some of these. This is a nonsense. Late night, Thursday night, half off Jazz Crate, crazy. First come, first serve. Hope everybody's paying attention. Few more left in here. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, hard bop. A 1980 US remaster sealed for just $10. Wow. James Last Sax a Go-Go, a 67 UK. $5 on James Last Sax a Go-Go. We've only just begun. Monty Alexander, that's a 72 US Soul Jazz Cool Jazz. $7.50 on that one. Kenny Roll on Art Blakey. That's sold to Kenny Roll. Also over here we have Jalulus. What did I just say? DeLewis, A Village, Romeo and Juliet. 73 US sealed, $7.50. Ken Foster, second on Art Blakey. Something's Coming, and this is Shinzo Ono, a 75 Japanese jazz fusion funk, now $37.50. $37.50. It was $74.99. Crazy. Amenities on Sax a Go-Go. You were third to Art Blakey, by the way. Another Japanese pressing, Jackie Kane and Roy Crawl, a 79 Japanese reissue, $7.50 on that one. Frank Sinatra conducts Tone Poems of Colors, and that one doesn't come through very often from him. 56 US OG Mono, $17.50 on Sinatra, and Los Indios Tabarajaras, play favorite movie themes. That's sealed for $5. Amenities on the Japan. That's this one right here. There's actually two. I'm assuming you wanted the Jazz Fusion. If so, that's so do you. That was the one that was $37.50. Wow, a lot of cool stuff left in there. Half the crate's gone. Like to sell the other half right now. Oh, let me stretch. Yeah, I've got to lay down after this. I am thinking a quick little snack and a power nap. Thursday night metal nights are brutally exhausting on my brain. My brain right now, I mean, I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I've been talking nonstop for almost 8 hours, 7 hours and 44 minutes to be exact. We have Chris Messer on Sinatra, and when I mean full stop, I mean I've just paused a couple times. This has been a night to remember. Holy crap. And all we got to do is get John Kaiser to say he'll take the Iron Maiden bundle. I mean, come on. What's $700? It's nothing. Here's what's left. Jim Hall, Where Would I Be? 72 US, that's EX, $11.50. Diane, that's Diane Hildebrand. 68 US white label promo folk rock. That's EX, $11.50. Clark Terry, Ain't Misbehaving. EX, $6.50 on Clark Terry. We got Really Living, the J.J. Johnson Sextet. That's EX, $6.50. The Smooth One, Johnny Hodges. That is EX, $9 on Johnny Hodges. We got Roberta Flack, Bustin' Loose soundtrack, VG Plus, $7.50. We got J to Me, a 77 US Disco Funk, VG Plus, $5. And like I said, that was spelled JETAIME with that apostrophe symbol, that accent symbol in there. Chet Baker plays the best of Laverne and Lowe. That's a 60 US stereo repress, EX, $32.50. Terry Thornton sings Somewhere in the Night, the Naked City theme, a 63 US stereo OG. VG Plus, $6. Ezra Mohawk is a 74 US. VG Plus, $5 on that. Guitar Soul, Kenny Burrell, Bill Jennings, and Tiny Grimes, a 65 US OG. That's VG, $17.50 on that one. And we have Pat Martino, Starbright. Pat still available, a 76 US Fusion. That's EX, $6.50. Trouble is a Man, Judy Holliday, a 58 US Mono OG. VG, $5 on that. Afro Blues Today, Afro Blues Quintet +1, a 70 US, only time ever released. VG, $10. VG, $10 on that one. And then we have Gently Swinging, Earl Grant. That's VG +5, a 68 US stereo. VG 5, VG +5 on that one. Over here we have the Afro Blues Quintet +1, Discovery 3. This is a 67 US stereo. That's VG Plus, $12.50. And Billy Joe the Stranger, Just the Way You Are, VG $5. Next is Rafe on the Afro Blues, then Eric Van Leuven, then Chris Messer. Rafe was first, though. Reverend F.C. Barnes and Sister Janice Brown, When It Rains, It Pours. That's VG 5. Eric Van Leuven on Discovery 3. Thank you, Eric Van Leuven. That's so to you. Flute Man, Herbie Man with Ruby Green, Joe Wilder, Hank Jones, Joe Puma. That is sealed $7.50. Ray Red on JJ. And that was for... Was there a JJ Johnson still in here? J.J. Johnson Sextet, right? That's so to Ray Red. Roger Tagavilla on Billy Joe, Just the Way You Are. I'm Moving Out. Do-do-do-do-do. Classic album. Ira, George, and Joe. Joe Poss Loves Gershwin. 82 US sealed. $12.50. $12.50. We have D.D. Bridgewater. That is $5. D.D. Bridgewater. We have the Moody Blues Octave. That is $7.50. Shrink, Hop, Clip Corner. We have Carol Sloan, As Time Goes By, an 82 Japanese OG. $10 on that. $10 on that. We've only just begun. Monty Alexander, $7.50. Monty's under the classification as a 72 US cool jazz, soul jazz. $7.50 on that one. $7.50 on that one. And we have DeLewis, A Village, Romeo and Juliet. And this is, so what exactly is this? This is, so it has musicians here. Robert Tier, tenor, soprano. I'm assuming opera. Very opera, giving off opera vibes here. $7.50 on that one. Chris Reddings on Ezra Mohawk and Carol Sloan. So there is Ezra, and then Carol Sloan was, there's Ezra Mohawk for Chris. Carol Sloan was right here. Those are both sold to Chris Reddings. And then we had a Jackie Kane and Roy Crawl. Low Down, that's another Japanese 79. $7.50 on there. And we have Los Indios Tabajaras Play Movie Themes, sealed for $5. All right. Jackie and Roy, Eric Van Leuven, right here. Thank you. All right. I'm moving out. Okay. All right, so see, that one was 5, 750, 750, 755, 1250, 755, 5, 5, 650, 1750, 6, 3250. There's always one pricey one left over, Chet Baker, and then 5, 750, 650, 1150, 1150. Okay, so let's try to do the same thing here. Anybody else before I try to bundle these? Johnny Hodges sold to Rich T. Duke. Now would be the time because I'm about to do a bundle. Johnny was back. Where was Johnny? Right here. That's sold to Rich T. Duke. Okay, so now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so there's 18 this time. So 18 times 5 is 90. And then let's put that in. So that was 64, 32. Let's put that in for 25. So $115 for the bundle. So that's those for 5 and then this one for 25. $115, the rest of the crate. Pretty much all jazz. I guess there's one opera, one folk rock, and then the Moody Blues record, which y'all know that's rock. And there might be some female vocalist stuff, but all pretty similar in that regard. $115. And if you like jazz, you'll probably like the Moody Blues, especially those early albums. If you never listened to them, I would assume if you're into jazz, you're familiar with the Moody Blues. That's epic. Well, and I want to let y'all know, that leaves me with like 4 jazz crates. And if y'all remind me again, I know David Hoy will, and everybody else, Eric Van Leuven, Chris Mezer, we got 2 more nights this week of selling for $8 in limited shipping. We'll knock out some more this week, okay? That's a lot for tonight. That's 2 whole crates, and let's try to get this bundle sold. Come on, Amenities. Come on, somebody. Big bundle deal here, and that'd be a great way. And Kaiser, I'm assuming you're passing on the Iron Maidens. I don't know if he's still hanging around. That's the only no bids. The timer, where are we at on the timer over here? The Facebook's about to end anyway. How much time's left? There's only 20 minutes left on Facebook anyways, and then that's going to expire. Not saying we don't have more time, because we do. So I'm going to open this up for a last request. How about I try to find tonight's newest new vinyl and maybe blast through that really, really quickly. Tonight's newest new vinyl, because that's one of the first things I'm going to do when I end this feed. I'm going to show that again. I think I condensed everything into 1 crate. Yeah. So tonight's 2 or 3 crates of new vinyl I've condensed down to the 1. So maybe try to blast through those. And if you're not going to be awake at 6 a.m. to catch that video, you might can do that. 20 on Chet. I can't do that individually. I'm always half off, no more, no less. I'm only reducing it because it's part of the bundle. Now, that's the only way I would do that. Now, if you want to give 110 for everything, I'll take a 24 that way, but I got to stick with my policy, no more, no less. Chris, there's one time I took less than half off on a half off record, and then it turned into absolute chaos, so I hope you understand. I got to stay 32.50. So, individually, it's got to be 32.50. I really wouldn't take 25 for it, just in the bundle deal. Just in the bundle deal. Now, where's John Barry at when I need him? Where's John Barry at when I need him? I'm moving out. Any last request, anybody? Still going to go through another crate right here. There is some Japanese jazz. I think we got to tag them. They're kind of pricey. I don't know if we'll get to them this week, but in the very future, when we're doing Japanese auctions, you probably will even see them in hot pictures. We're going to have some Great stuff like that. Let's try to sell. Boy, if we could sell 2 out of here, I'd be happy. If we could just sell 2 out of here, I'd be happy. So let's see what happens here. I got AC/DC Highway to Hell. These are all new and sealed. $29.99 for AC/DC. Kiss Alive 3. The 2014 $46.99 Gatefold 2 LP. This is Marty Supreme, original soundtrack by Daniel Lopatin. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Green Day Kerplunk. We had 2 people on a wait list, so we've already sold 2 tonight. There's 1 left. It is $44.99. And it has a bonus 7-inch. That's Green Day Kerplunk. Blink 182, Enema of the State, $36.99. All the small things. Evanescence Fallen, $29.99 for Evanescence. Another AC/DC High Voltage, $29.99. We have Kiss Revenge for $36.99. Parliament Mothership Connection. We've got the funk. Kiss Dynasty. I was made for love. $33.99 with poster. It's very heavy, by the way. Pulp Fiction soundtrack is $36. Creed Human Clay with arms wide open, $39.99. Pink Floyd Metal Echoes, the entire side too, $33.99. ELO, this is all over the world. Their greatest hits, the very best of. That's a 2 LP, $33. Another tough OG Kiss record to get, Unplugged. Unplugged is a 2 LP, $44.99. That also comes with a poster. Great acoustic version there of Rock and Roll All Night. We have Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Nirvana, Unplugged, MTV official release, 2 LP, $39.99. Kiss Cycle Circus, $33. Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart, $38.99 for Otis. Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, $29. Mad Season, $39. Tool Opiate is $24. Taylor Swift Red, $29. Maroon 5, Songs About Jane, $36.99. What is the big one on here? This Love. Yeah, This Love, She Will Be Loved, $36.99 for Maroon 5. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experience? We sold one of those the other night after I explained to everybody that's all analog. AAA for just $24.99. Same thing for Electric Ladyland, $34.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $19.99. The 4 LP Very Best of Led Zeppelin. Tool Live in Starplex, Dallas, 1993, $24.99. Lenny Kravitz, Alive Unofficial, NTV Studios, New York, 1994, $24.99. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99. Tough for OG to get there. Bongzilla, America Jawanakan, $29.99. Rage Against the Machine, Battle of Los Angeles, $29. Mitski, Nothing's About to Happen to Me, the new release on yellow vinyl, $25.99. All right. So, with that being said, now does anybody have any final request? I need to sell 2 records out of there. There's Jay Nutra coming through on Bongzilla. Surely there's 119 people still watching. 1 person. I mean, there's no way. Some of y'all got to realize some of these as OGs are not obtainable. Or if they are, you're going to spend a lot of money. And I wish I had a little flag on every little record to let people know, because I've had some people be like, Chad, I really want this album, but I'm holding out for an OG. And I'm like, this is the OG. Just because it's new and sealed doesn't mean there is an OG that exists. That could be the only pressing. I'd explained that to several people on Alice in Chains. I've told people before, there'll be an OG Dirt. I'm like, surely somebody needs a copy of Dirt. And they're like, Chad, I'm holding out for an OG. And I'm like, holy crap, you're going to be waiting a long time, because we've only ever had one come through here, and we sold the other night for what, $900? ELO. Yeah, this is a great comp. Or there's stuff like this. It's been kind of manufactured for the new vinyl market, and or it was originally only on CD or something. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw, ELO. And now we've met our goal. Now I just need John Kaiser to buy all the Iron Maidens, or somebody. Jay Nutri's been here, has been solid. Great. Well, thank y'all. We met our 2 LP goal. 1 a.m. going through a crate of new vinyl and selling a couple records, that's actually pretty good. And I'll probably, the morning video, I'll probably add one more. I'll probably add one more to this. Okay? So there'll be this crate and probably one more. Anybody else? Anybody have any last requests or words before I end this feed? It's been an epic last 8 hours. What an amazing night. We sold a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't know how many, golly, how many, like $100, $200 records did we sell tonight? I mean, we only had one air horn. Did we have one at all? But my gosh, I don't know how many like crazy and insane auctions we had tonight. Share it on Otis Redding. Give me 1 second. I just stepped away. Over here stretching right quick. Oh gosh. I was gonna mix in some Iron Maiden posters. Didn't even get to them. I mean, there's some laying over here. There's some rolled up. Didn't even think about them. Didn't even think about them. The Lawrence Marble Toneman Blue Note with what happened here? Sherry Darnell on Otis Redding. Okay. Sherry Darnell on Otis Redding. Sold. Last a week. Oh, awesome. We need to order that then. What did I miss? You missed 8 hours of nothing but Metallica, Iron Maiden, Motorhead. We even sold an Aussie tribute, Randy Rhoads, for $36. And the whole time I was like, I know Jeff Brent's not watching. I don't know what he's doing, but whatever it is, it's not important enough where he's missing this Randy Rhoads tribute for $36. I was like, dude, what is he thinking? He's not watching. He's missing out on this Randy Rhoads tribute for $36. All those Randy Rhoads posters gone. It's just amazing what you've missed out on because you hadn't been watching until right now. All I gotta say is my fault, not yours. When I go live, you need to have me on somewhere. Your TV, an extra device. You gotta be watching. Whatever it takes, man. You need an extra device, a TV to put me on. You know, you could put me on your TV and cast this like a smart TV and pull up YouTube and just have me on. That way you never miss anything, right? I mean, if you're home, just get on your TV and make sure that goes to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. I mean, what else would you be doing? There's nothing else on TV to watch as important as Randy Rhoads collectibles. Right? So why not just put me on at 5:30 out there, 3:30 out in LA where Jeff's watching, and just have it on all night. That way you never miss anything. Just have me playing on your TV. You know, buy an extra device. I should be in your life almost all day, every day. Every day I should be a part of your life. 8 hours a day. All the knuckle bones at half off. You missed a lot of stuff tonight, Jeff. Unbelievable. These chocolate-covered raisins are delicious. I'm so hungry. $100,000. Wow. Yeah, we're just going to pull up Jim Irsay stuff. We're out of time tonight because Facebook's about to end. We'll try to do it tomorrow. I'll definitely look, but we'll have to pull off the Jim Irsay stuff up tonight or tomorrow. A couple of weeks ago, we was looking at it all. Now we can see what I told you. Everything would. I told y'all everything would bust its estimate. A signed Beatles poster, $140,000. Well, if anybody wants a set of Beatles autographs, I'll sell them to you right now for $15,000. John Lennon, Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison. I got a set of 4. $15,000. $500,000. Wow. Yeah, that was twice its estimate, wasn't it? Wow. Yeah, I think I had an estimate half that. I had some stuff tonight sell twice my estimate. These chocolate covered raisins are delicious. I need to get some real food though. I'm hungry. What about Kurt Cobain's guitar? Yeah, here's I pulled up X. Here's the first thing on X. Jim Irsay paid a combined $6 million for these 3 guitars. Tonight at Christie's, they sold for $33 million. That's it right there. The Kurt Cobain it was supposed to sell tonight. Kurt Cobain, Jerry Garcia, and Gilmore. It's pretty epic. Well, if that one sold for 12, 9, so that sold for about 10 million then, 10 or 12 million. So that's 10 or 12 million, 9 million, and then 10 or 12 million. Yeah, I need some protein. I need some protein. All right. Anything else, anybody? Jeff says, check your invoices. You check my messages. You tell me that every night. Yeah, I didn't think Grateful, a Jerry Garcia guitar would sell that much, but I underestimate these deadheads, okay? Every time I underestimate them. I know there's some watching right now. Imagine when Jimmy Page is gone, some of his guitars. Some of those Jimmy Page guitars that he's had, that they're only going to be sold maybe after he dies. Whew. And Clapton stuff. Some of Clapton stuff's got out, but I'm sure he's got some that he's had for a long time, that legendary ones. So here's my question. Where is Stevie Ray Vaughan's number 1? Where is the real Stevie Ray Vaughan number 1 at? Because wherever that is, that's 10 million. That's a top 10 guitar. Where is that at? In the 90s off of 50s guitars. Okay, so those are in private collection. Those are in private collections then, okay. So most of Clapton stuff's already in collections, okay. So they're kind of scattered all over the world. But where is Stevie Ray Vaughan's, that classic number 1? Is it in a personal collection? Does somebody privately own it? I made the Jimmy Page signature guitars. That means you must work for Gibson in Nashville. That's not too far from here. And then what about, what about that, well, I know where Paul McCartney's bass is. He finally found it. Paul McCartney owns all of his Hofner basses. My gosh, can you imagine when those go to auction one day? It'll happen one day. It might be a couple generations. But one day, those Paul McCartney basses will be up for auction. Can you imagine? It might not be my generation. It might not be the next generation. At some point, somebody's going to be selling them at auction. That Hofner bass. Wow. Might check the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That could be it. I'm trying to think about the most valuable guitars that have never sold publicly. I'm thinking Stevie Ray Vaughan, Paul McCartney's bass that have never sold, that are just like, I think of iconic, you know, because I know other ones exist out there. Hendrix's are on the market or in collections. Stuff still owned by these people that have never sold. Page's guitars, they've never sold. He still has everything, I think. McCartney and all of his instruments. There's not many more I can't think of that hadn't sold publicly, or we don't know where it is, right? We don't know where, most of them we know where they are or who owns them, or they're still owned by the original person. There's not many more iconic ones that hadn't been probably sold at public auction than a few, I'd say. Let me think about this. Yeah, I can't think of many more. Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page has SRV's #1. Okay, that's probably where it is. Yep. Jimmy Vaughn. Okay. That's good. That's good then. He's got to know the value of that, but I mean, how do you sell your brother's guitar? He probably don't really need the money, and you know, somebody will one day though. Unfortunately. All right, Facebook has about 50 seconds left. I'm in the feed. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me tonight. 8 hours. It's been an epic night. I'm in the feed, and I'm cleaning up and signing off for the night. Let me find this because Facebook's about to end anyway. Let me find my cursor, and I'll see y'all tomorrow about 5:30. And we'll do this all again, all over again. So thank you, and good night.